straight through. When the car hit and passing time. When it gets late and feel like mine. I'm only all about you. I'm only all about you. And I can't tell why you try, but I give up my whole life. Is it real enough to let it? If it's how it feels like heaven, getting too close to goodbye. And the same truth that just mine. Is it real enough to let it? If it's how it feels like heaven, I'm only all about you. 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 I can't tell why you try, but I give up my whole life. Is it real enough to let it? If it's how it feels like heaven, getting too close to goodbye. And the same truth that just mine. Is it real enough to let it? If it's how it feels like heaven, I'm only all about you. Nobody sees it straight through. When the car hit and passing time. When it gets late and feel like mine. I'm only all about you. All about you. All about you. You. I'm only all about you. I'm only all about you. I can't tell why you try, but I give up my whole life. I'm only all about you. If it's how it feels like heaven, getting too close to goodbye. And the same truth that just mine. Is it real enough to let it? If it's how it feels like heaven, I'm only all about you. Don't be the one that I lose. When the car hit and passing time. When it gets late and feel like when you're with me.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Yo, if I could do it, then whack on you. Get up and make it work. Ain't no way that I'm sitting around. It's now or never, I'm picking it first. You can't tell me that I won't make it. Knew that I had this skill since birth. Grinding, came out the mud like Roddy. I had nobody, I came from dirt. Still came fuck, I put in the work. Painting a picture when I write lyrics. Don't call me a rapper, I'm really an artist. This weren't by chance or luck. I took one shot and I hit my target. I'm not even yet in my prime. I'm not 100, yeah, I'm still charging. They don't wanna see me win, but I know in the end I'm winning regardless.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Masters London, where we are live from the Copper Box Arena. 8 teams enter the Swiss stage, but only 4 will survive to playoffs. It's day 1, and I'll be your host, Victoria, and joining me for the whole of Swiss, we've got EMEA's finest. It's Billy and Minnie. Hey, guys, how's it like to be here on home turf?
I think there's a lot of pride, honestly. I think for myself, having some Scottish representation at a UK event, and just to be here in EMEA as well, it's exciting to have a home event, Minnie.
Yeah, my whole body right now, like I obviously feeling the emotions because like I feel like I'm about to go on stage as a coach once again. Like I have all that tension inside me right now. It's
Really?
Kind of yeah.
But you're here on the
I'm usually
desk.
not this kind of person, but I'm kind of feeling it right now.
But you have some history here in London, right?
Yeah,
Back
of
with
course.
Boaster?
Like me and Boaster here, we made Summon FC our first team together, and then we got signed to Fnatic, London-based organization. Qualified to global events here, you know, it means a lot to me, but Fnatic aren't here and I'm now a washed analyst, so times have changed.
That's right, times have changed.
Happy to be here.
But I'm glad we have you here, and I'm sure London's happy to have you here. And like I said, it is day 1, so let's get the quick TLDR on the format. And here's an explainer from who else other than our favorite Pansy and Hypoc.
Welcome to the VALORANT Masters London Format Explainer. If you want a clean, no-nonsense breakdown of how VALORANT Masters London works, you are in the right place.
And if you're here for high-stakes drama, lower bracket miracles, and the sort of heartbreak that lingers for weeks,
Yet still in the right place. Now let's talk format. 12 teams, 1 trophy, no nonsense. Masters London will consist of 2 stages, Swiss and playoffs. The first seed from each region gets a bye and goes straight to the playoffs. Yeah, look, the other 2 qualifying teams from each international league will compete in the Swiss stage. 8 teams will enter, only 4 will advance to the playoffs.
win 2 matches in Swiss stage and advance to playoffs, lose 2 matches, get sent to the nearest airport.
Hopefully not Luton. And just like in Santiago, all matches in the Swiss stage will be best of 3.
That means you can't just yoink a map and leg it.
All right, now let's talk about the playoffs.
Remember those 4 teams from before? They're already here.
And they get to choose their opponent from the teams advancing from the Swiss stage.
The trophy is in sight now. Win every match and take it home.
But if your favorite team loses, they get one last chance in the lower bracket.
Where every team fights for their life.
Lose again, and well, it's curtains. But it's not just about this trophy.
The trophy is bloody brilliant though.
Yeah, it is. The top 6 teams in Masters London will receive championship points. That means every map carries weight, and every win is a step closer to Shanghai for champions.
One bad run can curse your year.
Sure, but one great run can make your dreams a reality. So take a breath.
I will see you in London.
You'd better be ready for a proper fight. Wait, shit. We forgot to mention the new map reveal.
Just throw up an image or something. They'll figure it out.
Yep, that's right. We are going to be getting a map reveal later down the line. And now that we got the format down, remember that our pick'ems will be open until the first match starts, which is really, really soon. So be sure to lock them in quick, and then you can earn rewards. So you can head over to ValorantEsports.com or go directly to the Valorant client, and you can get these pretty cute buddies.
Yeah. We got the World Cup themed one with the little ref buddy. I feel like it's very on brand for us here at the UK as well. I like it. I know that you like the title as well in particular.
Yeah, I'm gunning for that boss man title. No better feeling than being called a boss man at the kebab shop.
Well, Masters London will also feature Shot Call. It's our live Twitch extension that lets you predict what happens next during the broadcast. So you can get involved. You can call map rounds, clutch moments in real time. And if you also get a reward for correct reads, and then you can climb the global global leaderboard and possibly beat Achilleos. So it's available on desktop via the Twitch extension, so get on that and get involved. But today, it's going to be a very exciting day today. And to update, we're going to be playing on match 12.0 here. And the map pool is unchanged, but Neon has been slowed down quite a bit, guys. And there have also been bigger changes to how shotguns work. So the question is, Minnie, how impactful are these changes actually going to be?
I think there's a sigh of relief for players across the road from ranked up until VCT that Neon is now actually killable. The fact that she's slowed down and able to actually be shot now is a very big advantage to a lot of players. And I think that I've been snooping on some of those trackers, and a lot of these VCT players are no longer playing it. It seems like in the ranked games, they're playing Jett quite a lot, and I think that might translate into VCT. Double duelist, Jett, maybe that Phoenix too.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the main thing that we can take away from these Neon changes are these kind of movement changes that we see, so we won't be seeing that utilized in the way that it once was. As well, it kind of mentions the shotguns there. I'm still anticipating that people will potentially pick up the shorty, but of course the Bucky and the Judge, I guess we'll see a decline because we're expecting a decline with the Neon as well.
Yeah, I think there are going to be a lot of changes, and sounds like you guys are predicting a complete shift here in London. So we put together a little meta axis to quickly vibe check everything. So Minnie, you know, you've been leading the charge here. Can you tell us how this works?
Yeah, so coming into this event, we thought Neon and Phoenix were going to be very strong. So just to explain, like the X-axis is for things that the desk likes, and the Y-axis is stuff we think teams will play. So coming into this event, we thought that Neon and Phoenix together were going to be very good, but with that Neon nerf, now we see the Neon in the bottom left and Phoenix in that top right. I think the meta right now is defined by Phoenix. 72% win rate in VCT right now. That is the highest number I have ever seen, and it's very poetic. British agent, British event, makes a lot of sense.
But I see you haven't put Neon on the very bottom there, so maybe we might see a little Neon still. In fact, let's talk about the shotguns that you were mentioning earlier, Billy.
Yeah, so I think the shotguns, we could probably move down a little bit because I don't think that teams will play as much as what we saw because of those Neon changes and the impact that that will have. But what I will say is, I've kind of hinted at it previously, I still expect people to be picking up the shorty. We have a plethora of operator players here in VCT, and I think that having the shorty to kind of sit by that is obviously great and it works well. So yeah, I think in terms of shotgun usage overall though, it will probably drop down a little bit.
And there's another duelist that we're seeing a rise of across the regions, and that's Jett. I know you're not a big fan of Jett, Minnie, so how do you see her playing into this?
Okay, I would put her like just the left of Phoenix. Like lots of teams are going to play at this event. I think it's the question, what is going to replace that Neon? I think we've seen something in HyperX and then Full Sense Primi leading the way, and I think that now with the Neon nerfs, a lot of teams are going to take action and make the Jett Phoenix that double duelist combo into this event.
Yeah, we're expecting quite a bit of that, and I think with a Jett, of course, comes the operator usage.
Yeah, so because of that Neon nerf, where they're not getting that snaky jumping around Neon, I think the Op right is even stronger than what it was before. In this low util meta, I think that having the Op right now, those Jetts with the Op together, is like a match made in heaven for some of these teams, and it might be the defining gun of the tournament.
Well, that means surely we're going to see a bit more Chamber. What do you guys think of the Sentinel usage here?
I would like to see more Sentinel usage. I honestly thought that that would have been the initial counter reaction to a lot of the double duelists that we were seeing. So we think of the Vise, we think of the Chamber, but we haven't seen an awful lot of that. I think I want to pick up on the Operator and the Jett here as well, though. I think that Jett is kind of strong because they're an agent that you don't have to rely on when it comes to utility. They're very much a gun-focused kind of agent, which is why I think we'll see an increase in that. And the Operator as well, as you kind of already hinted at, Minnie, we're in a kind of meta where it is gunfights that you're taking, right? You don't have utility to be able to clear out that Operator, which is why we're saying it's such a strong weapon right now.
My Chamber glaze will come when Lev start playing tomorrow because I love that agent right now. I think it's extremely strong, and it'd be nice to see maybe that pick rate a little bit higher at this event. I'm not sure we're going to see it, but in my opinion, if I was running a team right now, I'd be looking at that Chamber all over.
All right, well, that brings me to the next question. So we got a little bit of the ins and outs, and of course, we have to do our Mastercard fan poll. And the question this time is, which region do you think is going to win it all here at Masters London? I know picking one team is a little bit hard at the moment. We got to pick a region. Who wants to go first? Billy, what you got?
I'm going to be biased on the first day. You know, I'm going to get it out the way here now that we got the predictions. I got to back up EMEA. I know it's been a while. I know people are probably looking at that and thinking, Billy, there's just no way. But you know what? There is way. There is
Really?
way. Team Heretics have beat their regional curse and been able to come into this event lifting an EMEA trophy. Now they need to go off and do that at a global VCT event and win here in Masters London.
Okay, that's fair take. How about you, Minnie?
I think for me, I'm not biased at all. A complete opposite. Backstabber, some might say. I think HyperX are the favorite of the tournaments, but for me, America's the 3 teams they're sending. All of them could make deep runs here, and I think they have the biggest shot overall into this tournament.
Well, I think you guys are crazy and you've forgotten history. Who's been winning all the Masters trophies? Over the last 2 years, it's VCT Pacific. So I think it's going to be Pacific winning it all at Masters London. Maybe a slight bias, but you know what? The stats are there. The history is there. In fact, let's talk about how this tournament is going to be panning out and look at the bracket. We have some newcomers coming from Pacific speaking, and then we got Global Esports in full sense here for the very first time, and we got repeat orgs back. We got 2 China orgs playing today against NRG and Vitality. I mean, how is this stacking up for you guys?
I think there's definitely a lot of potential for upsets here, especially in this first day, right? I think that people have been looking at the China region coming into this event and maybe kind of doubting them a little bit, I think is fair to say. But then I'm also looking at some of these newer teams to the stage, like the Global Esports, like your Full Sense, right? Coming here to this global event, there's a lot of upset potential coming in against these big names.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing to me is there's not many through lines from Santiago, bar teams like HyperX. A complete new tournament for me and new faces. I think today is a very big day for China. I think right now we consider them maybe one of the weaker regions in the event, and I think that today is a big day to see how good have they got with the time off they've had.
Yeah, that's definitely the big question on our minds, and it's a very polarizing question, I know, for the fans and their expectations from these 2 China teams. But we got to talk NRG. They are the current reigning champs from back in Paris not too long ago, and the roster remains unchanged.
Yeah, you don't change this roster. It's star-studded. I think that if they make another deep run this tournament, I think they go into the conversations immediately for greatest team of all time or greatest roster of all time. I think they're up there with that kind of caliber team, and I think that going forward, I think it's an inevitability they're in that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that they're the reigning champs, and then of course, let's not forget, they had a podium finish when we think back to Santiago. They had that 3rd place finish, so still being able to come off the back of an event and doing so well. And I think one of the big things for them is they've obviously kind of changed their identity, I think, since Santiago. There, they were kind of leaning into that double initiator composition, and now it's kind of changed since then.
Yeah, it has, and they were going through a really tough lower bracket run over in Americas, but they did end up coming through looking much better than how they started in stage 1.
Yeah, I think to echo Billy's sentiments, they won champs, 3rd at Santiago. It means that they don't have as much time as other teams. Santiago, they're playing, in my opinion, off meta. They're playing double initiator. That's their bread and butter style, but they realize that that is not where the meta is right now. It's the double duelist and maybe some anti-meta ideas. And right now, I give them a bit of grace for that 3rd seed. I think that they've had to reinvent themselves completely, and I think coming in 3rd here with a little bit of time now, I want to see them ramping up and leaning more into that double duelist. They're 100% win rate playing double duelist, 100% win rate playing that Phoenix, and I think that's going to be a key win condition for them.
Do you agree with this, Billy? I hear a lot of support from Minnie right now, having a lot of faith in this team and this particular roster.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we need to consider the performance that they had in Americas, right? They lost their first 2 group games after coming off that 3rd place finish at Santiago, and then they had to start from that playoffs in the lower bracket due to the tiebreaker situation in their groups, which meant that they had to come to London through that lower bracket. They didn't drop a single map in their event and being able to qualify to London. And I think that that's great for them, because I think even though they come into this event as the 3rd seed, that's nothing to be doubting.
The only doubts I have right now is being the form. Mada and Scuba in particular. Mada's not been liking that Neon, so maybe saved a little bit by this Neon nerf, able to go to maybe the Jet and the Waylay. And Scuba, I think he's in a little bit of lower form right now. I think his confidence is not showing the same way in previous events. I know it's hard being a Sentinel right now, having to deal with these double duelists just running at you all the time, but I think both of them are going to have a bit of an uptick if they're as good as I am selling them right now.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you have a lot of faith in them at the moment, and we have to talk about this one young fine man here. It's Kiko. He was returning to London as the hometown hero, and he is in fantastic form.
Yeah, him is alongside Brock are in fantastic form. Him on this Phoenix, he is the kind of core piece to NRG switching towards that double duelist style. And he has been absolutely frying. It's completely poetic that we get the British man, British agent in the UK.
For sure.
And it's a match made in heaven for me.
For sure. I think that when we think about Kiko and his time in EMEA, of course, we were remembering him as that smokes player. Of course, he was flexing onto different agents now and again on his time on Team Liquid. But for me, he's always been a pretty decently rated duelist, even when I think back to his time in Challengers way back in 2022, 2023 it was. So yeah, I think that this is definitely a decision that NRG have made where they're leaning into their strengths with the puzzle pieces that they have.
For me, like when I first knew about Kiko coming into VCT in 2023, I wasn't that high on him. I think when we competed against him, he wasn't a scary player, and I had my doubts. But over the years, he's become one of EMEA's finest, and now just one of the best players in the world. Maybe backstabbing us a little bit, going to Americas, but I don't blame him joining this team.
Well, you doubted him, so he's like, I'm going to go to Americas with NRG.
He was joining the world champs. Like, can you really blame him? As heartbroken as I was that he left.
Well, he's back here in London, which is really exciting, of course. And like you said, we have some expectations of role changes here, and hopefully we do see him on the Phoenix. That would be really fun to watch. But speaking of him, Jen Lee did have a chance to catch up with him earlier, so let's see what he has to say about coming home.
Jen here with Kiko of NRG. Kiko, you're back home for Masters. You definitely have the hometown spotlight. What's it like to be back? You know, did you miss the weather? Have you met the king? Are the nerves any different? What are you expecting to see from the crowd today?
Yeah, it's nice to be back in the hometown. Have a lot of like interviews and extra stuff, and like personal camera crew who follows me around. And the weather, you know, it's raining and cloudy, so it's the usual, but you know, it's fun. It's nice here. I like being in London. Any extra nerves? Not really. I think it's a little bit more excitement playing in front of like friends and family, so yeah.
Right, have fun today.
This is a casual, you know, greeting the royalty. Is that something you guys do?
King mentioned he doesn't play till tomorrow. Like, what are they talking about?
I like how understated he was, very British, but I think that is the most excited a British person can get. So
oh, yeah?
he was really enjoying that. Just to translate, you know.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I've been missing a lot of the British cues here. But of course, he hasn't been here since December, and I know as a player, it's tough. You're coming straight into a tournament. You don't really have that much time to, you know, see everyone until the very end. And hopefully, he makes it to the very end in a couple of weeks. But they are facing against XLG, so let's turn to them now. NRG did take them down in Santiago, and they must be so hungry to avenge that defeat.
Oh, for sure. I think that just to touch on some of the players here that might be, you know, new faces to the global stage, we have to speak about Leo, who joins this roster for 2026. He's been the most recent addition. He had a top 8 finish at China last year, and he comes into this roster. Of course, you're looking at Lysor there as being the most experienced player, I guess is fair to say, when you consider his time on FPX roster that he was in. And Raga and Hathaway, of course, the kind of foundation of this roster, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, I think Hathaway for me in the recent years, people look at players like Chichu and Kong Kong. Hathaway for me in the recent era is the best player playing in China right now. He is consistently a great player time and time again, both domestically and at globals, and I think he's going to be another rock for this team on that Viper.
And you know the coach pretty well as well. How do you think he plays into all of this?
Yeah, so XLG play with a very EMEA style due to their coach Hoya, who used to work in EMEA with Dirker and co. And the way I'd sell it is that in China, they don't play so much with the fundamentals as much, not so much with the strategy or structure, but Hoya is the person giving that to this team. And I think that is very good domestically, but I have my doubts when it comes to a global event, because obviously here, a bit of global nerves potentially. I think that with that set structure, you're not letting players off the leash a little bit. And I think that with teams like NRG, who are very experienced at dealing with that slower pace style, I would like to see them off the leash a little bit. Let the structure kind of fizzle a little bit. Let Raga off the loose a little bit. Give teams something to deal with, basically.
I think people are doubting XLG coming into this event, which is kind of crazy, right? When you think about their performance regionally, they only lost to EDG in their own region, right? And when we think back to that BO5 Grand Final, if EDG didn't have that double map ban where they could take away Lotus, XLG's favored map, where they could take away Ascent, that Grand Final could have been a very different story considering that it went to all 5 maps. So I don't think they're one to be sleeping on.
I agree with you completely domestically. It's just that whether that translates to the global stage. And I think that the thing that I like about China is that fieriness, that little bit of just mechanical beauty. And sometimes I feel that XLG, they're just kind of a little bit too reserved, a little bit boring EMEA style.
Which is very ironic, but you know, they have gone a couple of global reps and maybe things will be different. And on this team, they also have a Welsh dual national. He's going to be going head to head with Kiko today, our two Brits. Do we fancy his chances? Did I say that right?
No,
that was terrible. I'm sorry. I'm never going to do that again.
Do you know what? For Noman, I think some people forget that this guy was playing in Challengers only a year ago. He had obviously joined this roster in their campaign towards that Champs run last year. And obviously, taken to the global stage, I feel like it's still a kind of a new experience for someone like Noman. But I think when you consider the amount of different roles that he's having to pick up for this team, what he's definitely offering is that deep flexibility for them to be able to pivot wherever they need to.
Yeah, he is the Swiss Army knife of the team, allowing them to do anything. I think that it would be really nice if we could see that head-to-head with Kiko.
On the Phoenix?
British players, maybe playing the British agent would make a lot of sense.
It would be his debut on Phoenix. Overall.
Phoenix is easy. Everyone can play Phoenix, it's fine.
Have you guys heard that?
The one thing about Noman, though, is he's got a lot of energy. We're going to see him on the camera standing up, giving it.
Yeah.
And it's that kind of energy that I need to see from XLG, both in the game and outside the server.
Yeah, absolutely. He has a lot of personality, definitely a lot of fun to watch there. And yeah, I think this is going to be really fun for both of these guys to be playing on hometown right now. Do you think the pressure is going to, you know, is it going to be a buff
I think
or
it's a buff. Yeah, surely it has to be a buff, right? You're coming back to the UK, you get the hometown crowd, like surely it's unless there's the pressure of like your friends and family watching you, I don't know, but like for me, I would say it's a buff.
Absolutely a buff to have that home crowd behind you. I think that cheering for Noman and Kiko, if the fans can do that, then they're going to give them that little bit more, just wanting it more.
All right. Well, Jen Lee did get to have a catch up with Noman, so let's see what he thinks.
Jen here with Noman of XLG. Now, Noman, with your Welsh roots, does this event mean a little more to you? And also, how do you make sure that you have more success against Energy than you did in Santiago?
Yeah, so this event means like the world to me, especially because I have like 8 family members coming to watch. So it's going to be really special. Against NRG, I think we just have to shoot their head. Like at the end of the day, it's just a 5v5 shooter. So that's what you have to focus on. And maybe we'll bring a bit of British flair, maybe with a certain agent pick. But I won't leak too much.
Okay, a little bit of curveball, but yeah. Okay, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
That's a terrible non-reveal. I think there's only one British agent in this game, so we might get our wish of seeing a little bit of Phoenix here.
Yeah, the Chinese teams right now are very Waylay-pilled. And it'd be very interesting because the Waylay's had that nerf and they've had that little bit of time to adjust. And I think that with our meta access, we saw that Phoenix over 70% win rate. It would make a lot of sense if they are going towards that. I hope he's not baiting us in with something, though.
You say this about the Waylay, but Noman had recently moved off of the Waylay that he was playing in groups and has started picking up things like the Deadlock, like the KO, when we look at the playoffs performance and the compositions that they were playing. So yeah, I guess it's, are they hinting at something? Are they not? I don't know. I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, we will have to see, and we are going to see that really soon. What we're also going to see are the results from our Mastercard fan poll. We were talking a bit earlier about which region do we think is going to win all. It looks like the people are agreeing with me on this one. Come on, but Pacific's been winning it all.
That's the easy answer. Like, that's actually such a cop-out. I'm not having that. Like, respectfully, I'm actually not having that. Are we just going
America's at 10%, though.
Yeah, that's a bit low, no?
I'll take the underdog.
Yeah, EV is a little bit higher today. I think everyone's believing in a bit of, like, you know, the
I
region
sold
buff.
I sold it to
You're like,
the
Billy voted for EMEA.
I did a very bad job, apparently.
Yeah, fraudulent analyst.
Yeah, and of course, you know, the sentiment across the board are a lot of question marks for VCTCN teams, and how could we not? But they have made, with this team, Lystor's on this team, he was with Wolves, and they placed 3rd at the last time they were there, so we can't forget that either. These teams have often surprised us. Now, let's take a look at the map pick and ban between NRG and XLG, because I know we have a lot of questions about this, and this is going to determine a lot on how this plays out.
Yeah, for me, the big narrative is going to be about that Lotus. Are NRG going to ban it or not? XLG love that Lotus. They've been running a triple Senti comp, and that has been dominating in China.
Yeah, I think that considering what No Man just said though, like, oh yeah, we just need to focus on shooting. Like, I'm honestly, I don't know, like, what does he mean by that? Like, if we do get to see a Lotus, like, are we going to be seeing some funky
I mean,
things,
from interviews I've seen, it sounds like what I was saying about that structure. I think sometimes, instead of overthinking it, it is a shooting game at the end of the day, letting people off the leash a little bit, especially with Raga. When he's in that domestic competition, he looks extremely loose. He looks like his aim is phenomenal, but when he gets to that big stage, he hasn't been performing quite as well. And I think it is a little bit about No Man maybe being that, he's not the IGL, but that leader in the sense of, you know, letting the boys off the leash a little bit.
Yeah.
Like having that aggression, having that firepower, and stop thinking so much about the strategy. Stop doing that EMEA thing.
Yeah.
Just shoot some people.
That's what No Man was saying. He was saying it's a 5v5 shooter after all. In fact, let's go to the map ban picks now and see what they ended up with.
All right, welcome and hello. So we're gonna conduct a map veto real quick, and we have XLG as higher C, so they will pick their side. So please go ahead and pick your side and please announce it.
Team B.
Right. And energy is banning.
And split.
Okay. Ban Breeze.
Big Pearl.
Pick Defense. Pick Lotus.
Attack. Ban Ascent.
Ban Heaven.
Decider is Fracture.
Attack.
All right, let me give you a quick recap. We start with Pearl, XLG Defense, then we have Lotus, Energy Attacks, and if we go to the Decider map, which is Fracture, Energy Attacks. Everything correct?
Correct.
Thank you guys, good luck.
Pearl, Lotus, Fracture. We heard a little bit of a crowd reaction there and a little bit of reaction from you guys as well. What are you thinking?
I don't know what NRG are doing personally. I think that Pearl is a weak map for them. It looks, I'll be honest, horrible for them. And then also letting that Lotus through too. And then Fracture as well. I got so many questions from NRG. It's like, I don't know what they're doing.
You look so worried about your predictions right now.
I sold them high. Yeah, if we go to Pearl, a map where NRG have not looked strong on in Americas at all. I would say that XOG haven't also looked that strong at it either. So
well,
maybe
they were banning it in groups.
Maybe
like they
a
didn't want to
target
play it.
pick here.
Yeah.
But very surprising to see that. And then we see the Lotus coming through. So NRG perma-banning that split, it seems. It seems like they're happy to go to that Lotus. And I'll be honest, I do think that NRG are going to deal with this triple Sentinel Lotus pretty easily. I think that Americas has the best Lotus right now with those Vice Viper compositions, and I think they'll be fine. But I think across this map, there are definitely ways that XLG can get into this map pool.
For sure, for sure. I think as well, what's interesting to me is that it feels like NRG have almost gone for the target bans that XLG had regionally, because even Fracture was kind of one of the main bans that XLG had in playoffs. But of course, we speak about the prep time coming into this event and how much they've had of it. I think when I'm looking at NRG and we're thinking about the Lotus specifically too, in the composition that they're going to have to play up against if XLG do continue with that triple Sentinel composition, you're almost asking yourself, how much experience do they have playing against a composition like this, and how is that going to play for them? 100 Thieves did play a similar like double Sentinel composition on that map, but it's not like triple Sentinel is something that you get to play against often.
I do want to ask you guys what your predictions are for this very first match, and has it changed now that you've seen the map veto?
I predicted 2-0 for NRG, and I'm going to stick with it despite the fact that I think they've chosen some maps here that they are very shaky on, and it could give XLG that in.
All right.
Okay.
That's fair.
I'm giving a little bit of grace to XLG, but I am going 2-1 NRG. And like you said, I think with this map veto, there is definitely gaps for XLG to be able to get in there. And I'm curious as why NRG have gone for this kind of warrior map veto. It feels like almost not egotistical, but I guess in a way it's like, are you kind of doubting this region by picking these maps?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like Pearl, for me, NRG, that attack side, not many good Pro attack side teams right now, but they run a very good composition. They run the double initiator here, the only map where they kept with that style, but they don't understand what to do with the drones right now. They're not using them across the extremities to push out the chambers, and that is what XRG are running, is one of the chambers. And you need to be using these drones to take those extremities, and not doing it. Lotus is going to be the highlight for me, though. Getting to see both teams, I think, two of the best maps in their pools, respectively, just going head-to-head, and that second map is where I'm excited.
Well, I have to agree with you on this, Mini. I end up predicting NRG on this. But NRG and XLG have been here before. It was during Masters Santiago, day one of Swiss, where NRG came out on top. But today, XLG could get their shot at revenge. So please welcome both teams to the stage.
We're all believers, praying it's gonna go our way.
Unbelievable! Takes us to overtime! It's the stuff of dreams!
We're gonna lift that trophy. Easy, no pain, all glory. Nah, dreams don't move like that. Whiffed shots, white knuckles, wasted opportunities. Years of grind getting dashed by the same old curses. In this city, dreaming's gonna only take you so far.
You will be your last representatives to Americas. Over to Masters London. First Pacific representative. Leading the final! Take it to London!
Feels good to be back. The last Masters was in Tokyo. I was scared I'd never make it again. But here I am, ready to win it all.
When VALORANT came out, I knew that I was gonna be a pro. I wanna be somebody and have people remember me and my team.
It's the first time that a full Thai team has been back to an international since 22.
Feel like it's long overdue.
I've been in many iterations of LEP. Every generation is getting better.
Welcome to London!
真正的赢家不是追着机会跑，而是算无一策。
我会向你们证明我是属于世界赛舞台的，我绝对不是过客。
After HyperX dropped me, people stopped believing on me. I'm going to show the world that Toronto wasn't a fluke. Ended up coming in the playoffs as the 4th seed. Only one chance. We managed to win. Kiko just refused to lose that day.
It's good to be home. Nothing beats a UK crowd.
体育竞技是充满偏见的。当你连续失败之后，会很难让人回想起当初胜利的感觉。在一段时间后，胜利对我而言就像一场梦。
The second for HyperX not to be found. Not on this day.
When you dominate at home, but the world stage keeps sending you back empty-handed, it starts to feel like a curse.
playing in England. It means family. It means friends. It means pride. This is where the dream started for me. I know what it feels like to fall short, but all it takes is one moment to change the story.
The curse.
永远都不要停止做梦，不要害怕失败。
People can say what they want. The curses are just an excuse. And I don't do excuses.
Dreams are always worth it.
The people that I care about the most are going to be in that crowd watching. I want to make them proud.
London, we have waited so long for Valorant to come to our shores, and now it has. It's time to show the world that we're ready. Are you ready, London? And are you ready to beat your teams? I don't know. I'm seeing some people at the back and I can't see them on their feet. The super fans here, they're showing up. Everyone on your feet, because you heard Kiko, nothing beats a UK crowd. Nothing beats London. So if you're ready to beat your teams, make some noise! All right. It's good enough for me, London, but will it be good enough for our teams?
Bad boy, man, a G to the end. Bow.
It's NRG!
It's day one of VCT Masters London. We got XLG versus the reigning champs, NRG. Now, XLG has a lot to prove today. Minnie, tell us, why does XLG struggle against Americas, and is that going to change today?
I think it's all about that pace. I think XLG traditionally play with a much slower pace than the other Chinese teams, and I think the Americas teams are very mature, very experienced, very structured at dealing with that. I want to see XLG coming out with more firepower and just taking the fight to NRG today.
Yeah, I mean, we already touched on the fact that that BO5 Grand Finals in China was so close. They're definitely a team not to be underestimated. And then, of course, we have to remind everyone of NRG coming here all the way from that lower bracket to be here is also not something to be underestimating. I think both of these teams matching up today is such an exciting opening game for Masters London.
Yeah, that's right, and we had our HyperX map select just now. The very first map is gonna be Pearl. What are your expectations?
I'm expecting a little bit of a messy one because both these teams have not shown high proficiency or high win rates on this map so far. I think there's a lot of theory for them to add, and I hope that the time they've had off that they have gone back to the drawing board and figured some stuff out. NRG in particular, because it is their map pick, after it being one of their weakest maps in their pool, I'm hoping that they bring out something new. Maybe a new composition or just some new theory on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, when we consider their time at Champs, right, we want them to be meta setters here, and they have the opportunity to be able to do that whilst playing in this opening game. I agree with you, Minnie. I want to see something new. I want to see something fresh. I'm intrigued to see what is Mada going to jump onto. We've seen him play the Waylay and the Neon on this map previously. Do they stick with that route? Do they go down something else?
I personally think he should just be on the Jet on this map. I think he's a very strong agent for this map. We've seen it being popped off in APAC already with something in Primi, and I think you could just be inspired by that and keep it simple.
Yeah, that's right. And like you mentioned as well, maybe not for this map, or maybe so. Seeing Phoenix on this map with the two English players here on the stage would be really exciting. And of course, Rarga was another player we had our eye on. This guy, I don't know why he's always talking about not having confidence, because he's so goddamn good.
Yeah, he's one of those few players that when I'm watching the VODs and I'm looking at that mini-map, he's one of those few players that drags my attention right to his crosshair because his aim is unbelievable. Domestically, though, I just want to see him have that confidence on the global stage.
Yeah, I think for Rarga, you know, this was someone that coming into this event, I was worried because he was that neon merchant back in China. But honestly, when you consider the mechanical prowess that he has, put him on anything.
And here comes Ajax Select. Are we getting what we wanted?
We are getting that Phoenix, but it isn't No Man. It's going to be on Rarga, which is a big surprise there. I think that's going to be very interesting seeing No Man on that entry. For the poetry, not the biggest fan, but hopefully Rarga can set that one through. NRG on the flip side, keeping with that double initiator composition, it looks like. But this time, Kiko on the Vice. I'm a big fan of Vice right now, but I think fundamentally, that isn't the make or break agent here. I think NRG have got to have gone back to the drawing board and re-looked at their attack sites. I have not been impressed with these attack sites. I want to see the drones being used across the map to get a lot of map control. Stop going through middle at the start of the rounds. Stop doing B splits. Actually push off these extremities.
For sure. I think to touch on XLG and the kind of discussion that we had around Jet there, I think he'll be playing this very selflessly, using himself as that entry into site, and Rarga perhaps being able to trade off of the back of it. And I think as well, the synergy that we see between Phoenix and Pearl on this map, particularly in those micro plays, especially starting on that defense, being able to take control of those extremities, like you're mentioning, Mini, is going to be critical for them to be able to get a head start.
And I think one thing I worry about with XLG's composition going onto that attack side is no Sova drone. We have seen them struggle domestically against players like Kong Kong with that operator on the long B. I think Mada's going to just be sat on that long B, top boxes all the time, looking down with the scope, and I don't know how XLG are going to deal with it. They couldn't do it against Kong Kong, and I think Mada is just as good.
Well, Billy, with these Angel Selects right now coming through, you're saying it was a 2-1 NRG. You still think that's going to be the case?
Yeah, I can't go back on my word, can I? I can't just change now.
No take backsies. Now to kick off the match 1 of Masters London, we got Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Oh boy, here we go. It's Masters time, baby, and I am excited. I'm Achilleos, that's Paper Thin, and we're going to be taking you through all the action here to kick off the event. NRG are reigning champions, going up against XLG, who are still looking to find their footing on this global stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy that once again on day 1 of Masters, just like Santiago, it's going to be these two teams squaring off. So a lot here to prove for XLG in particular, for their region, for themselves, for the fans here in London, to do something to show that there's still some hope for this squad that's been making it to international events out of their region time and time again, but can't do anything. But what a difficult opponent they have to go up against in NRG. Going back to the comp that was their bread and butter at Champions last year.
Well, Molly's out and be able to find quite a bit of damage. Player's going to be tagged here. Scribble around the corner is going to be Mada. Down first is No Man, able to strike. Splitting over to XLG, and that's just going to be a bit of a stalemate on the back end, as NRG will pump the brakes. They're going to cut the noise and then maybe slowly scale back up towards A.
This is going to be one of those things that NRG might have to adapt a little bit to, is that Phoenix that's going to be taking a lot of control over there at A, already causing a little bit of problems on top of getting revealed by Leo's haunt. So slowed things up, but XLG expecting a rotate. Instead, Ethan calls for the slight pause into a re-hit towards A.
I mean, XLG, they're kind of going to be reading that this is going to be a split through mid, so they have some security because of that Vice wall, but with all of NRG just slow walking forward up into this A side, this makes them quite favored here. As the pressure going to be applied to WS Leo, tucked away at dugout. Nebula gonna bloom, he catches a glimpse, a couple shots gonna go ringing through, but unable to find that contact. His shock dart not gonna go deep enough to get the damage, but there's the reveal, and Ethan's able to collect one. No Man, however,
30 seconds left.
Gets himself another elimination as Kiko will get taken down, and the spike now going to be committed to.
I need a concealment.
Ethan gets that in play, but 3v4 to try to hold the line, low health here. That's gonna be Brock and Scuba able to collect a couple kills, but now Scuba just down to his lonesome. Some damage gonna be found, swing the corner, isolates it into a 1v1. Lyser on the other side, the swing and the shots whiffing. Tucks back, wanting to try to get concussed through, but Scuba is ahead of it. Dodges it, finds the headshot, and
pulls off the Red Bull clutch to rescue the round.
This is a really nice call and a really nice play from Scuba. Some great stuff from Ethan, though, being patient, understanding the map read, just waiting XLG out. They spread, he doubles down, and he still has this drone. Huge there. You know, a nice little timing for Leo, but he's not really able to get much out of it. And this is one of the problems with NRG when you're going up against them with this composition, is they're so disciplined with the drones. They'll take their time, they'll use one, they'll wait you out, and they'll save the next one for later in the round, where a lot of teams might kind of overcommit them early. NRG very, very patient with this double initiator composition.
They're going to be leaning in towards the stack. It's going to be Leo alone on that A side of the map yet again. Drone only able to spot out one. Meanwhile, Mata just going for quick entry through street. Triple push up, swing of the corner, Scuba. Not done yet. Is able to find that kill. Collects a weapon, but two very nice shots from Noman will allow for those weapons to be recovered. And then suddenly, this starts looking all the more rocky for NRG. Down a player again.
Drone is down. Now your firepower pretty weakened. Trying to get back there. Get to that spike, which is down in the back corner, and XLG can just hold the line here. You have a little bit from Kiko to maybe try to help you clear this, but it's going to be tough.
And just tossing that weaponry around. Trying to make sure that they have those guns in the healthier hands. Meanwhile, Leo slowly just joining in, ensures that there's not going to be this late flank coming through. And how are you meant to get back into this one for NRG?
We'll find out.
It's going to have to be a 3-2-1 go. Swing in this corner. Jump peek going to be leading the way. Kiko the first to fall. That's going to be the Vandal down. Ethan is able to find No Man, finishing off that low HP Jet, but they are no closer to finding this round, to finding this spike. It has eluded them, and what a rally back. What a response. A Mastercard thrifty for XLG to tie it 1-1.
This is just crazy good stuff from No Man. Getting onto that entry duelist, some questions about it. How is he going to be able to thrive on that Jet? Well, if you're hitting shots like that with a Sheriff, and this team loves to get on their feet.
Come on! Let's go, baby! Come on!
It's got to feel good for No Man.
That's a massive swing round, but NRG are still buying into this. You see the weaponry, full half armors, and there's an Outlaw in the hands of No Man to wreak havoc.
That's a big commit from NRG there. Maybe a little over-eager to take those contact fights over at Long B. Maybe not expecting that there'd be that many players from XLG in the previous round, but still, a lot of damage can be done. Mata, one of the best waylays in the world, looking to try to squeeze his way forward. XLG willing to give up a little bit of space here, but playing for pretty fast contact.
Up and over the check in the dugout. Will just take that refract out the safety. Gets a spot on the one. So Raga going to be noted, but he's going to be able to find Ethan at the same time. Kiko going to be answering back. Raga now going to be taking down Lysor. Eliminated as well. So we get brought into a 3v3. And now a 3v2. Kiko, a solid shot. Displaces Leo. It's Happy Way and No Man to try to get this retake going, but now you start becoming less favored with this Outlaw in play. But Mata, if he's just going to give you an angle like that, then hell yeah, you can find value. Rock will have that cover. Swing around the back. Happy Way. Once again, able to get that spike down onto the floor. Some minor damage suffered here by Brock. Quick clear of the recon. He doesn't have any additional utility. Trying to play his way back in, but Brock will just stand tall. Finds a 3K, and we're just going to be ping-ponging back and forth as NRG once again get the lead.
What a call here to go for the force-up. And the trades are really nice for NRG. A great bait and switch from Mata to tee up Kiko there over at Flowers. That was really nice. Use those sound cues a little bit against XLG. And they fell for it when the smoke dissipated, but No Man will have his Blade Storm coming into this round. Only a Spectre for Leo. No kills found just yet. Leo at times was just an absolute clutch machine for XLG. Over in China, Scuba and Ethan as well, just on the submachine guns.
Down.
A little bit of a spot there, but that's just Ethan trying to sell a bit of a fake, trying to open up some space, but this is what makes this NRG comp so difficult. Two drones on different sides of the map. You're not entirely sure which way they're going, so XLG just going to stand pat with their 3-2.
Mind you, was also able to spot out at least the two players on that A side of the map. Given that the molly had been invested, Mata just trying to dive forward over towards Halls. Gets slowed up by the concuss, but he's quickly wrapping around the back here, looking for Lysor, and we'll be able to have him. Happy Way going to be good for one. Vice is going to be traded out on either side. The cards now going to be called in from Scuba. Trying to make this site retake unassailable. Quick peek in, No Man unable to find anything, burns that tailwind. Widely just have to wait this out. Meanwhile, Raga around the back looks like he's going to be noted, as you do have the jiggle peeks here from Brock. Now they have the full confirmation. Dodge of the stun, the wall to fall. Cosmic Divide no longer in play. Raga getting closer and closer, but it could be Ethan striking out, finding No Man. Leo now dead, and it is all on Raga's shoulders, and he cannot bear the weight. 4 players surviving. NRG now expanding this lead up 3-1.
And this is really nice stuff from NRG in terms of understanding some of their opponent's tendencies and how they can use that against them a little bit. So here they're going to split the initiators, get the info that the Phoenix is over at A. So far, XLG has been showing that they're going to stack their heavy side with the Phoenix. That allows NRG the comfort to keep pushing steadily forward towards this B site. Rely on Mata to be that sharp decision maker, that sharp aimer that he is, to clear that space for you in back alley. And he executes it really, really nicely. Here again, same setup early though for NRG. Doubt they're gonna quite commit to it the same. They're gonna be taking their time, looking for an early pick with Mata's rifle. Got a little bit of backup there to help him just in case. No Man will have the Marshal in his hands. Otherwise, it's just a couple bandits, couple sheriffs. Raga does have his
Okay, we'll be a bit off on that one. So Lysor able to just skirt away over to safety. We'll re-wrap back up in towards that tower position. They continue to scale forward here. Happy Way getting himself a kill, would have the Steel Garden online. Bring this back to parity between the weaponry. And the shock darts are not going to be connecting onto either of these thorns. So the full setup from this defensive vice still going to be intact, as he will get spotted on the corner. But NRG maybe starting to reassess here. As they slow things down, they once again start backpedaling with the spike in hand.
They've given up so much map control for this though. So this is going to be a real mess. XLG, a great counter setup here, anticipating that NRG is going to be forced over towards this B side again, to where Raga is.
Not push these players out into the open. Will be able to displace him from the back. Halston, what a reveal! Unable to clear the dart.
30 seconds
Brock
left.
just lights him up. They collect the eliminations very swiftly after. Spike now to be in play, and Steel Guard be damned, no longer available, and Scuba is watching the flanks. NRG are looking to get this 4th round win on the board in flawless fashion. They will have Mata positioned forward, and they have a very strong idea of where Leo is at.
I'm just going to have to wait him out here, but my word, what timing there from Brock.
Don't want to give him the freebie weapon. Would love to get that conversion pass online, but Mata will just go ahead, slowly slink away back over towards B long, with NRG looking very on point here these last 2 rounds. Very concise. They now have a 3-round lead up. Out in front of XLG, we're going to be struggling as they go back into another bye.
Yeah, and I think this might be a good time for Havoya to call a timeout, because you're going to have a lot of big ults for both teams coming into this. So a really pivotal round in this half is looming already, where you're talking about how there's, you know, 1 away from a convergent pass. Well, guess what? Brock also 1 away from his ult from the Hunter's Fury. Ethan already has the Armageddon. So you're looking at a really strong round for NRG coming up potentially, but on your side, you have the Vice ult, you have Rarga's ult, and you have Lysor's ult, so you've got a bunch to work with. And I think this is a really opportune moment to take a pause, talk about how you want to play this round through, because I almost am a little bit worried for XLG in that round, because I think they might have tipped their hand a little bit with some of those setups. It was a really nice counter to what NRG was doing. They just couldn't get any value out of it because of a well-timed recon dart.
So a lot of things needed to be shored up here. I mean, getting that 1st round win after dropping the pistol, I had to feel just elated here for this squad, but to they not be able to string anything together off the back of that, it has been rough. Let's go look at the Coinbase win condition here, and my eyes are going to No Man. He's continuing to look good. He is the top fragger at the moment for this squad, and now he's going to be having that operator online, so he needs to be getting into solid positions, avoiding this double drone, so they can actually get set up on hard lines to come away with value.
Exactly, and it's going to be something I'm sure that NRG is going to be aware of, keeping track of that economy a bit, thinking that, all right, well, we can use that drone, so is the idea here for XLG going to be kind of ping-ponging the op around the map? Show presence early, clear a drone somewhere. You know, you'll see players jump up on top of that box on long B. I'm pretty sure that's kind of where No Man's thinking right now, to get that early deep angle, so you can clear those drones or clear a player who tries to cut through there and take control of that space early, and then rely on the combo on the other side. Ethan there.
Got grabbed, but he's able to avoid the molly.
Just barely.
Not going to be able to come away with that early value here. Drone just getting the spot out, and we're talking about it, that ping-ponging back and forth, and already it will be the pivot, the operator shifting back across towards this A side of the map. Meanwhile, scale forward. Raga here in Art throwing out that curveball, but the counter flashes in. He and Leo trying to backpedal, but Leo going to get dropped as Kiko comes away with a second. Raga now dead. Lysor able to peel back a single kill as Brock will fall. Just quickly trying to scale in around the back here at Art. Goes into the conflict form though, and the timing is just so catastrophic. Kiko finds that third. No man trying to stay dialed in on this angle. The Thorn's going to be popped. Smada's just boxed into the corner. Smada still down on the floor. Now, NRG still with that player advantage, but they're looking to take it away as Happyway starts to try to swing forward, but it's going to be Kiko taken out. As No Man finds him on that stair side. Checks around the back, very suspicious about a potential lurk through water, but none to be found. So Spike is going to be in hand for Scuba.
You've evened the numbers up, so you have to be a little bit cautious here, have to be a little bit smart. NRG tapping, looking for a response. XLG happy to wait this out.
Now they have to commit to it. Mata just looking for that timing swing out of the Nebula, shifts away, and Happyway will be able to collect the kill. XLG looking good to secure this unless Scuba can come away with another Red Bull clutch. The peek in, and now Happyway will hold his own. A solid shot into the defuse. XLG double up.
No, this is really nice stuff for XLG. And exactly what I was kind of hoping for out of this round, to see that op moving around, being really proactive from the get-go, not getting any contact at long B. You're taking control of that orb. You're forcing the hand of NRG to the other side. And even though it looks a little bit shaky here for a moment, because No Man is able to get there with that operator in time, he's able to hold the line and stall NRG out. So I'd say, if anything, it's a little bit concerning here for NRG at times because they're dropping that spike early. They're having a tough time like finding their footing to get those plants down, to get into post plants sometimes. So that's something that maybe,
oh boy,
a lot of these ults, and of course.
Yeah, Brock is bringing out the Odin. Let's see what kind of value he's going to be able to get out of this. It's something that he's not been leaning into quite as much so far this year.
He just had to prove that he could do it.
Yeah.
With anything. He's literally great with every gun that's in his hands. He has been absolutely stellar. One of the best players we have at this event so far.
Shock darts again, falling shy of the mark, unable to scout out this Vice util. It's just a bit of a change up here from Happyway to try to slow down the approach. Initial bait out on the wall. Kiko at the ready. We'll just be investing that Steel Garden for now. XLG going to be zoned away as they look to try to get their players in position for a swift retake. Are being placed. They run it back now in play. Raga gonna try to see if he can swing the corner, clear anything out. Meanwhile, the Armageddon's gonna be called in over towards that tower side. Cosmic Divide gonna be invested. Ethan eliminated. Happyway able to find that headshot, but look at the lurk forward from Mata. He's able to intercept. Obviously, Leo turns back though, and Lysor strikes him down as well as Kiko. The defuse now going to be interrupted. Nearly taking a half. Counter concuss gonna be sent through. They're gonna look to just try to stick this one, and Lysor's got him covered. The defuse is in. And XLG with 3 players surviving, nipping at the heels of NRG, just one round away from tying it up again as Lysor secures the 4K.
Massive round from Lysor. And a massive round for XLG, because both teams invest a lot of ults into this, and they're the ones who come through with the victory. Yes, you're gonna use that, finally use that Phoenix ult, and it gets a ton of value. You've got Lysor's ult for the post plant, and he makes the most of it, nullifying that Odin by getting it stuck behind that wall so it can't just spam through. Really, really nice stuff, and able to absorb the pressure of the Armageddon hit early. That's a tremendous round here for XLG.
We'll take a look at the Coinbase win condition now for NRG. Those coffers are being emptied here. Cash starting to get a little bit wonky. See Scuba buying down to 0. Brock at 150, unable to bring another Odin into this round unless Ethan wants to pass it over, but certainly felt like NRG were starting to run away with this map after breaking free. XLG showing that they have that perseverance. They do have the skill. I mean, they've made it to this global stage so many times. They want revenge. If you can find the victory here on NRG's map pick, you're going to be very well slated with Lotus on the horizon.
Well, it almost feels like it should be their time because they've been here so many times. Yes, they got through one time at Champions in the playoffs, but in general, they've struggled. They've been grouped every other time. And this is a team who's got shooters, they've got fraggers, they've got a good coach, they've got good ideas, but when they get to the big stage, in my opinion, it felt like they weren't playing with that same gusto, that same confidence that they had in China. Just a little bit of control here. Ethan doesn't want to mess with it too much. OMEN trying to find as deep of an angle as he can for that operator, and he will be given that space. So XLG can have a pretty good idea of this. Prowler not going to find anything, so Rarga going to feel comfortable to scoop up the orb and back off, but that's NRG's go signal. They're saying, okay, let's get in there.
Salvo out. Ethan just going to be caught on that. They have the reveal, but just unable to get onto the angle fast enough to really find a punish. Lana just going to eat a little bit, pushing past, wrapping around box, and will not be able to find much of anything, but look at the stack from XLG. 4 players in position. It's just OMEN alone over at B-Long with that operator. Is NRG going to try to up the pace here, but pretty decently favored for XLG. Initial volley of util, nothing going to be found. Saturate chucked into the back. Mana facing forward, trying to take that fight. Will end up losing his life, but the rest of his team picking up the pieces. Leo needing to deliver, but he cannot. Will just get picked apart, and now that operator to be saved. The timeout call looking good for NRG, who managed to persevere despite this stack from XLG.
Yeah, that is crazy good coordination here from NRG. The read is there. They are thoroughly countered about as well as XLG can manage in that round. But it did not matter. I mean, again, Mata giving his life for the cause. That's why you have to love him as a player. He'll just walk in and absorb some of that pressure to tee up the others behind him for success, and they knock it out of the park this round. OMEN just going to be trying to hold on to this op. Looks like he's going to be given the opportunity. Scuba was kind of trying to suss him out over on the defender side of the map, but he is nowhere to be found. Scuba will be one away from his ult. Leo will have the Nightfall coming in to the next round. Just everybody there knows their job on NRG. Ethan's right there to back up Mata. Brock's watching their backside. Kiko's got Ethan's back. That's just beautiful setups there. Great protocols.
Still though, these 2 key figures on XLG that have not been able to get the ball rolling. Leo got his first kill on the board in that previous round. Finally has his first Nightfall of this half. But Rarga's right there with him. 1 in 7.
Take flight.
For a player who should be dominating on this global stage. I need to see that activation sooner rather than later, as Lysor will just catch that straight dart through, but can backpedal out to safety.
It's always been the tragic story of Rarga, is he's slow to start at internationals. As good as he is domestically, when he finds the global stages, he just doesn't seem to find that success. And hopefully he can start getting it turned around here. As that operator, I was thinking, oh man, once XLG got that in their hands, it was really starting to turn around, but NRG able to flip things around a bit in that previous one. Getting a big win, getting the spot there is Scuba, but not able to find any damage onto Lysor.
But here comes the exec. Saturate out, Mata just gonna go diving forward once again. In towards Halls, clears it, doesn't see anything, but Ethan will be catching a bullet as Lysor's able to find a kill as well. Scuba gonna be taken down, but Kiko holding his own. Lurching forward into that smoke, comes away with 2 eliminations, bringing it back into a 3v3. The Nightfall now to be invested as Brock is isolated back at Halls, does still have that spike in hand. Not willing to go for the commit yet, and Mata trying to get this rewrap on tower, but Rarga does shut him down, and he's anticipating this second layer from Kiko. He cannot stop him. 3 kills online, should be dead on this swing, but he still comes away with a 4th. Brock gets the finisher, and NRG now moving up 6-3.
Well, Kiko again was instrumental for NRG in the run. Yes, Brock has been tremendous throughout all of stage 1, but Kiko came alive as Americas went on. And this is him. He wins this round for them. This is a great read in some ways from XLG. They get a couple early kills and they want to try to just shut the door on the round, but Kiko had other thoughts. And then they use that Nightfall, and Rarga reads that really well. He understands that that Nightfall didn't hit anybody. There's a possibility they get behind me, and he reads it, but then Kiko just there to clean up the mess. Blade Storm again, but a crunch being set up in towards mid, and nobody going to be knocking for NRG. They're taking their time. That Vice Flash again set up to counter that Phoenix Flash if they try to push through. Kiko, though, starting to feel the heat.
And just a slow drift back around the corner, looking to join in with the rest of the team. Taking firm control over this A main position. That Flash going to be getting the confirmation, so the wall now going to be set up. Will be a quick trip from Raga. Is Mata nearby enough? Will start going his separate ways. Double back through Art. NRG considering a pivot. No, looks like it will just be a quick check around behind on that flank, but XLG now getting players in a position to re-crunch through that Art side.
Done a great job dodging a lot of the confirmed information here, but Leo down to 1 HP. Have his work cut out for him there at Secret.
Still does have that haunt available, but he sends it out early before the exec has really come through. Saturate over to the stairs. The dive in from Mata. Gets the spot out here. Wants to try to go ahead and pick apart this final kill. Will be able to do it as WS Leo gets taken down. Re-swings back into the site, and they're just not really paying attention to him. He's able to find a second, but Lysor and NoMan able to peel back a little bit of the pressure, but now it'd have to be a monstrous clutch from NoMan with these knives in hand. Swings out, finds the first, gets back around the wall, looking for that kill on Mata, but he cannot find it. Mata collecting 3 as NRG lock up a lead at the half, 7-3, and potentially could balloon this up to 9.
This wall here just doesn't really give a lot of space. The Cosmic Divide sort of cuts XLG off. They don't have much information. They're just trying to flood through the choke, and
He can't hit me when I do that, bro. You can't hit me. You can't hit me.
I don't think he can hit him.
I'm not so sure. He seemed pretty confident, but now you're back into the ult cycle for NRG.
2 more rounds to be played. Steel Guard and to take away these fresh weapons that XLG going to be trying to cling to. Another convergent paths available as well. For now, drone forward, checking around towards the back of that Art box. Doesn't see anything, and NRG immediately just storm forward, claiming this space as their own.
Confirmation of the Vice Wall, and they're just going to keep pushing forward.
Gets collected, Ethan 2 away from having an Armageddon. That's going to be the convergent paths sent through. That's right around that corner, but Mata overstepping, ends up getting shut down as Happyweight comes alive. 2 quick kills found from Brock and Kiko both will get eliminated, but Ethan able to peel back a little bit of that pressure. The dive forward, the full flash connecting. Will be the snapback on the ultimate, but Ethan at 13 HP, as good as he is, I don't see him clutching his way out of this one. Spam towards dugout, will just grab up the Odin, but Leo counter sprays through, finds it, and XLG looking to try to fight back, secure a 5th round win in this half. So they make it up to 4.
And again, I feel like NRG kind of committing a little bit ahead of where they need to. Yeah, you have the convergent pass, but Raga dodges it and is there to back up his teammate. Oh my goodness, Happyway. That was pretty nasty. I will say this, XLG can put on a show with their flicks. Saw it time and again in China. Now you're getting to see it here on the global stage. See if they can get another one, make this 7-5, then you make me a believer.
Scale forward.
Ooh, this is
checking that club side. If the counter swing comes in, he will be absolutely dead. NoMan continuing to try to scale, and there it is. It's just a matter of time before they find him, and Mata will quickly connect with his skull. Peek in, sees Happyway on the other side, but just cannot get that off the sing. Steel Garden now to be invested here as Happyway desperately trying to backpedal out, survives with 15 health. NRG able to try to push forward and take control of this site, but WS Leo, he's got that Odin and he's using it against Brock. Brings it back into a 4v4, but the spike now in play. NRG looking for this 8th round win. XLG needing to get this retake going, but if you're just going to continue to spray and pray and be rewarded for it, then hold down M1, Leo. Push out over the top, but Kiko, oh, they all just line up for him. Looking for the 4K, now needs it. Flash set up, they're swinging from Raga, and he will be able to sit him down. The fuse is in, and XLG rescue the half by getting up to 5.
I mean, this is so encouraging to see XLG shooting their way out of some bad situations. The early pressure that NRG is able to create there, really brilliant. They know that they've got Happyway isolated in back alley, so they throw the ultimate, they throw the Tejo salvos at the door to try to keep him pinned in. He just barely squeaks through. They give up some space. but it's the confidence. This is exactly what you want to see from XLG.
Rescuing this half in a pretty big way. If they can find the opening pistol, then who knows? Maybe they can just get themselves right back into this one. And RG, though, for the moment, still going to be out in front. But let's go ahead and send it over to Frankie as we go to the halftime. She's standing by with Valen and Trent.
I've found G2's Trent and Valen, and first of all, I've got an incredibly important question. Valen, tell me about the English breakfast you had yesterday. How would you rate it?
Fry up?
Yeah, the fry up, man.
Actually, beans on toast wasn't too bad. It surprised me.
How did it surprise you?
It was like a little sweet, like the bread's good, you know. I don't know, much more than that.
Well, listen, you guys seem to be scouting out NRG because you guys sometimes get being accused of being region merchants in G2. Are you now determined to be NRG now we're here in London on international soil?
Yeah. I mean, we're just watching to see what they do, really. We want to see the atmosphere of the game and the arena, the fans, everyone here in London. We're just trying to scope it out.
How would you rate the atmosphere so far?
Oh, it's been great. I mean, all the fans are seeing us. They're all being friendly, so it's awesome so far.
Are you nervous about the prospect of potentially going up against European teams, given that we're in Europe?
No, I want to hear the European crowd. I want to face Vitality. I wish Fnatic was here, but they're not. RIP Boaster. But yeah, I mean, all the UK players, I'm down to play. Benji, Fishy, it'll be insane on stage.
Valen, do you like being the bad boy?
50-50, you know, only on the dance floor.
Only on the dance floor. Gosh, we're a few weeks away from the after party. And now what's the plan? You've got about 6 days before we see you play on that stage.
We're just working on ourselves right now. We don't know who we're going to play, so we're just kind of fixing our own mistakes and watching our games back and scrimming.
Who do you want to play?
Ooh. Honestly, anybody. We're ready for everyone.
Ready for everyone. Well, you've got the time to be ready.
Wait, sorry?
What did you say? Repeat yourself.
Oh, I said bring it on.
Bring it on.
Nico,
you
Benji,
heard the man.
Vitality, bring it on. We want you and Global Esports.
Oh, all right then. Well, we'll see you in a week, boys.
I always love the vibes that they bring out here to the arena, even if they're not playing on the stage at the moment. We'll get ready to go into the second half. 7-5, NRG out in front. But it was a bit of a rocky start into some stability, but a solid rally back from XLG.
Yeah, I mean, a few of these rounds, it just felt like maybe individual players and NRG were going to take over, but XLG actually had similar scenes. You know, you saw great plays from the likes of Lysor, Happyway, OMEN, and then there at the end, Rarga coming alive. I hope that's a sign of things to come here on this attacker side, because NRG, one of the best defender side teams we have in the world. So this is always going to be a tough task. The thing that always concerned me about XLG watching them in the lead up to this event is if they can get the ball rolling on the attacker side, they're fearsome. They're so scary. They're keeping you on your back foot. They're not making a ton of mistakes. But if you give them if they give their opponents a little bit of breathing room, they can get into early ops, things like that, then all of a sudden things really start to slow down and start to shut down for them. And like the desk was talking about before this is a very slow attacker side team. They really like to take their time. And NRG surely aware of it. This is kind of interesting though. Leo trying to sell a little bit of a fake here.
The push forward, clearing out that vice wall, the swing in. Kiko just kind of dancing around it. They both get dinked, but it's going to be WS Leo taken down. Kiko holding his own. Scoop on that quick little corner check. Get the spot out, seeing no man. Should give solid enough information to NRG that this is where the spike is intended to rest. Dash forward, and he's trying to disrespect the salvo. He eats an immense amount of damage for that. Well, flashed out, but on the reswing, Raga will be able to strike him down. But loses his life as Kiko again able to find another elimination. They are just running all over them. NRG just sprint their way back into the site, and suddenly it's Happyway, and he just doesn't have the health nor the shots to make it happen. NRG finding themselves another pistol win as they move up 8-5.
This just felt a little too slow from XLG. I think if they're a little bit more pacey with this B hit behind the fake sell from Leo on the other side of the map here, I think they can actually get into a plant situation, maybe even get into a post plant, but this takes so long to formulate that NRG goes, no one's coming behind Leo. I think we can start rotating the other way pretty quickly, and like you said, they get a visual confirmation as well, and they're very fast to move to that B site and bail out Scuba, and they do. And their crossfires, their entries, that's where NRG is at their best, man. They're so well disciplined.
Let's see if they can work some of that thrifty magic again to try to jumpstart the second half. Rock just trying to get these kills through. Will still find plenty of damage dealt. Dashboard, the spam back in, and Raga going to be caught as he's able to find one. OMEN will be able to get the kill, but cannot collect the weapon. Immediately will get taken down. Spike in play, just classics to try to make a go of this, and Mata going to be re-clearing this angle, anticipating the position, and locks onto that second shot. Heavyweight now down.
Not ready.
Spray and pray through, and oh, Lysor gets spotted, and he's lucky to be alive. Might not last too much longer, though. Does manage to find a timing, making this a little bit more costly. Is okay, Brock. Bit over-eager there. Jumps forward, and that will be 3 players dead, but the round still goes the way of NRG.
Yeah, maybe, again, a little bit shaky here for NRG despite the round win. You're pretty happy with that damage as XLG. You took 3 guns away. You're able to do a little bit of damage. I mean, this is pretty good stuff, and you caught NRG on some really awkward timings with those pops out of the smoke up towards Art.
One enemy.
And eventually, sure, NRG gets there. Kiko with another multi-kill round. He is going absolutely berserk. 20 and 10 right now. But it still feels a little off-kilter for NRG. It just doesn't feel like they're quite comfortable in some of their decision-making and some of their coordination between their players. At times, they look great. At other times, it feels like they're not all on the same page just yet.
And this is a really weak bonus, just the 2 Guardians. The Sheriff and a Ghost to try to get a little bit more oomph there, but they're going to have their work cut out for them if they want to try to convert this one. As Raga just going to be playing Orb Collection, 1 away from that run it back. They're drifting away. This is the lighter side, but no real scouting done on this A side of the map. So now they're going to be re-wrapping back across, but it looks like NRG are making a call for a pivot as again. WS Leo sending that Prowler forward gets NRG interested.
They're going to have a pretty good read on this here pretty shortly. Ethan saw enough. They kind of understand that there could be Art pressure. So NRG lining up to try to defend the A site, trying to keep XLG corralled on that side of the map as best as they can. Lysor, though, he still hasn't seen anything, but they're confident to make this rotate. This is a crazy read from XLG.
Might just be rewarded, but we do have that final boss on the other side, Kiko. He's been holding his own this entire map, and now Mata looking to play intercept this WS Leo. He's making all the noise in the world. Mata just trying to find this timing. Will trip the wall, and it's a shot right to the back of the head. Leo dropped. Run it back now, committed to the up and over. They look to try to take this whole position. Kiko, however, lying in wait, is still able to find one. He's in with this one, but Rocket push forward over towards that street side, is able to intercept, finding a kill on Amana. Spike now, committed to, is Ethan strafing out, gets right on top of that Molly, it looked like, and still is able to find the shot of the Rocket. Scuba, he gets happy way, and Brock takes down Lysor. Weaponry be damned, NRG once again coming out on top. Completely unfavored going into this. They will hit double digits as they convert the bonus.
That could be the nail in the coffin here for map 1 of Masters London. Just a nice read from Mata. Able to tuck himself into the window. Wait the players of XLG out, catches the rotate. It's similar to the pistol round here for XLG, and NRG has a suspicion of it where it's going to be WS Leo all on his own. They've been trying to sell some fakes, but the thing about XLG is they like to play a lot of 4-1. It's not always the same players in that 1-4. That's kind of the trickery they're going to try to impose on you. But if you can get the read early on where that 1 is, you know where the 4 is, and you can make good ideas, good reads, good rotates off of that. That's exactly what NRG's been doing here.
And now you've got that outlaw back in the hand here from Mata. Just looking to give them fits as it's a couple Sheriffs, some Bandits, and a Stinger for XLG to try to pull off what now starts to feel like a miracle.
To make matters worse, you used your first Phoenix all to the half there in that previous round as well for XLG, so now you're back to trying to accumulate orbs for Raga. Overstacking in towards mid. Ethan gonna be just doing a little bit of check of that, but it's just gonna come down to timing and some shots here for XLG if they can clear some space.
Pop flash out, Ethan. Just trying to layer in that stun, has the salvo as well to intercept him and hold him at bay at stairs. So this sees Molly getting committed over towards dugout, but no one home for that to connect onto. Still slowing this approach, a spray and pray from Ethan through that nebula, is able to find No Man, so Jet now eliminated. Stinger will get recollected, Raga has that in hand. So it looks like they want to try to fight forward over towards Secret side, but won't be able to really get a go of that. Meanwhile, Happyway, unnoted so far. Eventually have some damage, but the rest of his team is getting picked to pieces as Raga gets taken down here on the site. Leo tagged up low. Swing in the corner. Second shot will be able to find the elimination on Kiko, but there's a lineup as Mana gets a collat. And now it is just Happyway, and he cannot do a damn thing about it. A 3K for Mana, 11 rounds for NRG.
Love some of the wrinkles in the defensive setups we're seeing here from NRG, in particular in how they're rotating to counter XLG when they're going for their plants, and it's Mata who's kind of all over the map here. You're setting players, that are trailing behind the XLG players as they're going for flanks, so they have kind of counter moves already built in. They're doing a really good job of tracking those extra players of XLG to make sure that they're accounted for. So far, a flawless defender's half. Now you're into the Odin, now you're into the Op, now you're into ults for NRG to make matters worse here for XLG. Challenging round. If they can get this one, it's going to take a while to get there, but I start to feel like maybe they can rattle something together. They're going to get underneath Mata's nose.
There's the spot out, and there's the kill, Raga. Early shutdown found, but Scuba be the real one to try to spring this trap, but strips back a recheck on this long position. Not going to be rewarded with a sightline. Right, very much anticipating this position though from Noman. Plays the anti-flash, just waiting for that peek. And there it is, but what a shot. Quick clearance, Noman. Keeping them in with a player advantage. Now the tailwind forward. Kiko still going to be fighting back. However, as Raga's going to be taken down. Re-swings back through holes, but Noman flushes him out. Now just Brock and Ethan, latter of which does have this read on the flank. Will be able to intercept and get the kill here on the Happyway. Now that it's brought into a 2v3, Ethan says no, re-wrap back towards B site. We can get this retake going.
Got plenty of cash. I think this is well worth a try at this point.
No salvos, to still have that stun, a shock dart and a recon available now that Brock arrives on the scene. Will just be the clear of that dart over at long. Shock dart, unable to find anything, but it does get the push forward onto Leo. It's taken low, but XLG going to be able to clean things up. A massive round from Noman, gets himself to 3K and keeps XLG afloat.
This is really solid stuff. Again, they're using that little timing window they have off the back of the smoke to get underneath Mata. And this is a huge win for XLG because, again, going back to their domestic, kind of appearances that they had, the operator was often where they started to stumble on their attacker side. Going up against it seemed to cause them problems. Here they had a game plan early to shut it down. Now, yes, there's enough money, again, for NRG to buy into it. But signs of life and a few ults to toy around with as well here. XLG.
Get very messy very quickly. They run it back nearly there. Lysor as well. One charge off having that Cosmic Divide available.
Brony's down.
And there's 7 ults. Ready to be brought forward into this round.
It's going to be a bit dicey. Make sure that they can get every last ounce out of it as they squeeze through. Arga going to be taking that run it back over now towards the other side of the map, but Mata posted up so deep with that operator.
And this is allowing for all of NRG to continue to lean towards B.
So now you got to make
in the right position, and it looks like Leo again is going to be trying to just maybe sell this fake, but it might just end up costing him his life. Haunt out should be able to tuck away from this one. There's the peak, but no, Mana going to be delayed on the shot. In fact, eats an immense amount of damage. Wheel away at down to 39. And now he's got to be suspicious. This flank is going to be coming through from that art side. Drone from Brock, however, will be able to find a good timing, getting the spot out as there's the ult commit from Raga. Reveal coming through, and it's going to be the Thorns actually to be able to snap him back. Meanwhile, Steel Garden going to be traded out here. A stalemate, but Blazewall set up as Raga tries to escort them forward. They're trying to get Spike in play. It's 12 seconds remaining. They cannot lose this one to the clock. Noman able to find that knife through. Ethan going to be struck down. Kiko, however, still continuing to try to hold this. The time isn't there. Trying to commit to it now as Shockdet's going to go layered in. He will be able to try to get that in play, but it's just not there. They waited way too long. XLG have absolutely shipped it up the river. They just sink.
Oh my.
No paddles, no flotation, no life vests, and no round win.
Yeah, the boat's full of holes. Oh. Just barely, but
What?
that one's incredibly frustrating. They had a pretty good chance there to at least get the plant through and force NRG into a bad situation. Instead,
they committed so many ultimates.
Yeah.
Everything other than this Cosmic Divide used to no avail. That is a heartbreaker of a round here. It's XLG. They need 6 in a row to try to take this into overtime. Otherwise, I think it's best to just start focusing forward on your map pick of Lotus. It's coming up next.
this round, NRG just spreads out, gives them a little bit of space. Happy wait, finds the timing. Oh, he can't get the kill.
And that could be a critical miss. Scuba staying alive means that he's going to be able to offer up that Astra util, and then he can still absolutely find damage. At the same time, No Man Lysor now going to be picked to pieces. A 3v5 to try to hold out, to keep this map going. But a peek in, it's going to be Happyway eliminated. Scuba will be finished off as Somali. He's able to find him. Mata up and over the top, maybe getting the spun of these players here at backside. But Ethan just puts his life on the line, sets it up for Kiko, who will be able to collect it. 13-6, NRG take the opening map over XLG here at Masters London.
First half looked a little bit shaky for NRG, but they came back with a vengeance on their defender's side, really shutting the door on XLG there, and off the back of a tremendous start to Masters London for the hometown hero of Kiko. Beautiful stuff from him, 26 kills to kick off the event.
A massive performance from him, but that's exactly what XLG need. They're going back to more familiar territory with Lotus next. Will it be enough? We'll find out after the break.
Here we go again.
Wrong way.
I gotta be me. I gotta be me. The dream that I see makes me what I am.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
A clean win for Energy on map of Pearl now. Bunker, you guys are 1-3 on Pearl in Americas, but that one win really stood out. With some people still being surprised at the fact that you picked Pearl. What gave you the comfortability picking it today?
We've liked the map for a long time now. It works against certain opponents, and when we feel like we want to play Pearl, then we're just going to play Pearl, and it's a lot easier now with no Neon on the server.
Okay, thank you. And Triple Sentinels might be a potential pick from your opponent's next map. Are you guys ready for that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be fun. We played Lev again. We played against Lev in Americas when I played Triple Senti. We got some good information on them, so it's going to be a good match.
Right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very first map of VCT London complete. We asked why Pearl and Energy answered on the server.
Yeah, but I think the translation there from Bunker is, we didn't think XLG were that great at Pro, so that's why we picked it. Not because they were so confident in themselves. That's my translation of that coach interview anyway.
He said certain teams, and this is a certain team.
Yeah, a certain team, but not a very good Pro team is what he was saying.
It was more nonchalant than that, I think. I think he was like, oh yeah, we woke up today and decided that we wanted to play Pearl, which is the kind of confidence you need coming into a global event.
I'm just saying, that's the coach brain. I know that wavelength. I know what he's doing.
All right, okay. I mean, you guys can tell us what you think there. But we were looking a little bit at round 8. XLG looked like they were struggling a bit. They were giving a lot of space to NRG there in the early rounds.
Yeah, I think one that we wanted to speak about was round 8, because we were kind of discussing like how are XLG going to play this map in particular, and one of the things that we wanted to highlight here was the fact that Noman was getting such deep positionings with that operator on the jet. We see it in round 8, we saw it in round 9 as well, except it was the A main positioning. But Minnie, it was actually the resistance coming out from XLG not actually wanting to play forward and kind of conceding all of that space to NRG's site execs.
Yeah, like here XLG had full information on the map. They stacked the A side of the map very passively, concede all that space, and NRG are able to just walk onto the site. And that was the theme of the day, was that NRG were, I think, quite obvious in their intentions, and it didn't matter because XLG weren't battling them at all. They let the red carpet roll out for NRG, and when you do that with a team like NRG, they're just going to take it every single day.
And not only that, I mean, sometimes you make small mistakes like that, but they compound, and on top of that, Kiko, absolutely on fire. There is definitely a hometown buff going on.
Yeah, on fire, but we didn't get to see him on the Phoenix this time around. It was, of course, that Vise. And I think, as you kind of mentioned, being here on home soil, being able to have that home buff as well, I think that considering the numbers that he was being able to put up, considering we didn't even get to see that defensive setups, he was doing a lot of this on the attack, Minnie.
Yeah, on the attack side, you can see there with the space that XLG are giving, Kiko is in those sites just cleaning up those floods coming in. And when you give a player like Kiko with these mechanics, that room and that comfortability to just do his thing, he is going to deliver. 350 ACS for his debut at London. That is a great sign for this team.
Yeah, lots of high hopes for Kiko and NRG right now. This is a really good trajectory. But give us some hope for XLG here.
For XLG, we're going on to their favored map. Like, I think that should be enough. No, I think that, you know, domestically they were super dominant on this map, and I think that going into this, that's good. I think I'm a little bit worried because, of course, Americas do play a very good Lotus as well. But I think my hope is that, you know, XLG will be able to come into this one with a bit of confidence.
I think all the analysts I've spoken to are the ones rubbing their hands at this matchup. The idea of XLG's Lotus. When we talk about map pool, I think Lotus, XLG, they just go together right now. I have similar worries that I do really like NRG's Lotus as well, but I think that what that's going to provide is a much higher standard of play on this map. And Pearl was okay. I think Lotus now is where we ramp into some really world-class Valorant.
Well, just now, you know, Jen was having a chat with the coach there, and he didn't seem too flustered or bothered at all, you know, going into the triple Senti comp of XLG.
Yeah, I think that was something that I flagged when we saw the map video, was how often do you actually get reps against a composition such as this, considering it's something that's a little more unfamiliar. And, like, yes, we do see teams pick it up a couple here and there across different regions. And, I mean, he seems as though he feels pretty confident going up against that.
Yeah, so XLG's composition, triple Senti, it's a checkmate type of composition. competition. It is going to checkmate teams that don't have good theory on the map, but NRG do. And what I mean by that is they have the Sage wall, they have the Deadlock wall on that defense. They're going to put them down in the mid-round. If you don't do your due diligence of breaking those walls, then they're going to stack sites. On attack side, lots of post-plant utility there. So if you don't fight them early, or if you don't hold the sites very well, then the post plant is where XLG is going to shine with this composition.
Well, I'm definitely curious what XLG thinks, so let's hear what Havoya has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Havoya of XLG. Havoya, we see you guys sticking to that aggressive play style with high tempo. Can you quickly tell us about the decision behind putting Rarga on the Phoenix and Nomen on the Jet?
Actually, after the meta change, because Riot has fixed Neon and Whaley, we decided to stick to double duels because we are very comfortable with that playstyle, and we let our players choose the roles they want. So I think Nomen and Raga feels fine on Phoenix and Jet, sorry. So that's why we choose it.
We could see that Rarga and also Nomen were warming up to the stage towards the end of the game as well. You guys talked about the importance of confidence. Lotus is coming up next. It's been a strong map for you with triple Sentinels. What are your expectations?
To be honest, Lotus is the map that we are more confident than others. So I hope it's going to be a different result, and I just want to show our real potential on this map.
Thank you so much, and best of luck.
I mean, what are you guys thinking about that there?
Well, interesting that it was like they gave the option to the players themselves to choose that. Very interesting. I think that I personally would have expected the other way around, but I think that having No Man as that pure entry and then the kind of Raga to clean things up makes a lot of sense. It just didn't work today.
Yeah, I think it's nice because something that you'd highlighted at the start of show, Mini, was that you want to see these players loosening up and being able to just go in and take those gunfights. And I think allowing them to slot onto agents that they feel most comfortable on and being able to give them that freedom and that choice to do so is hopefully a good sign for them to perform well at this global event.
This is not the first time XLG is here on the global stage. They are an Ascension team, but they've worked on a lot of things now, so you can see how they're changing things up, giving the players a little bit more flexibility, and they are going to be going into a very comfortable map.
Yes, very standard approaches for both these teams, what we expected. Mada on the Raze now on Lotus, but the key thing here is XLG's triple Sentinel composition. As I said before, on the defense side, weirdly not as strong. If NRG do their homework and are going around the map slowly breaking all this utility, I think XLG will struggle. But on the attack side is where the composition comes alive. If XLG are able to get onto sites, they got all these walls, slows, they got tripwires, they got everything to stop the retakes. And the question is, will NRG be able to disrupt XLG, or are they going to bring the fight to XLG?
Yeah, I think the key thing here as well is XLG sticking with the composition that they played regionally. I think for NRG, they've decided to swap out that Neon for the Raze here from Mada. I'm intrigued to see how they utilize the kind of utility that Raze has to help break out that utility that XLG will have when we're speaking about the Sentinels.
The key player for me in this game is going to be Scuba. I think on this attack side with the Viper, it's a lot easier now with the new Lotus to lurk out on that route. I want to see him being more confident in his individual form to be able to go out and break some of this utility. And when it flips on defense, he's going to have a big job of holding that C site down with that Vice utility and Viper Orb. He's struggling a little bit in Americas right now with that hold, and it's a crucial hold against this XLG composition. He's going to have weird Sage rules being kind of used against him, against his utility, and he's going to have to have done his homework and be very confident in that C hold.
Well, speaking of confidence, this is what we're going to be needing from XLG, that mental reset going into map 2 here. Of course, they want to push the series here to the next map, but can they actually do it at this point, or will they crumble once more, Billy?
I don't want them to be able to crumble right here, right now, right? Obviously, it's first series into your global event, but I think that they can definitely have a lot of confidence coming into this, knowing that it's a great map for them regionally, knowing that they are so great with this composition. And I think as well, it's just needing to see that excitement, that confidence coming through on the stage, not letting those nerves get to you. I think that we already kind of highlighted how good their composition is going to be if they manage to get into those post-plant situations as well. Rarga, we already highlighted as well. It doesn't matter what agent you put him on. Yes, he might have had a quieter first map, but I think coming into this second one, we need to see that coming through.
We definitely want to see it. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'm right there with you. I want to see XLG rally back into this and push this to a map 3. London, what do you think? Do you want to see this go to map 3? Well, let's see if they can deliver on that. NRG thus far Dominant in these pistol rounds.
They're playing it really close to the vest here. Our XLG haven't given up. They haven't fought for much of the space, I should say. They're just kind of playing like they did on Pearl here a bit. They're absorbing some of the pressure. They still have a lot of util in the back pocket. They still have the Sage wall. They still have the deadlock wall.
Plenty of util going to be exchanged here on either side. As Mata just getting spammed down. Taken low, the jump beacon, yep. VS Leo going to be able to find that opening kill.
Oh, love this wall.
Holding him in place, the net as well. Getting a massive grab, swinging the corner. WS Leo able to find a second now, and Raga getting involved. The cleanup is swift, and that is a flawless pistol for XLG to kick off their map pick.
This is absolutely beautiful. They've got so many layers behind this that NRG is just struggling to try to piece together as this goes through. Nice hold by Leo. He has been stellar on this map. Had one of the nastiest 2Ks against DRG here in the lower finals, but him and Raga going to combine, but it's all off the back of No Man's deadlock wall. That sealed the deal. That sealed NRG's fate. And that sealed the first round win for XLG, who now are going to commit a little bit more earlier here. A lot of trips over on the B site. Deeper trip going to be placed here by Happyway. Mata right around the corner, just waiting this through. The one-way set up for him by Lysor. And NRG just going to try to brute force their way through.
Just trying to get those taps going through. Tripwire will get cleared out. Quick pivot's going to be made from XLG as they shift 2 more players over to this C side of the map. Cage going to be disrespected. The wall now going to go up, though, and that completely separates a lot of the players here from NRG. Trying to slide their way forward into this one, but it's going to be Brock and Ethan taken down. Scuba unable to find anything at all as No Man just sprays and prays with that Spectre. And Point Blank is going to be favored every single day of the week. They're looking for back-to-back flawlesses. Won't be able to get it. Kiko will find one, but that's a 2-0 start for XLG.
Gotta like what you're seeing so far. These reactive plays that XLG has here. You know, Happyway not going to stick around too long. Doesn't give up his life early. Waits for the reinforcements. Confirms that they're going to be coming his direction. The quick rotates come through. The wall comes in to cut apart NRG. And then XLG going to combine forces to seal the deal on that one. You only lose 1 player there. Just No Man in the rounds. You're going to be coming through with a couple Bulldogs, a Spectre, a Marshall, Sheriff for Happyway. There's that Odin early for Brock. That could be a big difference maker here for NRG as this goes through. Going to be able to break some of those walls a little bit quicker. And with that heavy artillery, that is a really high trip.
That's a raise catcher right there.
Cage triggered.
For now, just a little bit of poke and prod, but no real commitment. Will just be the orb taken by Mata. Well over halfway towards that showstopper. Meanwhile, WS Leo, the lurk forward, the swing in the corner. He's able to find one, he gets some damage on the Scuba. He gets himself a second kill as Mata cannot stay alive. With the help of the blind, they will finally take him down, but that is an immense amount of damage as WS Leo looking alive and well on this map compared to the first. Now suddenly NRG very much at risk of giving over this bonus conversion.
And these walls are always a little tricky. You got to be careful. Arga's not on top of him, so Kiko going to be double checking just to make sure there's no possibility. They're going to have another flank coming through. They're going to clear the wall as well to put some question marks into XLG's minds. The problem is they have a ton of question marks themselves on the map. NRG has no idea what's going on.
But also look at the setup on B. They can just completely leave that site alone. Tripwire into the double sonic sensors. Meanwhile, Lysor ready to try to shut this down, as the Paranoia will be sent out. Kiko up and over the top, trying to get the spot out here, but Lysor has the read, has the shot, has the kill. And Kiko has absolutely nothing. The round is already over. Raga just going to be trying to get a couple little extra charges here. Will get shut down, but that is a 3-0 start for XLG.
Ooh, and you're going to get the Odin. That's huge. That's huge value. Oh my.
A monstrous way to convert the bonus. XLG looking right as rain and right at home on Lotus. And NRG gonna have to start questioning whether they want to commit a very early timeout into this one. And I think if you drop the next round, yeah, we'll probably will be able to see it ahead of the bye. It's just that one Phantom being carried over in the hands of Scuba.
And it's awesome to see XLG here just giving you so many problems on the map in terms of not only do you have to try to fight your way through some of this Sentinel util, but they're going to start pushing the map. They're going to start taking some of that extra space to try to understand what's going on. And I'm also trying to understand what's going on.
Well, it was a matter of time. Okay, never mind. This is actually a delayed timeout call.
Okay.
Whew.
We're safe.
No need to panic. Pansy's not here yet. We can't be having tech issues, so will be that timeout committed going into what is going to be a massive thrifty attempt for NRG.
We got to make sure she's banned from London until, you know,
yeah, until we're gone.
Yes.
Now, once we're out of here, then you guys are on your own.
Well, I mean, I get this timeout very much. You really got to kind of figure out how you want to work the map a little bit. Are there ways you can break some util, create some problems for XLG and their setups? But XLG so far has been pretty comfy, pretty well able to shut down NRG whenever they've been making any kind of hit. So I think the thing here for me is NRG, I feel like, should have an advantage in terms of taking some early A space and then trying to work the map off of that. I don't know if that's what they talked about in that timeout because this is the eco, but I think as the rifle rounds start to come through again, you might be able to use that to create some more pressure and maybe, you know, have that B swing available from the baby door side instead of just trying to brute force your way up the gut. Instead,
they're spotted quite yet. Cam is still going to be situated. Prowler scouting forward.
Not going to be many question marks about this. The trip's back up there again. Last round saw the TP up and wasn't there, so this might catch NRG a little off guard.
Orb gets taken. There's the up and over. There's that ping reveal, and Lysor from down below is able to find that elimination. Scuba going to be able to find one, but Noman quickly will trade him out. Solid shot from Kiko. Gets rid of Lysor and brings it back into a 3v3 with some guns to be collected. Trade's going to be found. Spam on that Spectre, not going to be too significant for damage, but does delay going for this plant. So for now, XLG have boxed in NRG. As Brock taking this fight, narrowly will lose it. Raga with the Outlaw finds Kiko. And now it is down to Ethan, and he won't be able to get it started. A second for Raga, a fourth for XLG.
This one felt a little bit more uncomfortable because even though Lysor's got that anti-raise spot, he gets kind of stuck in no man's land underneath all these smokes, trying to find a way to get involved because his teammates are there, but then they're able to get a pause on the round, able to get their pieces into place. And eventually, XLG fights their way through. WS Leo continues to thrive, as he always seems to on this map on the fade. Now, look at it, but XLG is expecting what I was thinking about. This A fight that maybe it was going to be NRG trying to create pressure that way. Instead, they're going to keep trying to test Happyway over here on C. This time, Happyway, no choice but to back through. This was not in their kind of mindset for the call for this round. Odin in play again for Brock on that Vice.
Just the res available for XLG at the moment. If Leo is able to find an elimination, we'll give him that Nightfall. As Spike going to be committed to, and the spam out. That's going to be the kill found. Ethan going to be taken down. Showstopper is there, but it will not fly. Happyway has the shutdown, and look at where the spike is. I think Mata had collected it off the corpse, and he just absolutely shipped it into no man's land. XLG once again shutting down NRG, who cannot even buy a round win thus far on Lotus.
Well, and it's a beautiful little setup they have here because they're going to get the information onto the players that are on top. The showstopper gets ripped, and the Lysor paranoia is perfect. It hits Mata so he doesn't see Happyway up on the Raptors. Beautiful coordination from XLG. They look so comfy with this comp on this map. And NRG just going to continue to dig into this C well, seemingly. It's been thwarted time and time again, and XLG can start. I know.
Surely this is the one.
Fool me once.
Happyway just looking to try to slow them up on this approach, but ultimately we'll have to give up some space. Just pulling back, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. Meanwhile, Mata going to be spotted out by that dart. He's trying to take a timing, but he's just going to be met with death as Happyway again is able to find Ethan. He has sight lines on your plant spot. You cannot commit. It is a flawless round as XLG move up 6-0.
Now you start to wonder if we're going to see both NRG timeouts in this first half. Oh, the wall too to tee him up. You know, you think about some of these Rargo walls on this map, like Minnie was talking about at the desk, a lot of it's these like kind of cheeky C-hit walls where is he going to come up with it, is he not? Will he, won't he? But then they've got some of these backside walls that are going to give you that height, to give you that extra little bit of vision. And they're continuing to set this 4-1. I mean, they're happy to play this game. Go ahead, NRG. Happyway isn't giving anything up on the
He's been
the
good
C
for
side.
2 every single time at least.
He's playing it perfectly. So this time appears to be a little bit more of a fake, but a little bit of a test here for Scuba. WS Leo is going to throw the Prowler and back off.
You still have this barrier mesh set up on the exit from A, so that allows you to lean in towards B a little bit more as that gets ready to time out and get cleared. Will just be the repivot. So WS Leo getting into position, riding along this wall. Clears the haunt. The wall will fall, and so too shall WS Leo. As ult going to be invested, is able to find one, but the cleanup can be there as they will break Bada out of jail. 2-player advantage, but Lysor is in spawn. He has killed one. The spike is now on the floor. The Paranoia is going to go through. It connects onto at least 2 players. And answering Paranoia back, he tries to TP out, repositions beautifully. Gets himself up to do another corner. He is buying so much time and attention at the moment as NRG, they have to flush him out. They finally will be able to do so, but at cost. Players get taken low. Dink connecting, the kill not found. Scuba does manage to stay alive, but it's 24 seconds remaining as they frantically push their way back towards C.
There's a res available here for Arga, so they can get another player into this.
The Steel Garden even going to be invested into this, as there is the res. That gives information over to NRG. They know where WS Leo died. So they know that it's going to be a little while until these players are able to join in. Brock to watch around the back towards that flank. Still has his Vice Wall situated and in position. Leo gets out in front of this one, but Happyway trying to get the retake started. Pushing forward to the spot of the one, spray down, gets the kill, but cannot find Brock, and it seems like NRG at long last may have just been able to find their round win, but Leo has other ideas. Shots going through, the time starting to dwindle, and there you go. Kiko will be able to find it as NRG at long last get on the board.
Yeah, and I think you're going to need to see more of this from NRG. You're going to have to force the hand of XLG. Don't let them get comfy in these setups. Ping pong around the map, clear out some of this util, and still XLG happy to throw caution to the wind. This time, NRG able to fight their way through it. Everybody gets involved, and a little relief there for the IGL of NRG. A lot of ults there for them as well. If they can get into the post plant, they have the Viper's Pit, they have the Nightfall as well here for Ethan. On there early just to check. Nobody actually trying to take contact. That's all a bit of a fake here from XLG. Look at them, they're lined up.
About to be cleared, Prowler at the ready. Quick clear, they know that they've scaled forward quite deep here. And a C is going to be committed to this one, and that's going to be a kill found. And Scuba gets taken down. The Paranoia going to be lobbed in. They're trying to prevent that further scale forward, but XLG are still able to get a kill, get damage onto Ethan, and get out scot-free.
And get a wall up. Get a little bit of confirmation if they try to re-hit. Instead, NRG doesn't want to clear it. They want to try a different part of the map, and look at OMEN and Lysor. They're already up at stairs.
TP outside the door for Kiko.
Cover going out.
This is pretty well read, though, by XLG.
Plenty of info spot on that jump peak. The Nightfall to lead the way forward, and Raga to try to lock them out, but the wall not going to last too long as the Odin will be able to burn it down. OMEN, however, tucked it into the corner. He's just not quite ready. He gets picked apart. Now it's going to be Lysor up and over the top. And able to find a smattering of damage. It's a player advantage for NRG. Slide down to drop. Kiko prepared. Gets rid of Lysor, and NRG now looking well slated to win back-to-back rounds unless Happyway can come away with a massive Red Bull clutch. Looking for the shots, finishes the first, but falls down to one as the decay comes in. This would be a miraculous spray transfer as both players just play together, but he isolates! A swap of the guns. Spam the box. The damage not found, and Kiko to come out on top, but narrowly so. 3 kills for him and a second round win for NRG.
And even in these rounds where NRG is able to make some headway to be able to deal with the walls quick enough that they're able to get into some post plants, XLG still making them earn it. And it's so close for Happyway. 10-4, him and WS Leo topping the charts right now. Operator available for Rarga. And that Odin, I'd like to see more of this used to keep XLG's Sentinel util guessing. But Rarga trying to play the tight angle, and he's just done.
It's completely unread, no credence lent to that rewrap from Rubble. As Happyway now to try to hold the line. Opts to go for the clear on the haunt. Re-swinging around, but NRG are just kind of dancing around this and able to avoid capture until Brock gets caught. Happyway able to find a second, finally will be felled. Scuba comes away with that elimination, but the pit now going to be committed to. NRG know that they need to claw back every single round that they could possibly get, but for now, the spike plant going to be interrupted as Ethan will fall. Kiko keeps it in with a 2v2. As players look to just try to poke and prod. The pit will get dropped. Kiko is more than prepared, finds that elimination, and now it is all on Lysor to try to clutch this in a 1v2 scenario. 45 seconds remaining, and NRG silently look to just make their exit. They take the rope. Now rotating through the defender's spawn, but Lysor, damn close. Has the right idea, but will he be able to take them both down? Gets some damage through. Kiko surviving with 2 HP. The spike will get shipped all the way over to the C site.
Well, there's a real good chance for Lysor now. This could very easily turn into a 1v1. Kiko being so weak. No util here to speak of, other than when Kiko's smoke refreshes.
High-low situated around the corner. Kiko being as low as he is, still very risky. TP up and over the top, the tap. The spam now coming through. Lysor wheeled away at and on the peak will finish the job, but cannot get the round win. Scuba comes out on top. And that's going to be NRG starting to claw this back now 3 rounds in a row.
Now you kind of got to wonder, maybe there's going to be timeout called from, I mean, that is ridiculous stuff there, Happyway. At the end of the day, they're able to hold firm, and Havoya will be looking to maybe take that timeout, I think, because it looks so good for them early. They were doing such a great job of just countering NRG. To be fair, I think NRG maybe a little static in their decision-making with C, go C. It just really wasn't, I think, necessarily the game plan you want to play against this composition, because if you're just going to be hit and go on, when you're thinking about this through the Coinbase win condition here on the timeout, you gotta create confusion, because you have all kinds of information gathering available as XLG, whereas NRG, you don't have that same luxury, so you have to be the one creating question marks. The impetus is on you to use that raise util to maybe clear a little bit, ping around the map, use some of that extra layers of deeper utility you have to gain some A control perhaps. Things like that is what I'd like to see.
Yeah, I mean, Minnie was talking about it on the analyst desk before we got into this one. He wanted to see a lot from Scuba on this Viper. Like you said, you don't have a ton of util to gather information, so you just kind of have to put bodies on the line. And we haven't really been seeing too many of those lurks enacted by him. So curious to see if that will come to fruition a little bit more. 3 more rounds to be played out in this half. XLG still in a fairly comfortable lead, but that could turn around very swiftly. So NRG look to try to go 4 rounds in a row. Happyway immediately just backpedaling. He's like, okay, I know this song and dance. You guys come towards C site, I back up, I kill 2 of you. But instead it's gonna be Kiko getting things started as WS Leo gonna be taken down. Big peek in, and Lysor none the wiser. Doesn't anticipate this at all. Now the paranoia's in, and Kiko is tearing them limb from limb.
There he goes again. Just crazy work by him. Get in there, clear some of that util. I like this, though, from NRG. Be a little bit more proactive. Will be a quick trade on the Happyway. I don't know if no man, given the economy here of XLG, given that they've lost
Gotta save.
Yeah, about 4 in a row, he should be saving. Would have liked to have maybe seen Happy Way save too, but it is what it is. And now you're going to have that showstopper going into the next round. It's starting to unravel for XLG, who looks so in control, but little nice micro adjustment here out of the timeout. Bonkar getting into Kiko's head saying, get onto that B site. I think they're leaving it kind of open because they're relying on the util. Go clear it out and see what you can do. And he did quite a lot.
Yeah, pretty big round from him yet again. 14-8-2. Kiko back here at home is looking incredible for the team. Still more work to be done for NRG to rescue this half, but XLG faltering now 4 rounds in a row. This is the kind of thing that you cannot allow to happen when you're going up against a team the caliber of NRG. They are world champions for a reason.
And the other scary thing is, yes, Kiko's playing amazing right now, 14-8, but behind him, nobody's really picking up the slack. I mean, 5-3-3-1 is the kill count for the players behind him. They don't even add up to what he has.
Sound sensor up.
So you would expect that eventually, you know, Brock, that superstar for this team, Mata, an incredible duelist, they're going to start picking up in that kill count department. So XLG really needs to tighten the screws. This is that A control. Boombot as well, not going to check Leo.
Goes on red for now. Sage Wall going to be situated. It's up and over the top, and this time Mata's able to find one. Rarga will fall, but WS Leo quickly trades it back. Looks for a little bit more, but will backpedal through the stairs, sending out the Nightfall. Couple connections here onto the players, but it looks like NRG want to go for this pivot. They had this lurk forward, and Brock trying to bring them up into the B site and will be able to do so. Then again, now the full pivot. Happy Way here behind them. Start to get this confirmation on the spike plant on this C site. Meanwhile, Nomad taking point, is able to find one, but Kiko shuts him down. Back into a 3v3, and Happy Way looking to be rerouted. Will just push up, join in alongside WS Leo towards his waterfall side.
Well, Lysor's paranoias have been really good. Gonna have to hit another big one.
Reggie trying to fight forward. Leo holding his own for one, but cannot find the aim reset. And now it is down to Happy Way, gets it to a 1v1, spots out Ethan. He frantically backpedals away. Slides out around the corner of the cam, not going to be able to spot him. The time is starting to bleed away. Happy Way needs to find this kill sooner rather than later. Haunt goes out, just eats that. Jump peeking coming through. Ethan just trying to buy the time. As his head continues to just pop out from behind the wall. Happy Way will claim his life, but he cannot claim the round win. NRG 1 away from completely running back this half.
Miraculous stuff, but able to Arga trying to hide behind the wall. They do set up there nicely for WS Leo to at least get the trade, to at least confuse NRG enough, but those walls now not keeping NRG at bay.
Now
they've started to storm over them.
This goes here.
The siege is on. XLG would love to get this last round to set themselves up for that potentially fearsome attacker side. I'm pretty curious to see how it goes for them when we get there. Ethan does get a Nightfall off that.
Happy Way again, backpedaling, quick rotation in from Nomad arriving on the scene. Will BDK down. Pop of the tracers, but counter spray out. Nomad is able to find one, so Ethan going to be eliminated. Happy Way holding his own. Shuts down Kiko on the aggressive push forward, and then NRG know that they need to flush this guy out, and they will be able to do so as Mana gets Lysor behind him. Ulti invested. Brock will get caught by the Annihilation. They just don't have the angle to really try to clear this one out, but Mana is still fighting. He's looking for a little bit more. So the back away, what is that shot? The res now bringing Lysor back into the fold, and NRG have had the door slammed in their faces. Good God, Leo.
I don't know what it is about him on this map, but he hits some of the craziest shots you'll ever see. Oh my goodness. Job's not done yet.
30 seconds left.
Still
Nothing
in with
but
a
Guardians.
3 Guardians. Leo low on HP. Lysor just going to go TPing over, gets himself a bit closer, now arriving in the spawn. One set out, checking towards that rubble side. Nothing going to be spotted yet. Leo waiting it out to heal, coming through, just jiggling on that corner. for that kill. Mata tagged up but not taken down. Still alive into the mix and just trying to sell this as Scuba lurks forward. He's able to find the transfer. Gets himself a 3K, but now into the 1v1. The paranoia going to be sent. It's Johnny on the spot. Scuba completely blinded up.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke cycled in and Lysor trying to get this hold to hap, but Scuba is so damn fast to rotate around the back. He's just going to be sticking forward. And he should be served up on his own. No! He just holds it! An unbelievable Red Bull clutch! As Lysor says, I do not fake!
That is stellar thinking with the smokes there.
Absolute insanity.
That shot, oh my goodness.
Kong-esque. Rolling back on split, good lord. Well, 7-5. XLG staving off NRG, but they are still so very close. Anything can happen in the second half.
Think is gonna win? Is it gonna be XLG? You're on camera. Point to XLG or NRG, depending on who you think is gonna win. There we are. I love all these signs. So, what we want you to do is point to the logo of the team that you think is gonna win. When you see yourself on camera, this lady's pointing at herself. She is the winner today. Hello guys, yes. Hi! Do you guys think XLG is gonna win? Yeah, you guys. Do you think? Yes! This guy in the purple t-shirt. Is that a Clove t-shirt? Is saying XLG. And the guy underneath, I don't want to break your heart about Fnatic. I think we've got some fans. Hang on, is that a Cat's Eye fan? Yeah, it's Cat's Eye also not playing. Guys, who do you think is gonna win? Yes, pink hair lady, Fnatic fan, now switch to XLG, I like it. Guys, who have you got? XLG 2-1 prediction. I like how you changed your prediction from 2-0 to 2-1. She brought her own pen. All right, guys, let's make some noise for your teams.
We go, XLG. Fans wanting to see this push to that third and final map. They have a 2-round lead at the half. NRG, though, with a pistol win. Right there behind him is a massive 5-round win streak recovery for them. And a hero defuse from Lysor to secure the lead at the half.
Quite curious here. NRG, at least initially, thinking about some kind of B hit early from XLG. Do see early pistol scrapes in China over that space, but XLG slow to it this time. They took a little bit of a longer pause than normal. Start making their way forward. A little bit of a confirmation. The thing you're really looking for a lot here going up against this XLG comp is where is WS Leo? Because that Prowler and the Haunt and those kind of things are some of the best abilities that XLG is going to have in their kit with this composition to create that space, to create that pressure to get into post plants.
Sussing this out pretty correctly here. It's the A side of the map that is very stacked up. Anything else widely empty from NRG's defenses. Another tap of that door. To join in, Happyway going to try to squeeze through the gap. Won't be able to do so. Oh, no, he does. Okay, barely. Gets through. Wall forward. Raga ready to swing out.
30 seconds left.
With elevation on that. It's going to be a 3-player approach around the back. Tripwire going to be found to start things off.
Well, this is exactly what you don't want as NRG. It's trying to fight your way through all this util. But they're going to try to overstack the flank to deal with it.
Yeah, so find out towards that CT side. The jump peek out. Yep, no man able to find that kill. Absolutely destroyed. C's connecting. Leo just going to try to hold it down and will be good for one. Finds a ton of damage as well as Mana. Whittling away at down to 10 HP. Lysor at the same time able to find two as Kiko and Brock all eliminated. Mana to fall and XLG to get themselves another pistol win. Once again, a 3-round lead established.
This is exactly what this comp is designed to do. Give you bad choices. Oh my! Whoa. Okay. Yeah, but you are limited in the angles you can come from, and that allows XLG to react with the crossfires and other things so quickly. And another pistol lost, both of them here on Lotus. So XLG on their map pick, looking to send this to Fracture. Grenade! TP up. Sees nade attempted, but XLG not far enough forward.
Oh, and Lysor was really trying to get on that angle, but just can't quite get the sight lines. Meanwhile, Happy Wave's just sprinting up into A.
Yeah, you know.
Gets a deep cage situated, and this has all of NRG's attention tied towards this side of the map.
Just trying to sell a little bit of a fake, and it's worked well enough. Just using those sound cues to create some attention on the other side of the map, and just slowly but surely work your way forward. But again, for XLG on this attacker side, a lot of it's going to be 4-1s or just straight up deathballs. They love to deathball with this composition because they just need to create that extra little gap in front of them so they can start throwing walls up, so they can start using some of that util to scale forward. And then the post plants are just a nightmare. So I'd like to see NRG in the coming rounds, once we get into rifles, to fight for some of that early space, fight for mound, fight for long A.
Ethan is just getting tripped up the whole way throughout. Happy Way has plenty of backup here. Scuba will force them to get off this angle. Just a quick tap at the door, and NRG, it does look like they want to try to play for some blood here. Time it dwindling, and with the util just being thrown at them, probably wise is to just stay tucked back, go down to the spike, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So XLG moving up 9-5 in flawless fashion. NRG, can they break the pace? Can they stop another bonus being converted? Or will this map just wither away out of their grasp?
We'll have to see. I'm just very curious about this round, how they're going to approach it. You know, how aggressive do they want to get? What's going to be some of their protocols? Because playing for retake, yes, you have a little bit of extra kind of, I'd say, layers of utility and other options available as NRG versus a lot of what, you know, XLG would have been facing in China. A lot of neon, not a ton of rays being played there. So you're going to have a little bit, and you have the Odin, of course, with Brock, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I like what Kiko's doing here.
Fight forward, but Paranoia out will force him to retreat. Safe enough to just back away from that haunt.
And he knows he has the Vice util here to give him a little bit of backup if they do commit to this. So Brock slides in.
Horns pop, C's not getting the grab. Go at the ready. Paranoia out, trying to find a target, will be able to do so. No man going to be struck down. Well, Raga still situated on top of the wall, but now you've got this 50-50 angle situated with an Odin on the other side. Should not be able to find any entry whatsoever onto this C site now.
See if Happy Way can create a plan B. Not going to be given the opportunity just yet.
Ooh, spawn out on the one, but it's going to be Kiko coming away with that one. Raga just a little bit too late to try to join the fray. Does manage to get the finishing shot, but cannot keep his teammate alive. Tap on that door. Camera situated forward, clears the flash at the same time. C is going to be taken, but Brock nearby enough does have that Odin to try to spam them off the plant angle. Leo will be able to commit to this one.
Spike planted.
3v4 now. Those plants situated, no deep flank coming through. Door again going to be tapped. Scuba able to find a little bit of early damage. Kills for now going to be eluding XLG. Is NRG just get closer and closer to trying to retake this site. Happy Way with a shot, and now Raga able to find another. Brings it back into a 2v2. Ethan trying to strafe his way in, but Leo has him outdone, and Brock cannot take down Raga. A 3K for the Sage, another bonus converted, and double digits hit for XLG.
even without the comfort, some of that deep post plant utility with the deadlock already being out of the round. It's just the discipline here for XLG. And it's Rarga with the 3K. That has to feel good. No man trying to pump up the troops. Just a great piece there from XLG. I like the way that NRG plays it as they're going to take their Coinbase win condition timeout. They spread the map a little bit. I like the way Kiko plays it early. He gets pretty deep on Mound, has an exit strategy, has the Vice util there to stall out XLG so they can't get into that post plant nearly as comfortably. You're allowed to set up that crossfire, but Rarga just waits him out on top of the wall. He just stays there for forever. And they don't anticipate that he would be that patient in that position. And it's those little things like that that XLG does on this map that's so hard to kind of mentally keep track of.
Well, the final timeout call and just a couple seconds remaining to try to rally back into this one, but a 5-round deficit, just 3 away from extending this over to the Fracture. XLG, it feels like they have everything in hand at the moment. As long as they can maintain their grasp, we should be seeing that Fracture coming up pretty damn soon. NRG just continue to not really be able to catch a break. You look at the score lines here. I mean, Ethan, 13-5. Very close to putting up a pie performance.
I've heard they like pies here.
They do indeed. This is not the good kind.
Oh. All right. SLG waiting this out. They love to do this against Ecos. They just sit and spawn.
Scuba is getting antsy. White swings in. Raga going to be able to find one, but gets taken down. Net now on the corner as well as that sees. Went away without a catch. And in the end, a 1-for-1. Weapon's going to be juggled away. Directly check off the side of the map, not allowing for NRG to get anything for free into this.
Honestly, you'll kind of take that as NRG. You're at least able to do some damage here.
Oh, for sure.
You gave more than you took. You still have the Vice util on seat.
I'll find you.
XLG is trying to angle for B. I love this fake from
Oh,
Leo.
but Brock.
But this has bought all the attention.
It's just itchy on that trigger finger. Ends up firing off a little bit too early, and now the wall going to be popped. Brock could go for reposition, but we'll just wait this one out at the same time. The scale forward into the B site is there. XLG finding that no one's home.
It's a beautiful call.
30 seconds left.
Spike now to be planted. Sonic sensor going to be set up. One at upper, one at back site. I think this is unassailable and impossible for NRG to get their way back into this and pull off the Thrifty. Their sensor cleared. Paranoia still held. That gets invested. Mana going to be taken low. The Nightfall now having to be avoided. More space and time bought here for XLG on this post plant, and Kiko, statuesque, is waiting to try to see if the rest of his teammates can find any kind of point of entry back into this one, but now checks the corner, happy way, having to backpedal. He's gonna be low on HP, but the smoke will fall, and NRG doing very much the same. Kiko gets it into a 1v1, but the time is just not there. OMEN will take the fight, wins it, and gets XLG up 11-5.
And I really like this round from XLG because it shows that they're aware of some of their own tendencies and how they can use that against their opponents, because they're going to sell a little bit of a fake with WS Leo. Talked about the key role that he plays here with the Fade in this composition. And even though they played the beginning of this round like they almost always do against Ecos on this map, they just sit and spawn and wait you out. Having a little fun there. There's OMEN. But then they're selling fakes and going in different directions. It's like a completely different team. They feel so comfortable with this composition. The duelist list. Lotus, Triple Sentinel, and they are putting on a show right now.
They're the architects of this composition. They know how to run it. And hearing from Bonkar before going into this map, he felt confident. They, of course, have an immense amount of tape on this, but they just have not really been able to pick it apart. Now Mata bringing up that shot again with the operator. Jump peek, able to spot a little bit. Will get grabbed by the net, will get revealed by the Haunt. He's still able to quickly bounce his way out towards safety. Shot not to connect. Ethan now to be spotted. The scale forward continues from XLG. Should be able to get their way forward into this A site. Thorns quickly cleared. Rock considering that peek out. They will be able to quickly dispatch that wall. Oh my god, no man. A bold push forward. Still is able to find that headshot before getting taken down, but obviously eliminated at the same time off screen. Kiko immediately scaling forward, is already arrived at the spike. The spam through the box is trying to flush out Lysor, but will not be able to get that wall bang. And now NRG in pole position to get this retake. His Happyway is completely zoned out, will eventually fall. And NRG deny map point from XLG's hands.
So this is generally where this comp does start to struggle a little bit for XLG, is when you start running into those operators and things like that, because you don't have a ton to break them off of the angle. So you saw very early in this round that XLG had to commit a lot of their throwables to keep Mata off that early angle at rubble. That kind of makes things really awkward, because then you don't have a ton of it to clear that extra space, set up for that post plant, plus that Odin still there for Brock. A long road to go for NRG to try to claw back into this one. Plus you got to go against a couple ops. Yes, it is, or excuse me, ults, but it is going to be a weaker buy. Only Lysor with the rifle.
Kiko having to use both teleports just to get out to safety. Camera, same time, going to be situated quite far forward. Mata has the retreat path covered here, but Happyway is just scaling. He's just completely pushed past this, and now he's in behind Ethan, who is none the wiser.
Go for the knife.
Here comes the shots, and no, knife be damned. He just wants the kill, he wants the gun, and he's got it. What a timing, what a cap found. And that could be potentially their undoing, but Kiko at the same time, he's massacring too. Happyway's not turning back. The shots will come in, and he cannot find the kill. Scuba able to flush him out. Brock will hold the door. What started off looking like an absolute catastrophe will be stabilized as Leo able to get some damage but cannot find that elimination. Just Ethan dead. As NRG continue to try to get themselves back into this. 4 rounds to go to tie it up.
Having a bit of a laugh about it. For a moment there, you start to think that maybe Happyway is going to pull off the play of the tournament here on day 1, but Scuba able to suss it out. You can see there he's looking below him. He's like, he's not on sight. He must have gone into spawn, and it's a great heads-up play there from the Viper. Brock's ult in play. XLG gonna have 3 available, 1 away from Happyway, 2 away from Leos.
Nearly that stacked deck. There's Ethan having to back away. It's getting caught by that C's, but the annihilation gonna be committed to, but Kiko peeking in as the door gets tapped, and he is able to get the shutdown on the Nomad. Rez is in, Raga. Ensure that they are still 5 players strong in this round as Mata's trying to catch a glimpse with anything that he possibly can. The Paranoid is going to be flying, but it's going to be NRG coming away with all the eliminations as NRG look to make this a flawless, and they will. Kiko gets himself another 3K. He's 3 away from dropping a 30 bomb in this. And a flawless round win is exactly what the doctor ordered, as NRG have continued to amass their economy.
Well, I tell you what, if this goes to a map 3, Kiko's very much on pace to set the best of 3 record. He's going absolutely crazy right now.
He's just an absolute menace. I mean, regardless of the result after this one, I mean, get him an ibuprofen, get him a back brace, he needs it. Putting up incredible figures. All that key weaponry continuing to be held on to. XLG, no real way to try to put a dent into this economy from this point.
Now you're going to have to get a little bit more creative here as XLG. Trying to scope out what's going on different parts of the map. Again, looking for some of that aggression early from NRG. Was starting to find some success from taking some of that early space, especially over at A, but so they get the deeper camera. Nobody at all on NRG has even thought about that direction, but they have a couple players at stairs. I'm gonna try to sneak No Man over there with that Marshall. The rest of the team not gonna feel comfortable enough to try for the execute. They're just gonna be thwarted. Yeah. Mata found No Man on the other side.
Just trying to make something, trying to create some pressure, lets out the map, and ends up being punished for it. Very nice shot from Raga, just strafing forward, is able to get rid of Kiko. But look at the HP bars at the moment. Some of this decay, yes, but a lot of it permanent. As the neural depth is going to be invested into this one. XLG, they want to try to pull off this thrifty, but Happy Way offers himself up, and the kill is going to be found. Leo trying to poke and prod, but he's just eating the brunt of this damage, as the Odin will eventually find him. Shift the depth over to the side. Lysor going to be good for one more, but the time is going to be gone. Ethan, finding his footing a bit more, gets himself a three-piece, and NRG are 2 rounds away from tying this up.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be the timeout for XLG. You would assume you've got to talk about ways to deal with this operator. Again, this comp is not super well suited to deal with that aspect of it. And that's why you're going to see them want to end up on C or B a lot. Why A is very challenging, because it's so easy for an operator to just lock that space down and either force them to commit a ton of util or throw bodies at the problem and, you know, try to go for a trade, little things like that. But it's going to be Hiboya talking things over with his squad, seeing if they can muster out the win here. It felt like a guarantee, 4 in a row to start the attacker's side, and you're like, yes, we're going to Fracture, let's go. Now it's 4 in a row for NRG once again, who just like on the other side of the map are stringing rounds together.
Well, maybe the light's shining a little bit brighter in Ethan's face these last couple rounds. He's starting to find his footing, starting to put up some numbers. He was 3 and 15, now he's 8 and 15. Has that Nightfall ready to go. So matched ultimates on either side. XLG wanting at least to try to find the comfort of that map point. Get that runway to try to close things out. Feels like if this run back continues, if NRG are able to find their way up to 11 before XLG can get 12, they might just take the map from out under their feet.
I'm right there with you. It's starting to get a little too close for comfort. Both teams gonna have matching ults with their fades and omens. It's just, is XLG gonna be able to convert? They're gonna try something quite different than usual. 2-2-1, trying to keep NRG guessing a little bit. And maybe open the door here on Kiko.
Lysor trying to create that pressure, the paranoia. Lobbed through. Lysor does not get caught by that one, and Kiko just gonna be using that ult to get out to safety.
Yeah, Rock there for cover. That was a nice little setup for NRG, but still XLG scaling forward. NRG has committed the bulk of their forces towards B. XLG doesn't feel comfortable with the amount of pressure with what they've seen from those 2 sites. They know there's at least 3 over there. So do the math, maybe try a different side.
Cage up,
oh my
timing
God.
shot attempt, but will not be rewarded with a kill nor damage. Nightfall, however, going to be immediately invested. Ethan wanting to shove these players back. It's the mark on the 2. US Leo, Nightfall of his own. Sent through, Mana gonna get caught by that. Prowler ends up being cleared. Smoke's obfuscating for now as they look for this pivot into the B side. Happyway already gonna be forward, gets a backstab kill onto Ethan, but not before Raga is dead, and then Kiko arrives on the scene, gets himself a second. Finishes into a meat grinder here from XLG. Immediately dispatched, and now WS Leo, a 1v4 to try to take this up to map point. Otherwise, NRG 1 away from tying it up. Immediately forward, and he cannot find that kill. Kiko cleans it up, he hits 30, and NRG just have 1 more to go. So they look to steal this map away from XLG.
It's just great understanding here. Love Ethan's little micro positioning. When you give XLG that space where they can pivot into B through the breakable door, they love to throw that grab net in there to clear that space, and he's just far enough back where he doesn't get caught by it. And he's able to at least get that 1 little kill. There's little micro things that NRG is doing here on the map that are really impressive, really show the thought and effort that they put into this. Kiko up to 30, but for me, the real story is XLG right now. Can you muster the strength here to take this to a map 3? Can you right the ship? Everything looked so good. They looked so confident. They looked like the team that we had hoped they could be. And NRG has won a championship. And they're showing you, even when maybe they don't have their best stuff, they're still going to give you fits.
At this point, across the series, he's got 54 kills. Not much further to go to claim that best of 3 kill record for his own, taking it out of the hands of Aspas.
Gotta get to map 3 though.
Or a couple aces around this one out.
Or just a really long overtime, is that?
Yeah, could be the case. For now, XLG just trying to find any gap in the defenses here, but they're coming up shy. Mata again on a deep line. Toggle of the camera, not able to find the spot, but they will be able to force him back. Shifts over onto the side itself. Well, double drift around the back of Rubble. Jump peek out. He's been spotted, and surely you just do not give this guy the angle. TP forward going to be committed to. Mata having to backpedal away. Early shot, not going to be connecting. Blinded up, swings out to his demise. His Happy Way is able to find that elimination. Scuba now to try to hold his own, but he's been spotted, walled off on the one side, and Happy Way is out for blood. He wants his elimination, and he will find it. TP up and over the top from Kiko. Happy Way considering that ride of that rope, but just decided to dip back. Kiko out with another kill. Slicer will fall, brings it back into a 3v3. We're just playing that anti-flash, but Ethan, the 1-2-3 swing from NRG is looking too damn clean. They get themselves back into the player advantage position. But no tap of the defuse. Time still going to be bought. WS Leo on that swing is able to find one, but Kiko continues to dominate. The defuse to be stuck in NRG, tie it up 11-11.
He is just single-handedly dismantling XLG. This is a great look from them. They're able to back Mud off those lines. They're able to get that operator out of play. They're able to get into those post plants, but it doesn't matter. Kiko's just too good.
Here.
That's it. That's all that is. It is just madness what he's putting together today.
Lysor forced to reposition. Still eats a good amount of damage though. Mata again looking to try to set up that shot, but won't be able to find the connection. Boombot scouting this forward push. He's got the weapons to swap over. Immediately looks to just break down the segments of this wall. Will be able to do so. And all of XLG now routed through tree. Happy Way still a world away. No man not reading Brock's position whatsoever. He goes completely unread. Immediately finds some kills. The steel card going to be invested. Doesn't even need it. He's got the Odin in hand, and he is right at home. NRG will continue to run this back as they run themselves into the lead and up to match point.
Just a matter of time, it feels like, before Brock just puts that Odin to great use, puts his opponent in the grave.
No, good luck, Happy Way. You are a player of class, but this is an impossible task. Is able to find the one, but of course it's Kiko to claim another victim. 34 kills found. And NRG now one round away from securing this series as their own, from taking this Lotus out of the hands of XLG. We're gonna feel like they got robbed in broad daylight. They want to see Fracture. They have to get it done in overtime.
Little bit to work with. Ethan gonna be close to his ult. Happy Way. Need that kill. Oh my God, Kiko, he gets taken down.
Red ball's down. A lifeline offered over to XLG. But even still, there's no way to feel comfortable, even in this position, even with this advantage. Annihilation going to be online again for No Man.
It's a huge gut check for XLG. This is one of those moments where you want to see them take that step forward, to be able to force this OT, to force that map 3, to show that they in their region,
I know exactly where you are,
can still do some damage.
Well, the neural telling all. Annihilation going to be set up, trying to bank it off the wall, and will be able to get the grab. Pulling a player forward to their demise, and rushes in. There's no way to rescue it. Decay, however, is going to be in. Raga able to find Brock. Lysor going to be traded back. And Scuba trades it up. OMEN eliminated now, a 3v3. NRG still in a position to get this round corralled back through. The nade able to find an immense amount of damage, and Ethan is able to find Happy Way. The door now swinging shut. As Leo is just down to a sliver, 22 health on him, 55 on Lysor.
Time.
They have to go for it. The tap's just a hair off. He's just painting an outline around him, but it's going to be Mata able to find Raga. Leo down to one. Mata collects a second. And it's got to be a 1 HP clutch that he cannot find. NRG. They are world champions for a reason. They rally back into Lotus. And they take down XLG 13-11.
Time and time again, this team shows you that they have the best mental, the best resilience on the planet. Doesn't matter what the score line is, it doesn't matter where they're at in the event, they are always a threat. And they come back with a big one today.
Revenge not to be found on this day for XLG. London calling when they couldn't make it to the phone in time. NRG will continue to dominate, will continue to deny them these victories here on the biggest stages. That Lotus still looks damn scary. Teams moving down into the 0-1 bracket. Gonna have to be concerned about that from XLG for certain, but for NRG, I mean, what are you meant to do when they have Kiko on their squad? 34 kills on Lotus, 26 on Pearl. An insane run as he makes his way out onto the home stage. What a performance.
Just incredible. I mean, what a statement he's made here in his home country. He has absolutely shut the door on XLG. Tough run of it. You gotta like what they've got cooking on Lotus, but it's still just not quite enough.
An insane run here for NRG to come out on top. Let's go ahead and send it down and hear from Mata in the Verizon post-match interview.
I'm running in. I feel so awful about this, Mata. I know, let's take this photo. I'm so sorry, I'm photo bombing there. And turn around and talk to me, please, Mata. So, tell me about that first map, going back to Pearl. Do you think maybe at times you gave XLG a little bit too much space?
Honestly, I don't remember about Pearl. I'm only thinking about Kiko's performance today. Like, wow, he's London's savior.
Yeah, I mean, dropping over a 30 bomb before you guys had even taken the lead on Lotus, that was insane. He must have been feeling himself on voice comms too.
I mean, clearly, he was different today. I don't know. He's something special.
And how did you feel not going to the neon on those maps today?
It felt good. I like when there's no neon. I like Raze. I like Waylay. It's a lot of fun.
I do want to ask you a bit about Lotus, though, because normally we're used to Ethan changing things up and finding the solution very quickly. At some points, it looked like we were going to a full 3 maps today. Why did you need to change things up? What wasn't working?
We just had to adjust to what they were doing. We couldn't really get a read on it the first few rounds, and then I feel like once we got that, we had no problem with the rest of the half.
Was it also hard knowing there are so many incredible XLG fans in this crowd? Do you want to say some words to the NRG fans and get them hyped up?
Yeah, thank you for all the support. We hear you guys on stage, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Mada. Please go meet your fans. Let's head over to our coverage.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too? No, I'm...
With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with the VALORANT Champions Tour, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game and fans can focus on the moment.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA Ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Hello everyone, I am joined by Vitality's Yampi and Derka for a special edition of Duo Q. We have the fish and chips, or as what these boys dipped it. What was it before we went live? French fries?
Yes, I'm French fries.
French fries.
Yes.
Okay, do you know what? You got to keep the fans happy, so
Yes.
I appreciate it, Yampi. Listen, we're going to play a little game of whether you guys know each other well or not. So I'm going to ask you some questions, some like who's most likely to and things like that. And then I want you to put the sign up whether you think it's Derka or whether you think it's Yampi.
Okay.
Ready to go?
Always ready.
Yes.
You want to try and be on the same page here as well, to be clear.
Yes.
Okay, and no
Okay.
cheating, no cheating, no trying to look at each other's
Yeah.
answers. Right. First off, who has the funnier jokes?
I hate this. I hate this.
Why do you hate it, Derka?
1 point.
Why do you hate it?
Because he only does dad jokes, that's it.
Can you tell us any that have been the most memorable? Because I feel like we have heard some of them in the voice
No,
comms.
every time someone asks, like, we're finished, and he's like, yes, we're finished, and yeah.
That's a
Yes.
dad joke.
That's the best.
Yes.
Okay. Speaking of Finnish, who talks about how much better Finland is the most? Still Yampi.
Still Yampi.
Okay. Tell us a little bit, Yampi. What's your favorite Finnish fact?
That in our hotel we have also Finnish elevators, and we love sauna.
Okay, nice. I wanted to ask you both, who do you think rage baits PAL the best?
I'll take it today.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys are 3 for 3 so far. What
I
kind of
think
things do you say, Darko, to kind of rage
Huh?
bait him?
I don't know if I can say on camera, just because.
I mean, the best rage bait is that it's like very easy to be with him here in London because he's a local.
Yeah, he's a local, and yeah.
Because he's English, right? No, English speaking.
Fish and chips in the Berlin airport is the best, and he gets really tilted at that.
Just to set the record straight, Pal is Scottish as much as he sounds like he's English.
I said English
Okay. You're trying to rage bait me here now, boys, but it's okay. Who is the better driver in Berlin? Sorry, Darka.
I don't have a license yet.
But do you guys know who has license but cannot drive, Darka?
Who?
Avocado.
Okay. It's getting there though, right, Darka? It's getting there. Okay, that's all that matters. Who is the better photographer?
Bro, easy.
Easy.
I heard that Yampi is more of a vlogger, Darka is more of a photographer.
Yes,
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
He's very good at photographing, actually. So.
Sometimes.
Easy.
What kind of things do you like to take photographs of, Darka?
Just cool buildings in the city.
Okay.
That's why in Berlin I don't get much. In London I got a lot.
Okay, a little flame towards Yampi there, but we'll allow it. Who is the most likely to win a clutch out of the two of you? Okay.
My reasoning is that he's entry fragger, so he's most likely to die than be in the clutch.
I think that's fair.
And in the last match, I think I lost 6 clutches in a row, so.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Who is the loudest after winning a round? I wonder
after winning a round.
Which one could it be? I'm not sure, but let's play for the points.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of already knew the answer.
He's the loudest when we win. I'm the loudest when we lose, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What kind of things are you shouting when you lose, Darka? Like, what is it that's making you so loud when you lose?
This was the worst call I've ever heard. What is this flash? What is this flash?
That's my favorite. What is this flash?
And who is most likely to whiff when you're trying to shoot at someone?
Ooh. To be fair.
Recency bias, I would say me.
Recency bias?
Just because on that Pearl game on the final or whatever, where I was on street, do you remember that?
Yeah,
on Pearl. I whiffed
I
so
remember.
badly.
To be fair, like we need another side of Profek when he had that moment.
So badly.
Yeah.
Okay, last question that I have for both of you. Who is the better duelist?
Duelist?
Yeah.
Do we play for a percentage or do we play current form?
Get the points in.
Get the points. Okay, we get the points.
Okay, do you want to tell people why you were thinking about going for yourself, Yampi? Is it the kickoff performance or is it the early career performance?
Yeah.
Because he has the biggest ego on the server.
Because all I'm saying that I play one time Yoru in my career duelist and it insta get nerfed. I can't remember Derek playing duelist and it getting insta nerfed, so.
I think I got Jet nerfed a few times.
That's true also.
Yeah.
I got Judge nerfed. People don't remember that, but remember the Judge is
they
nerfed.
They Ascent Judge on the first ever international on Ascent. Against who was it?
Vikings.
Nice. Good job.
Speak your truth, Kings. Either way, I think you scored all of the points, 9 for 9, I think that was. That was pretty good going. Thank you so much for joining me.
Bravo.
And if you ever want to find a duo and play along, maybe you can play this game too.
Yes. French fries and fish. Unbelievable duo.
Thank you for joining me, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from Durka and Yampi there, and that's the weirdest looking fish and chips I've ever seen. It looks more like a chicken nugget. But I have to ask you, Minnie, you know, Billy asked about rage baiting Pal and Durka, you know, they both picked Durka. Was that the same for you?
A little bit, but he rage bait me more with his like play and practice rather than his actual, you know, the way he spoke to me.
Yeah.
A little bit of trolling in practice sometimes.
Okay. I mean, it looked like a lot of fun, Billy.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and you're not the first person to say that the fish looked like a chicken nugget. Darko might have also made that comment. But yeah, it was a lot of fun to hang out with the boys.
Well, those two are part of Vitality's super team, and they are here in London after missing out on Santiago. So there's lots of experience on this team, but the thing about super teams is that expectations are always very high, Minnie.
Well, yeah, but I think a lot of people are kind of doubting them a lot right now, and I'm keeping my expectations extremely high. When I'm looking at a roster like this, it has players like Chronicle on, players like Durka, Yampi, Sayonara, the rookie coming in. Like, I still expect them to be doing what they built this team for, and that is winning, going deep into tournaments at minimum.
For sure. I think that we can definitely look at this roster and discuss how they have a wealth of experience, but I think just to recap how their year has been so far, they played kickoff with a substitute because Sayonara wasn't quite eligible to play with the roster just yet, which meant that, yeah, they had an okay performance in kickoff, but they actually ended up dropping through each final and didn't make it to that first global event. They come in here after some crazy things happened back in EMEA where they didn't even have the power to make it to playoffs through themselves. They had to rely on an Eternal Fire win against Giant X, I believe it was, in the very last week. So that power almost kind of went out of their control, and now they find themselves here at the global event after looking like a completely different team by the time we got to playoffs and compared it to how they were in that group stage.
Yeah, the vitality in the group stage was the one that everyone was memeing on, everyone was laughing at, and then it got to playoffs, so they locked in, they started listening to Pau, listening to Yampi, they started adding some structure, all the stuff that I wanted to do at the start of the stage. It took them a little bit of time, and hopefully they've had time now to build on that, add some layers, and I think if they do, then they could be meeting those expectations that they had at the start of the year, which, again, deep tournament play.
Yeah, that's right. I think listening to Yampi and kind of collectively getting that communication in order was a large part of the success we saw from this team as they moved through stage 1. In fact, we got to hear from Yampi together with Jen Lee, so let's see what he had to say.
Jen here with Yampi of Vitality. Did you get taller?
Yeah, probably, every centimeter that I didn't make it to Masters, I just, the stress, need to eat a lot.
Okay. So you shot up with all the food and the calories. Well, yeah. Speaking of how you guys did in EMEA, Shut Up and Yampi basically just got you guys here. You guys really found the stride that you guys needed by listening to you and also sticking to the plan. Is that something you guys are actively working on still, or is it basically just kind of drilled into your game plan at this point?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit drilled, but sometimes in practice we kind of fade away of that, and then we don't start playing good. So we need to remind ourselves that it's my role to put the team together, I will say, because we have very good individuals, of course, but if we are not on the same page, it's chaos on the server. So that's my role to make sure that we are on the same page. So we should do it more.
Okay, well, hear that, everybody? Shut up and listen to Yampi.
Yep, good to hear from the taller Yampi, but they are facing against DRG today, and DRG are no stranger to globals, but they did get grouped last time at Champs 2025, and they're going to be facing against the super team today.
Yeah, I think that the strength that DRG have is being that underdog. I think they need to embrace that today. They saw their brothers today in XLG losing in the first game, and they're coming in as the third seeded China. I think that it's a contrast between Vitality's high expectations, a lot of pressure on them. DRG, I think that they got nothing to lose here and need to play like that.
Yeah, I think that when we think back to China and the kind of group of death coming in here, right? They were in that group of death, and so they've made it here. And they had one of the longer kind of runs as well, right? When we think about teams that had to make it through the lower bracket, DRG were one of those teams that had to do that. And I agree with you, Minnie. They're one of those teams where no one's really expecting much from their region coming into this event. So I think that actually they need to use that as a strength and come out swinging.
Well, can I make a small case for DRG here? I know expectations are low, but the last time they were on a global stage at Champs, they had a sub. It was Demon 1. And imagine if the V-God was on that roster. While they had 0 match wins, it was really, really close against T1 and Heretics.
Yeah, the aura there with the brody, you could feel it coming out. But yeah, of course, like the story of this team is Vukashu right now. He is the star player. He is dominating domestically right now. He is the question's not whether he is a great player, it's how great is he, and is he enough to push this team into this tournament past that group stage?
Well, that is the question. Let's see what Vukashu has to say. He has been a hard carry for DRG, like you were saying. We are definitely going to have a chat with him later on that. He's known as V-God over in China for a reason.
Definitely. I think that what we can say about him is he's so mechanically gifted, which in this meta is obviously super important because we aren't seeing much of that utility. And if you want a great site anchor, well, Vukashu quite literally is the answer to all of your questions. He is constantly being able to hold that site down, even when he's up against the Waylays, the Neons that we're seeing so frequently in China. So yeah, I think the head-to-head as well, when we consider him going up against Chronicle, who's been debated as one of the GOATs in our game here, player in Valorant, I think for me, that's exciting to see these anchors going head-to-head today.
Yeah, and DRG themselves know how good he is. They are playing their game around him, and I think that for Vitality's prep today, they're going to have to look at Vukashu and create a game plan around him. I'd like to see them come out, do some fakes towards Vukashu, make them rotate towards him, and maybe go elsewhere. I think that whatever it is, Vitality needs to have been studying him specifically.
Okay, in fact, let's see what the V-God had to say himself over with Jen Lee.
Here with Vukashu of DRG. Now, Vukashu, a strong start against a star-studded roster can and will set you up for a deep run here at Masters and any other global event. So against Vitality, is the feeling more pressure, or do you see this as a chance to kind of spark something in this team?
Hello, everyone. I think Vitality is for sure a strong team, and we all know that. They have like some big players with big titles. But in my opinion, they're afraid of losing more than we do. So that's, I think, I treat it like some kind of advantage for us. And I think we really motivated to show them that what is TCN capable of. So we're gonna do our best to prove them who we are. Jayo.
Jayo, okay. So the underdog mentality.
Underdog mentality.
Yeah, okay. Wise words from V-God. Preach.
So we're gonna conduct a map veto today, and Vitality has a higher C, so they're gonna pick their side. So let's start with that.
Start defense. Take Team B.
All right. Vitality
side,
picks
sorry.
Team B, so which means DRG is Team A, and DRG start banning first.
The first one is Pearl.
DRG banned Pearl, and now Vitality is banning.
We ban Ascent.
All right, Ascent is banned. Now they are just picking their first map.
The first map pick Lotus.
Lotus is picked, and Vitality picks their side on Lotus.
Start defense.
All right, defense it is. And your map pick, Vitality.
Breeze.
Breeze. And side for Breeze, please.
Defense.
Defense. All right, so DRG is banning.
The second ban is Split.
Split. Split is banned. Last two maps are Fracture and Haven. Vitality is banning.
We ban Fracture.
Okay, Fracture is banned. The cider map is Haven and DRG picking their side.
Attack.
Attack. All right. I will give you a quick recap. We start with Lotus, Vitality defense. Then we have Breeze, DRG defense. And if we have the decider map Haven, DRG attacks. Everything correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, guys. Good luck.
All the best. All the best. Good luck.
This is going to be an exciting one. Guys, real quick, your predictions.
2-1 Vitality, but ready for an upset from DRG.
2-0 Vitality, but the map pool for DRG, they're not looking too bad.
All right, well, I think it's going to be DRG's day today, but who knows? It's EMEA Super Team against China's Dark Horse. We have Vitality arriving in London with reputations to restore, but DRG is here with a point to prove. Guys, please welcome both teams to the stage.
G to the end.
It's DRG and Team Vitality.
Some of them come, some of them eggs up. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big long beard, big black temper.
Super Team versus the Ascension Team. All eyes are on Vitality with such a strong and stacked roster. But DRG, last time they were here, they didn't have Vukashu, they didn't have V-God, and things could be a little bit different today.
Yeah, and I think as well, people will be underestimating how good Spirits is, and maybe Life going back to that Jet maybe, or some of those comfortable agents away from that Neon. There is potential here in this team to have players step up around Vukashu.
Yeah, and I think when we look back at the map veto here, what I expected coming into this event is I know that EMEA are dipped as this region that shouldn't play Pearl, but actually China probably should be banning the Pearl against a team such as Vitality. They have looked so strong on that when we think about their performance domestically. I think Lotus for DRG is interesting here, but I think also Vitality picking into that Breeze. When we get to that point, I think for DRG it's a question of what composition do they go to, because in my opinion, it feels as though they haven't been able to figure out their identity on that map just yet.
Yeah, DRG love to play the Waylay right now, and the question is, are they going to move away from that? I quite like it, especially on that Haven of the third map. and on Lotus early on. We're going to see a Skydog coming out, and the Wailers going to be following it, dashing into these sites deep, and that's Spirit's there. That is the player to watch on these maps.
And something that's a little bit different from Vitality this time is the addition of Sayonara.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of touched on the rookies of Vitality, but we've also got Propek here, and as much as you could look at the numbers and argue that maybe they're not quite up to par, he was in some of those pivotal moments when I think about the later stages of their playoffs run to be able to make it here in the first place. It's definitely a big adjustment for both of these rookies coming into this event, but man, what a roster to be on.
Yeah, I think to me, Sayonara is the player here trying to show who he is at a global stage. If you don't know who this guy is, he is one of the best players in our region. He is flexing across multiple roles. It doesn't matter what agent he is on. He is a mechanical god. He has great comms, and his decision-making is pristine. He's going to be, this man on your screen right now, he's going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, Vitality, I think there were some question marks if the wait was worth it, but it's definitely, you know, been proven to here. And another player, Prophet, he has some words to say about DRG, didn't he?
What did he say, Billy?
Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head.
I think he said something like,
he was chatting
DRG stand no chance. There's no upset happening at all. He had some big words for them.
Well, I think that's crazy because Ascension teams, there's also a good track record here. Not too long ago in Santiago, it was Pacific's Ascension team winning that trophy. This could be DRG's time to shine. And, you know, we were talking about the meta changes coming into London. Let's see what these guys are going to be pulling out for the first map.
Okay.
Ooh, Chamber and Cypher.
Yep.
That's a little bit crazy. I'm quite liking the Chamber. I think this is a bit kooky. It's the kind of thing as a big underdog team, in my opinion, that you need to bring out. Something a little bit strange here. I think the Chamber is very strong in this meta. A very strange composition, though.
I mean, if you want to talk about strange, DRG were playing mix on this map when you look at their first games in groups. So yeah, I think that they definitely want to come in and try and surprise Vitality, and I think coming out with this composition is definitely being able to do that. I think one of the things I want to point out for Vitality starting on this defense is watching how much of a great site anchor Sayonara is. He's usually playing around about that C site, and the things that he's been able to do, he's never been getting overwhelmed.
And the question is, DRG starting on that attack, how are they going to attack some of these defensive structures from Vitality? They don't have the double duelist anymore. It's just going to be Spirits by himself with that Skydog going in. This attack side might be a little bit rough to start off with DRG, but once they flip things around, that's where the composition might find some power.
Now, both of you guys gave a 2-1 prediction. Just
2-0.
Oh, 2-0 for you. Oh, Minnie, harsh. Maybe a little bit of bias there. But Billy, do you think which way is this going in the 2-1 situation?
I tried to give a bit of grace. I did try and give a bit of grace, but I think, yeah, after seeing this composition, I'm excited to see what DRG are cooking with this.
One thing from Yampi and his inexperience with IGLing is that sometimes he doesn't have the best reads on compositions, in my opinion. Some of the game plans do break down a little bit. So my question is here, is he going to be able to identify the weaknesses of that Chamber Cypher composition, or is he going to just go back to his default playstyle?
All right, well, we will have to wait and see. We got DRG facing Vitality up next on Lotus, and to take us through that, we got Mitchman and Tom Biz.
Thank you, Victoria. Well, no doubt Vitality came here today expecting to be the hometown heroes, EMEA bias perhaps, but I've seen a lot of love for V-God and DRG in that crowd. I don't know that they're going to have them by their side.
No, honestly, it's going to be incredibly exciting, of course, for Vitality, their first outing away from Berlin as a core. And on the other side of things, they've been going on those road shows. They've been moving away from maybe just a home center. But the question is, can they do it on a cold, rainy night in London? We'll have to wait and see. London, are you ready?
It certainly sounds like they are. Vitality starting on defense as they planned, and it's an immediate pickup. Durka goes looking on C and finds an easy pickup onto Flexen, forcing back that control on A as well. It's a very strong start for Vitality. A pick on C and control on A.
That's not what you're looking for. Losing that controller early. It's going to make things that much more difficult. Trying to re-aggress, hot flash ready, does blind up Durka, but of course there's two players on that site. He can just tuck back in, and the Thorns, they're looking for them. They're hunting for where that utility is to be found, and Spirit Z1 almost playing with fire a little bit. Of course, the goal is to try and bait the utility. Instead, he's baited Durka and lost his life.
Picks after picks for Vitality and options becoming limited. DRG though, 2 pickups, it is still a trade, and it's C-Site still defended with Chronicle doubling, tripling down on that angle. It's only going to be the V-God himself left in a 1v3. The world his oyster, and the A-Site, where he seems to be targeting, is wide open. But a post planned against Chronicle, Yumpy, and Profek will be far from an easy task.
Yeah, this was the man that many have hyped up coming into this matchup. Can he truly go head-to-head with some of the best players we've seen in EMEA as a man that has started there
10 seconds
in
left.
that tier 2, already kind of trapped in the corner. He's going to be seized, no chance. Yumpy makes sure that this round doesn't get dangerous, and Vitality have their pistol.
Yeah, the crux of this for DRG, it's a tough round anyways when you lose Flex, and any re-aggression towards that A site, you're gonna need those smokes. But this pick completely removed them, and as you can see, it's not like Durka could see a damn thing different on the second pickup. And from there, you're left to scatter and play the map, which isn't always a death sentence, but for Vitality, having full control over A at that point, that's what really turns this game. Life being forced off the early fight, and they had nothing to get them back into it. Vitality rotate to C, and the numbers are enough to secure a 1-0 lead. Now they come in with actually a pretty heavy investment. 2 rifles, 2 bulldogs. This should be one that they take relatively cleanly, but Vukashu, he loves this outlaw. It's being pulled in again on the attack. It will be the death ball from DRG, and some serious potential for that outlaw. Obviously 2 players on light shields, but with pistols backing him up, 1 shot from him will be enough to make it an easy convert.
Yeah, good opportunity, but the favor sitting with Vitality, of course, coming in. I think expectations were that they were a fairly heavy favorite, but looking at the maps, especially map 1 and map 3, I think DRG would be quite happy with how the veto played out. I think they got the maps they would have been looking for. In fact, I could have even seen the switch of which one was picked. I think Haven has looked decent, and I don't think that Lotus has necessarily been the strongest map for Vitality. I do, though, look at this comp and think, okay, defensive side, I see where they're going. But how can Life play anywhere near how he played before while running a chamber instead?
To be honest, it might almost be a benefit. Hold on, this creep up from Flex, and it looked like he had perfect timing. He certainly thought he did, but yeah, Sayonara was tucked in. Yumpy dropping Nick makes this a lot easier. Not having that flash to break out of a smoke, and they are falling like flies. Expected with the weaponry so stacked in favor of Vitality. The Headhunter and that Outlaw do pose danger. And already we said Vitality, they come in with 2 rifles and 2 bulldogs. At least one of those is lost already. 12 seconds left. Finally, Life will be put to bed. Profek will be able to recover a bulldog, but there was a chance for that to get a lot more risky for Vitality.
Yeah, it seemed like they had a good idea as well, that there could be some more dangerous weaponry coming up on the other side. The fact that they do go heavier into those rifles, making sure that second round is converted. But as you said, it will still leave a hole or 2 for this round. I am, however, looking at Durka. 2 away from having that showstopper available. It's going to put them in a pretty good position. And of course, for Ukashu, buying in the last round means he only has a pistol, but this guy has been pretty nasty with the Sheriff.
Yeah, I wouldn't be counting him out, that's for sure, especially on the attack. It's not like he's playing the solo anchor right now. Profek up on top. It's a nasty spot. Life's looking for space, but finds himself down and out of the round. Rifle makes its way into Vukashu's hands. But a man down already in the full buy. And it's not like Vitality have that many weaknesses. Sayonara and Yumpy having to play the pistols, of course, but the numbers on this A site stacked up, and it's the wrong read for Vitality. That C site defender, Chronicle, could have some trouble coming his way, and it looks like he will.
Yeah, the benefit, though, is potentially, if there was any weaponry, that was what they were hoping to hunt. But obviously, with Vukashu not having a gun to begin with, they can now transfer that rifle to him. Here comes Spirit Z1. He's the man to watch in these entries into the site. Dives over all of the utility, but they're a little bit more passive. Almost holding onto that cross, waiting as Chronicle. And that's another pick coming in for Vitality. This bonus round is getting more and more dangerous as the seconds go on. And in fact, it is easy for the side of Vitality. Flawless for them in round number 3.
Yeah, I guess everything lost in the previous round didn't make that much of a difference. They come in with 2 pistols, out with 5 rifles, and a 3-0 start. Gloriously done. This here looked like they were trying to, on DRG's side, give themselves an option to go back towards that door, play into the B site, trying to get a reaction on the other side, but as soon as they see Chronicle, they see their teammates' perspective as they're sent to spectate. A 3-0 start is good, but it looks like it's about to get better as DRG are forced down to pistols.
Yeah, also, Durka didn't get any kills, so he can now look to farm up that ult. Other players have now started to build up theirs, so even coming into the next purchase for DRG, there might be a lot of ultimates for their opponent. Little bit aggressive, though, from Durka. A rifle on the deck, that was completely solo, and now Profec's gone up as well. A double entry for this side of DRG, and at least one of those weapons has been recovered already.
2 pushes up against the eco. It's a bold play, Tom, and well, bravery not rewarded this time. Yumpy alone on the A site. They've decided to reinforce Chronicle. The Sayonara sits by his side. It leaves this man, the leader, all alone, and he's hearing lots of noise. The door's open. You can see him just backing up, giving that space, acknowledging already the retake's going to have to come through. But 2 rifles now for DRG. They've recovered what was lost, and it looks like they'll get a plant out of this. For Yumpy, it might even be better for him. If he can get a pick, great. But I don't think he can get involved until the others are here.
There's no way out now other than through.
Spike planted.
So many players locked in on the angle, but a decent start from Sayonara. Even still, the trade is immediate, and both players have been spotted. That's good. Makes things difficult, but they line up for Sayonara. He now needs an ace on his debut on the international stage. 2 players stand ahead of him. The first already falls. The youngster looks to take over, and it is only 4 rounds in, and Sayonara already enters the international stage.
We talked about pressure for this man, and that was on the regional stage. Imagine how much more is in play here. In a round where everyone else made mistakes, they threw it away, but my God, he ran after it. Unreal play for Sayonara, and of course, in a round that DRG should have lost from the get-go. But it then looks like they have it locked in, and a timeout has to be called here. That's going to need some serious settling of the emotions from the coach. This is where they make their money. What a play. We're 4 rounds in, Tom.
To be honest, I genuinely think you could have called one for the Vitality side just to let him cool down a little bit. That's got to have him sweating off rip. You come in, that young superstar, and 4 rounds in already. And on the other side of things, it's been spoken about a lot, that Coinbase win condition of Bukashu, a man that, we said it, like we've seen over in China, he can be that #1 player. He can be the guy that takes over games. He can be the guy that almost drags DRG here at times. The fact is, though, he opened up that round brilliantly.
Yep,
he got a rifle for his troubles. They get into a post plant, and then they get wrecked by Sayonara. And I can completely understand why we've seen Nathan call a pause there, because okay, the first few rounds, they can slip away from you. That one's got to hurt.
Definitely. You saw Sayonara swing in, and look, it's hard to lose a round like that against the numbers. He did start it with a collateral, which definitely gave him a leg up. But for DRG, sitting in the coach booth, it's never going to be something that you just let slide when you lose an advantage like that. This round where they can fight back, op in play for life, shot fired, nothing found. Vitality playing much more passive in this early round now. Not as many aggressive stances taken, but showing that op early might deter them from pushing up on A. And that has been a lot of what's been working for Vitality, getting that early information. You can see A is much more turtled now, and they're probably thinking when they hit the C site on DRG's camp that this is going to be much easier now. They won't have info on A. They should still be leaving just Chronicle alone, and although he is tagged, he's not alone.
No, they could even just pop the Viper's Pit off contact if they wanted to. Of course, Sayonara's got that line. You remember what happened last round. With the wall still in play, they can make that decision. Of course, it's going to be expected by the opponents. Baiting out that wall is always going to be important, but it can just pull for the rotation. Instead, they go through it. They go swinging off, but Sayonara still stays alive. And they've managed to lock out everybody else. Spirit Z1, it's damage, but no reward just yet.
There's been no rewards for him. And it looks like they're going to commit to this C side. Vitality now having even more numbers here, protecting the door for the rotate back as well. DRG are locked in. And they're having to fight their way back out. 20 seconds on the clock, and the spike not planted, not even attempted just yet. Time ticks away, and there's the pick. That could get them towards the site. That could get the plant in. That could get the advantage in their court. They could finally see a round fall to DRG. Durka, though, with the showstopper fired in. It's got flexing, but the number's still even, and the HP so desperately low. Chronicle holding on for dear life. This is his site. Often he'll be the first to fall, but now he looks to reclaim it, but Nick stands in his way. DRG finally on the board.
I really like the patience in this round. Like, I think you can easily get that little bit of space into the site, overface, try and rush the plant, and then it can all slip away from you. Instead, they expect the flank to come in. They expect somebody to be behind, and they just wait. They just watch, and they clear out both players. A good round from DRG.
I think that's it.
And even with the showstopper being expended for the other side, the fact is, though, Vitality will still have a buy. They're going to be able to purchase back into this one. The credits haven't run dry just yet, and they now have an operator of their own in position, but again, it's expected.
Yeah, we saw in the last round as well, no doubt DRG are ready for that. Profex taking a lot of risks on that long fight, knowing that that op could swing back in any moment, and that's why he finally gives it up. Seeing a lot more of a fight for OMEN. A little bit deeper into the round, Vitality get the read that it is the majority of the forces coming here late. It's the right read, and the op is holding the right angle. A good call on those rotations, but they seem to think that might have been a fake. Look at the exodus of the A site. Profex alone here, and despite going a man down, DRG have made this a little bit easier to take the site.
Oh, again, a complete reposition from Durka. A second pick already in the round, that operator. It's going to cause trouble, and even Flexen, who's trying to make a play through the smoke, has been spotted. Spoke about the rotation prior, but now Yumpy is back in position. Profex still waiting, though. There is potential for him to be isolated. His utility has been expended other than his ability to teleport out of there, which is exactly what he'll do. They're hunting him down, though, and Spiritsy1 will find him.
Great paranoia from Flexen, making that an impossible fight, but the numbers still stand against them. The ultimate being primed by Spiritsy1 could make a difference, but look how far back Yumpy was. He can't be punished. It dodges it, in fact, and uses that ult as a signal to just stand and wait, but now an ult of his own. Info there. Spiritsy1! A triple kill in this round. That double might just have given them another round. Sayonara again to try to clutch back, but the flash may not have been perfect, but it's definitely good enough. 4-2, DRG keep climbing back.
You know, if you blind the other guy more than you blind yourself, that's absolutely fine. But this was the moment from Spiritsy1. This is what he has kind of been doing throughout his time in China as well, just being that little bit more aggressive, being a disruptor. And sure, a lot of the time with Waylay, you can have that little get out jail free. He didn't have any get out. It was, I need to make a play ahead of the utility. And he does it perfectly. I like that he was highlighted on the desk as well, because I think it's easy to get lost in the brilliance of Vukashu. I think there's no doubt that this man can have impact. And the fact is, on the other side, I think that's one of the head-to-heads we're talking about. Him versus Chronicle. Obviously a man with a fair few trophies to his name, maybe more than
1 or 2, yeah,
anyone else. But even still, for Vukashu, this is a chance to, again, sort of raise the stocks of China, because I think this has been a running theme that, okay, maybe at times you'll get an EDG in form, but can another squad come in? And even for DRG, can they win a map? Like, that hasn't been something that has happened before. Obviously, last time out, I think they had Demon 1 standing in for Vukashu, unfortunately, but hopefully this is the time. And we're already seeing those glimpses of individual brilliance. But on their map choice, you feel like that might be necessary. I think Breeze will be much tougher, and if they go in with a deficit, it might be another 0-2 start.
Well, one of the things we were talking about behind the scenes was for DRG, making changes, especially with this veto, it seems necessary. Vitality have the ability to play their comp here, maybe even on Breeze as well, but DRG had to make that change, and I love what they've done with Life here. Defensive side is where you get a lot of the benefit in terms of those rotations, but here on attack as well, having him with a bit more of a leash, aside from the early A fight, has been great to see.
Yeah, I was about to say, what leash? This guy is just swinging.
The early fights, first 30 seconds, yeah, he'll fight for space. But honestly, if I've got a Chamber not doing that, especially when he's not the solo Sentinel, then we probably do have some issues.
Well, they're almost playing off of each other as a Sentinel duo, like for that early fight. Like you're just putting the guys who can win a lot of those angels, like swing out with the operator. If he misses, Vukash is there to try and just almost one-tap the guy instead. It's a lot of contact plays, which can be quite scary, but I think at least for now, Vitality are shying away from that fight just a little bit. Of course, in this round, weaponry is just not there for them.
Yeah, you really don't want to see them taking those A main fights in a round like this, and DRG know they get free space as a result. Play towards A slowed slightly by a C's, and Yumpy tries to split the attack into two, but that's not worked out. Running right into Vukashu. He gets what was coming to him, and it looks very clean for DRG across the board. They seize that early space for free, utility for the push on site, and almost no fight where trades aren't possible, and no fights where trades were needed. Vitality with 2 left, it's not going to be a save in this situation, is it? Those weapons aren't really worth holding on to. But they're going to play for the exits, and presumably run right into that spike if no one comes their way.
Yeah, I think especially with how Spirit Z1 has been playing so aggressively in the post plant, you don't want to give him extra orbs for a potential convergence path later. They will just look to run into the spike. So a decent recovery. I think there was a definite reality, especially after you have that sort of 4th round crazy clutch ace out from Sayonara, that this game just starts to dwindle, slip, and maybe even start to panic. But it seems like after the pause, DRG have already readied and steadied that ship. And now we look to see if the pause on the other side is going to have the same sort of impact. Because we didn't expect much in that round, but this is the round that the pause was for.
Well, the reality is what's been working for Vitality is disruption, whether it's that early A play to get the information around Rubble to contain late, whether it was Profex standing up on top of the box, catching life on the cross. There's been some surprises there for them. Chronicle having a second player in Sayonara on the C site. But once the surprise is out of the way and DRG get to actually play their game from the get-go, they look much more comfortable and certainly more successful. 4-3, a chance to equalize, but the full buy comes back up for Vitality. The AWP and 2 more sent towards A. Again, A main control's been working. Why not look for it? A 4th player comes to join the fight. But there is no fight. DRG have left. They're moving towards the C site again, and Chronicle will once more be called on.
It looked like the goal this round from Vitality was to try and punish that walkout that we've seen in the last couple of rounds. This time, though, a much more direct hit, and Sayonara has already taken out Spirit Z1. He's the guy who can kind of get past a lot of this utility early. The rest have to be a little bit more careful walking through. Sayonara are well aware of the cross, but it's Chronicle and this deadly duo has started strong, and they can't quite trade out. Again, 2 players incredibly low, but not a single kill coming through.
Yeah, 7 HP between them, but all 5 still standing for Vitality. It makes this evidently an impossible task. Vukashu not going to even come close. It's Chronicle with a 4K, and perhaps a lesson of pushing his site. A flawless round for Vitality. And this man standing strong has put them right back on the map, an end to the 3-round streak out of the attackers.
Yeah, I think you can definitely see that shot's so important because you got the flash behind it. Again, if that
they'd be dead.
Isn't landed, yeah, you get Spirit Z1 with at least an opener, and then the others can come in a little bit more easily, but...
And the opener would have probably been onto Kron, so you lose all that utility. It could have been a big... But you also lose Kron. That's probably the bigger deal out of that. And now DRG need a reset, get back to winning ways. Again, I do think this comp is going to give them a little bit of a leg up when it comes to that defensive side. Life especially, doing things like this. Durka doesn't have as much of a get out of jail free card. Oh, he's a second late.
Got to thank your lucky stars. But Durka has been playing that rotational operator, constantly re-aggressing. They've spotted out Life as well. He can't get back to his TP. In fact, he can't get back at all. An immediate decision to go in the other direction. They know that Durka is going to be posted up on this A side of the map. They know as well that Yumpy, in the form of Fade, has pushed this position. They're hoping that means there's more of a gap. Will it work out this time? Paranoia again has caught onto the back player, but Although they've got rid of a lot of that utility, they haven't got into the site.
Sayonara being here as well, just not accounted for. The snakebite goes down. It costs more time. 30 on the clock. And they'll go back towards the B side. What's left of the will? Sayonara's taken 2 through the smoke. And the spike's being left behind now. DRG in a 2v5. And well, the road to recovery looking long and perilous. That C site doesn't seem like they'll have any way into it. Every time they lose A main, they've been coming back here, Tom, and I think that's going to change soon.
Yeah, it is starting to get worrying that each time now they've gone into, or the last couple of times they've gone into C, they've had a flash setup. The flash has caught at least one of the players, but there has been no entry. I think even this time, it was just the call was made that Spirit Z1 just has to get out of there. Like, just immediately
well, they couldn't
refracts
go.
back. Yeah, because the rest of the players are trapped. So
the orb, the snakebite, and then the spam, like, what is Sayonara doing here? It's crazy impact for a guy that shouldn't even be on that side at that point. It's an early rotation from Vitality that got him in.
But they have been doubling up there a lot. I think they've realized that this is going to be the commitment, especially once they get that A control.
100%.
I want to see if there's going to be a split back towards the B side. Very common on this map to at least set up that opportunity, and maybe even a gap that's being left. This time, though, the defenders are pushing up on C, taking full control. And a much more all-in A-site hit looking likely from DRG.
Well, they've been losing this A main control, and the C-side hits haven't worked, but Vitality made that same read. More of a fight now for A main. That was the adjustment DRG needed, but Durka, the man who pushed up B against Nico, got shut down. Well, now he's made the push at the right time, the right place. Fukashi right around the corner, but not for long. And now the flank is wide open. DRG have almost no choice but to go.
It either needs to be a fast hit towards A or back to B very quickly, but with a flank, a problem. That's well done, though, by Flexin. He's had a rough start, but, well, you kill one controller and the second is still standing. A pop flash out might help a little bit, but no, never mind. Yumpy and Durka clean up the 2 Finns to give them a minimum of a lead at the half. And that initial climb back from 4-0 down, well, that extension has been built back up.
I don't think we got one out of DRG, but I was waiting for a pause. This is somewhere that we just got they just called a pause. All right, it makes sense because again, they made the right read here. Every time that they go towards the site, there's more players than there should be. This time,
come on, David.
Not only was it true that there were more players ahead of them than there should be, there were certainly more players behind them than there should be. And a timeout is needed here because the game plan from Vitality is working too often.
Well, this is both pauses, right? The first one after 4-0 down, second already. They're clearly feeling like they need to try and build up some of those rounds on the attack side. We said that the switch should help them out at least a little bit.
I think so.
On the defense, but you look back to their old composition and it could be a little bit hit and miss. Obviously, the last time they played versus that XLG comp, they got obliterated, but we've already seen teams struggle versus that comp. It took a massive performance earlier in the day from Kiko to sort of keep them in that map altogether for NRG. Other than that, though, some fairly stellar attack sides. So the fact that this isn't working out, the fact that this is their map choice, I think DRG are gunning to try and get towards 5 rounds, but considering I think in that round was Flexen's first kill, there's a lot to be desired.
It's definitely been a tough attack side so far, but remember, last time DRG called a pause, it was 3 rounds in a row right after. You have to hope it's going to be the same here, and B has been an underexplored territory in fighting for A main, resetting to C almost every round, except the last where they fought A main and went into A. This time, exploring some new territory with 2 rounds left, and it starts with 2 pistols. Certainly some weaknesses there for the attacking side. And look at Vitality already making an adjustment. They've taken C main, opened the door to re-clear B, and I think, again, DRG have been figured out. Vitality are making the read, and if the attackers don't hurry up, they could be walking into numbers. Well, Vitality actually stopped. They're just setting a trap on B for now.
Oh yeah, they don't necessarily need to be too aggressive with the ultimates they have available. Showstopper, Steel Garden. Could put them in a great position on the retake if they get there. That's why we are seeing a bit of a fallback, just trying to hold on to some of the ground, but especially versus some weaker weapons, maybe not worth getting too far forward.
Paranoia to go out here for Profek, and it's landed just in time. Stops any convert on that dash in, and the spam in the smoke is good, but now he's under pressure, trapped in a corner. The smoke goes down to make it tougher to push, to let him spam through. He's not finding too much, a bit of damage here or there, but a plant now for DRG. Still holding on to hope, and a lot of that seems to rest on the shoulders of Life. The showstopper would have taken him out, but Profek got ahead of it. And now Durka alone after that trade. 8 bullets, 2 players swinging him, and DRG. They get right back to winning ways. Again, the pause seems to course correct.
Yeah, the more direct take in towards this A side of the map. Life also looking like he's having a stellar game over on the chamber. Ends up being caught out, but then it is just the solid fundamentals from the remaining 2. And now,
this is a nice spot. Okay.
Both teams still coming in with a 4-buy. A very different look. Dependent on who wins this round, DRG could bring it back to 5. A pistol would put them level. But now we start to see a couple of those ultimates expended. Though they do have some of their own.
Oh, nice opening by Dirk. It's a risky peek through that smoke, especially with how much DRG have been fighting for A main. But the reward, undeniable. Man advantage now for Vitality, and Profek spams in the smokes have been dangerous. They're lucky to avoid them. The problem is when they move to this C site, if this Seeker doesn't manage to give them the kill, doesn't manage to direct them, they could be in trouble. Chronicle's known to be in the corner, but the spam from Sayonara, good enough. And there's Kron protecting him. The pit stays up as players' HP plummets. And soon the pit will fall too. That's Sayonara's plan, to fight them through it, fight them around it. And Nick's all alone, a sliver of help. And with a 3K from Sayonara, the lead 8-4 at the halftime. This has been a great debut for that man.
Oh no, he's playing fantastically well. One thing you always talk about with youngsters, especially someone just 18 years of age, you go like, okay, when they get to the bigger crowd, when they get to the Masters stage, are they gonna crumble under that pressure? And it hasn't been the case here.
Oh, we'll find out if they can keep this going after the break. Triple! Live, he's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! He steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats! Well, DRG, 4 rounds on the board after that first half. It could be enough, but the questions here, they sit around this new composition. We thought it could provide value on the defense. Well, Tom, after that first half, it certainly has to.
Yeah, I think it's going to be that little bit easier having the option for Vukashu as that site anchor. It's where we've sort of talked about him being a true threat to any opposition, and of course for Life now having that sort of get out jail free card with a slightly more aggressive stance. Even still though, a pistol for Vitality might just put this to bed. And with their map choice coming up next, you have to hope for DRG's sake that if they are going to find a path back into this map, it will start here.
It starts with the pistol indeed. Vitality on the attack side seem to be taking a nice passive approach. My eyes will be on Life, the man with a bandit right now. Yeah, the weapon they're talking about buffing, he prefers it to the Headhunter for a round like this. Nice early fight by Spirit Z1. Flash there to support him, but he's already bailed out. Happy with the man advantage, and of course he should be. They'll look to refight towards C as well. The door open as they swing through. Durka stands there waiting. Flexen was reloading, he couldn't help out, and now he'll be dropped as well. Such a good start for DRG, but they forced the issue, and now Vitality are miles ahead.
God, it looked like that trap was going to put them in prime position.
Spike planted.
But now they only have one lifeline left. Man, to try and fight in an awkward spot as well. The second he plays through the smoke, you have to feel like Prophet will turn, and he didn't even land the first shots anyway. It goes the way of Chronicle, the pistol goes the way of Vitality, and this map now starting to look a little bit out of their hands.
It definitely does, Tom. You had those two pauses. The first one with a nice resurgence from DRG. They got close within punching distance, 4-3. And since then, it's been Vitality running away with it. Some tight rounds, but
we didn't need this.
The shots just aren't landing on the other side.
Hey, don't brother, nice shots.
I think we might have muted the wrong bit there.
The mute was a little late there, but that's okay. 9-4.
Good emphasis.
That pistol round really hammers home this lead for Vitality. DRG decide not to go for the force bite, the right call most likely, but it does mean double digits coming into play for that attacking side if there's not some big mistakes. But the thing that DRG do that I like is, yeah, it's a pistol. It's not one where we have a great chance, but they group up and set a trap. But when nothing comes their way, they decide to go fighting. And that's where I think Vitality are going to immediately give that space up, go towards A where they've seen no contest.
Yeah, once that flash comes through, I think they know that, okay, the trap has been spotted. Although we'd like some eco frags, let's not get greedy.
Now even the Vice Wall to protect their back.
Yeah. Well, you'd hope with them all grouped up that at least a few of them will make it over. But now it even starts being called into question of how much do you want?
Spike planted.
Okay.
One tries to bait it. Spirit's like, nah, man. Just run through it.
Yeah, the problem is they now know what direction they're coming from, or at least one of them, so they're going to go and try and farm up the orbs. I'd say of all the players, Prophet might not be the ult you necessarily want, but okay, that's a bit messy. Durka's gone down. Bear in mind, they bought quite a few rifles into this round, but for Prophet, I was going to say no opportunity for the ace, but maybe it will be a second ace for the side of Vitality. I don't think Flexen's going to give them anything here. Doesn't want to add another death to his tally. He's going to try and bait them in. Maybe make them question that he had enough time to defuse that, but not quite. We'll go down to the spike. 10-4. A hefty lead for Vitality. And for DRG, this next round, it's win it or bust.
I'll be honest, man. Down on that stage, the white noise pumped into your ears, it can be tough. Sometimes you doubt yourself. Look how composed Vitality were there. He taps that spike and
I reckon someone goes, no,
it's not even close, bro. It's not even close. No mistakes made, and what it leads to is just one extra rifle carried forward. It's a little bit of an extra safety net for Vitality to fall through if DRG do start to climb back up. With this being DRG's map pick, albeit, you know, Breeze, not somewhere I expect to see them lost. If it's this dominant, it's certainly not a good sign. Great start for Life there, dodging the flash from Kron, taking the pick on A, and with all that space still in their hands, now the C site remains well and truly reinforced.
Nice shot.
What a shot from Spirit Z1. And now there's 3 attackers about to run into 3 defenders.
Yeah, they've got the read, they've got the openings. Everything's looking good in this round. Early damage to Vukashu. Second player actually dropped instead. The UMP in position, and they're still trying to catch them from behind, but again, maybe a little bit nervy, not wanting to overface, not wanting to give anything over. Vukashu has to be very careful. He's kind of not being. The early contact being taken by him, Flexen at the back of the site. The wraparound now coming in from Life. They've got them completely boxed in, but Vitality have that info. Prophet, though, wanted that 1v1, and he's lost it.
3v4, someone's got to take a risk, but Life does really well to shut that down. Plan's going to at least be secured for Vitality, but they are surrounded. All DRG need to do is push at the same call. And a great stun on backside already. Seems to lock it in. Yumpy the only one left to deal with. Low HP on Vukashu. It does get a little bit spooky. They want to push him together, but time is ticking. It could force a mistake, and Yumpy's timing around the back seemed so good. Dodging that peak as it comes in, running the clock ever lower, bringing it to a 1v1. Yumpy so close to the ace, and he'll get it, burying DRG deeper and deeper by the round.
2 aces already. He talked early in the day about the fact that he was excited to be back on this stage. Jem was asking if he's grown taller. He's definitely looking bigger in this match. A crazy clutch. In a position that it almost felt like it wasn't necessary. Like they are so far ahead, but it's no surprise the coaching staff are over the moon with that one.
Oh, you've got to be.
If the game wasn't already dead and buried, it certainly is now.
11-4, 2 aces for Vitality and the map pick of DRG. It's not a pretty painting for the picture we're going to see on Breeze, on Haven, and you have to hope for a bounce back. And the best place for that to start is here and now. For DRG to feel like they competed. Right now, they've been shut down. And this round, let me be clear, is not the round I was talking about. Saying they want to start the comeback on this map. Too many weaknesses, surely. Sayonara will slip out of here. No punish on him.
Toxin screen down.
Probably sticking around a little bit more than I'd like to see. And because of that, Spirit Z1's wrapped up right behind him. We could see Sayonara fall, and then a 3v3. It's so important that Viper makes it out. But that pick for Spirit Z1, it has given them a chance.
He's going to group up with a teammate to get that rifle as well.
It's the Outlaw.
It's not going to be an instant kill onto anybody, but an opportunity for damage.
Showstopper.
Showstopper should be able to eliminate him, and while it left all onto Vukashu, but he's not going to be able to get anything. The last man trapped in the back. Of course, the spike already being planted. Durka looking to try and clutch this out around that should have been easier, and it won't be around for them at all. There should be plenty of time for that defusal to come back through. And the crazy thing as well is, yeah, you said the fight back needed to start now, Mitch. I don't think you expected it to be just then.
Well, no, I did. I quite explicitly stated this was not the round. Getting a thrifty out of this one, Vukashu really earned an assault on that fight. But still, it looked done. I thought when Dirk is able to make it to Mound that Nick had given him too much space. But that has worked out nicely.
Yeah. The Mastercard thrifty. The first round that they found in this defensive side, and one that gives them quite a lot economically. A blip on the radar, maybe slight balance after the clutch ace we just saw out of Yumpy as well. But can they now build off of it? Even if it's not a comeback into the map, just gaining a little bit of additional confidence. We're yet to see that superstar level from Vukashu, but the last round was definitely a start. And also for Flexin, it has been a map to forget, no doubt. There's still an opportunity to at least make this one a little bit more competitive. As you can see, though, there is no real trouble other than the light shields, but no Outlaw in hand.
This is what we talked about. Oh my goodness! Life having that angle, and he's got backup, and the blast pack just eliminates Nick. This is unreal. Vitality run into the A site. It's free as can be. Ults expanded as not even they can believe the success they've had. And what's that last round? Just a flash in the pan. It's a 3v5 that they have to fight back into. The economy's even in a rough state. In a normal round, you'd save, but Vitality are so close to victory now. You have to fight tooth and nail. Ult's committed. The fight back through, labored as Chronicle and Durka, but bodies on the floor. And Flexin, it's been a tough game for him. He'd more than double his kills to even come close. 12-5, locked in, and Vitality, they're dominating DRG's map pick.
Yeah, at this point, that was mostly just them winning opening duels. The easy fight for Sayonara, blast back across, easy fight for Durka. Like, they're just aim diffing their opponents at this point. Chronicle, I think, through the majority of this round was just spamming, knowing that they're in that sort of position, and the fact that they can't weed him out This makes things look very, very easy in the end. Those ults.
Let's go kill them.
Or at least the ult in the convergence path expended for nothing. Now the tour de force. At least in play for this round. Maybe life can give them something once again.
The smoke is cruel. He's blocked out of it. I'm not sure if the TP on that range even lets him walk through. Instead, he's just going to sit shorty in hand, but teammates ready to fight Flash. And that's their signal to walk on in, but the shots don't land. Nick, oh, he is a faint glimmer of hope, but with bodies dropping all around him, the ult is, it's not going to help. It's going to tell you they are exactly where you thought they were. Some shots needed from Nick. His teammate miles away on the A site in the plant. Soon to come in on B. Bukashu, Veen got himself. Well, this is going to have to be a divine clutch for a 1v4.
It seems they know exactly where he is, and he was hoping to find out where they are. But that corpse a little further away. Okay. Mistake from Chronicle. Now he has that information, but all three players grouped up. Paranoia just waiting to be thrown out. All that needs to happen from Vitality is buy time. They don't need to face him. They don't need to be aggressive. And he is still hunting and looking for just a single fight, and he will find it. The opponent's map choice dominated by Vitality. And for DRG, it is looking like more of the same at international events. They need to bounce back on the next one.
Big bounce back needed indeed. A 13-5 masterclass and a debut on the international stage for Sayonara looking sublime. Will Vitality be running away with this series? We'll find out after the break.
Hello, guys. Hello. Hey, nice shot, brother. Nice shot. Finish duo. Me and Yop got 5 kills.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
solid game from everyone on Vitality. But Pal, we have to talk about Durka on that operator. I mean, 10 seconds into a round, he's already cleared a side, picking up a kill or two for you guys. So talk to us about the amount of impact that he had for you guys on that map of Lotus. Was this part of your game plan, and how much did he make things easier for you?
Durka makes everything easier for us, especially as coaches. Makes us look a lot better at our jobs and a lot better at planning. But no, we want to give him the freedom. We want to be able to give him the resources required. And if he's finding space, if he's finding advantages quite quickly, fine, we'll let him have it until people actually shut him down.
All right, thank you so much. And just one quick thing. What were the things that you guys talked about during the timeout?
A lot of it was just, right, calm down, get used to the nerves, get used to the fact that we're playing in front of a crowd here. It's a little bit different to being back in Berlin, which is quite nice for the boys, good fun experience. And then once we move on from that, just trying to make reads on how they're playing with this new version of the comp they brought out.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck.
What an effortless map 1 win by Vitality, and this is the kind of form we expect from a roster like this. Vitality was collecting non-stop highlight clips left and right from every single one of their players. It's been absolutely phenomenal from the team.
Yeah, I think something that I want to pick up from that Pal said there was, letting Durka having a bit of freedom. This man was in neon jail all throughout stage 1, so it's nice to see Durka taken back to that global stage on an agent that we know that he's great on internationally.
Now, we were talking about the highlights and how they were all getting clips there. They even got 2 aces, which brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment from Vitality. There were so many, but this is what we ended up with. We did not hype him up for no reason. He was absolutely fantastic here, getting a 4K very early on in the match.
Yeah, I mentioned it. Like, this guy, if you don't know who he is one of our best players in the EMEA. He has been dominating, and he's been flexing across all these different roles, and to get an ace this early on, be playing this well, is a great confidence booster for him.
Yeah, first global ace in the first 5 rounds of his first map. Really incredible, but I also want to highlight Yampi here being able to pick up an ace of his own. It's obviously his return to the global stage. The last global event that he attended was Champs in 2023, so it's been a long, long time, especially when you consider all the near-miss moments that this guy had last year on that BBL roster with Pal, with Profek, and it's just so nice to see him here at the global stage.
It was a really emotional win for him in EMEA not too long ago, just a couple weeks ago, so this is huge for the IGL, also collecting his own ace along the way. Now, Jen was talking to Pal about Durka on this map with the op, especially against Life on the other side. I know you're a big Chamber fan, but what do you make of it, Mini?
Well, I think like DRG's game plan was to have Life going out, taking space with the operator, and time and time again, it was Durka just shutting him down. I think that this is where the experience of a player like Durka shines through. There's so many rounds where Jen highlighted, he was just pushing out 1/2 the map by himself. And I think that that is the kind of form and the kind of composure and confidence that I want to see from this team throughout this tournament, and not just in a game where they are the heavy favorites.
Yeah, I think when we think about Durka, he used to be one of the best performing duelists in the world at one point, so if he can kick off this event with a really great start like he just had, again, we're expecting him to play a lot of this operator. The amount of impact that he's been able to have on it, it's really going to make the whole kind of run effortless for them.
This is a really good sign for Vitality. When we talk about super teams, there's a lot of expectation, and often the expectations aren't really met. And that's because when you have a team full of people who are so experienced, coming head to head, they all have their own opinions, they have their own style, and it doesn't necessarily blend well all the time.
Well, I think it's about DRG making them sweat a little bit. The composition DRG ran didn't have that double duelist like usual. They didn't make Vitality have to work for it too much there. A lot of those rounds were a little bit individual. They had the space to just make some of those plays. I'm hoping on Breeze that DRG just come back to the drawing board and just send it to Vitality a little bit. Let Vukashu clean up these rounds once they've made it a little bit messy.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that DRG looked a little timid on that first map, and we had said that coming into this, we don't really expect much from them, so come out, surprise us, give us something exciting. You mentioned, Minnie, that that composition was a bit more strategic, which actually we want to see them being more explosive and throwing kind of curveballs towards Vitality, where they can just, get confused about what DRG are trying to achieve.
DRG, I mean, we have a lot of questions for them. Who better to ask than the coach himself, Nathan D, standing by with Jen Lee.
A bit of a frustrating start for DRG. Now, Nathan D, it felt like on map 1, you guys didn't really get to play your own game. How did you guys mentally reset after map 1? And also, how do you make sure that what happened in map 1 doesn't happen on Breeze?
所以图一对于你们来说可能是个比较沮丧的开局，看到你们确实有一点点没有打出自己的东西，有点不在状态。想问一下，心态上你会怎么样帮助？就是在图一之后，帮助所有的队员去重振旗鼓，保证确保刚图一的一些错误不会带到图2。
我觉得图一上来其实主要是就是Dirk确实上来发挥比较好，首张局跟第一个常胜局或者他起局都让我们的节奏让我们产生了一些质疑吧。所以我觉得最关键是我们打完图一后，我们不要去想那些，我们只需要专注于自己就 OK 了。我相信我们 Breeze 可以打回来。
It's like Dirk was really amazing in map 1, no matter he's like in the pistol round, in the gun round, or when he has his operator, he's really threatening and he made us doubting ourselves. But I think it doesn't matter. We should leave all the things behind and just trust ourselves like that.
Okay, thank you so much and good luck.
With a map like that, that's all you can do is reset and get ready to go into map 2, which is going to be Breeze. And like you guys are saying, we want to see a lot more aggression from this team. This team, DRG, they have the fire. It's not just Vukashu. They have life, they have spirit, and we want to see that come out.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing here is that Vitality now go onto their map pick of Breeze, and they're very comfortable on this map. DRG, on the flip side, have not looked too comfortable, but they need to just throw that all out of the window and just think, this is just a map. We need to just play more aggressively, just run at them a little bit more, get the firepower going, and that's what they need for their first map win at a global event, because right now it's not looking great.
Yeah, I think if we do want to have a bit of hopium for them, I'm leaning into the kind of weaknesses of Vitality here. When I think back to that time that they played BBL on this Breeze, it was lost, completely lost in the sauce. It was the rounds where Yampi was like, can I speak? Literally asking for permission to be able to IGL his team. Of course, we have discussed that it's a very different team from that map to how it ended up looking at the end of playoffs. I think for DRG as well, I need to see them come through with a clear identity. I had flagged that was a worry for me because they've played 3 different types of compositions on this map previously. So I'm hoping that they've cooked up something nice for this event.
And the scary thing is that Dirk is usually a highlight player on this Breeze, and he is already warmed up, showing what he can do with the operator. Jet op on Breeze, that is his bread and butter. DRG are going to have to climb a massive mountain if they want to win this map.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they have to do something here, and we do not want to let VCT China down. They did have that extra time to prep, and I do feel like what they prepped did not come through at all on map 1. There was something there, and it absolutely didn't come through, whether it was nerves, jitters, but we know Vukashu has way more in the tank than what was happening there.
But it can't just be Vukashu! It can't just... This is the thing, right? You have great teams, but then you have teams that are just above that level. And I think when you're at a global event, you cannot just be relying on individuals. We need to see the team cohesion come through from DRG.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more there, and I'm very curious what these teams will be bringing out on Breeze.
Looks as though Vitality are sticking with the same composition that they ran in EMEA, but yeah, as you highlighted there, Minnie, we're going to see life on the chamber again.
Yeah, I don't mind it so much on this map. I think that starting on the defense is going to be strong for them. I think once they flip to the attack side, not having that double dive might not punish them as much, but if they are going to play this, I just need to see them getting to the face of Vitality a little bit more. I just need to see them making Dirk sweat a little bit and not just kind of methodically trying to wait play individually.
I wonder if this life on chamber is going to be a consistent theme across the board for DRG, because of course he was on that Perma Neon, and of course we kind of touched about the nerfs that are coming into this stage, so I'm wondering if this is going to be a theme throughout their map pool here at VCT Masters London. But I think for Vitality, yeah, they are sticking with that same composition. DRG opting to go for the Astra with the Viper. I quite like the Astra on this map, especially when you think about the delay that they're going to be able to have.
I think the Harbor is the best smoker on this map. The pair of that Viper, I love Vitality's composition here. I'm hoping that they've taken some inspiration from other teams around the world, and on this attack side, once they've taken those sites, pushing deeper into those post plants and making the retakes very difficult for DRG.
Well, this is going to be a big one on Breeze. Vitality has never looked better than this, I have to say, and bringing it here on the London stage is huge. DRG, they will have to bring it to the third map where we're going to have a lot of question marks going through the rest of the Swiss stage. All right, it's going to be Breeze. We're going to be sending it back to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Victorious. Vitality climbed over some giants to be here today, and now standing tall after that first map, a 13-5 masterclass on the pick of DRG. And now we move to Breeze, somewhere that they wanted to fight here today, Tom. The one upside I'll give you, DRG got to choose to start in the defense. And if they can get this rolling, show us their ideas behind life on Chamber and how this can work defensively, because it wasn't really there on Lotus. Well, then we could have a game on our hands, but definitely expectation here sitting towards a strong start for Vitality in Masters London.
Yeah, for sure. I think that going into a very strong map for them, aggression can be immediately read by the knife from KO as well, so they're going to get a lot of information. They're going to deny the TP back. Well, in this case, even the dash was gone immediately. A great start to the round from Durka. And already looking to put pressure on. The dart is good. It gives Nick an opportunity, but he hasn't managed to find a kill.
A good amount of damage, and Flexen's got a double. DRG not going to let this pistol slip without a fight. Vitality are spreading the net. They're playing it slow as Profek wraps around the back. The spike is fleeing the site. Profek is a fake in this moment, feigning a fight for this site, and he's demolished DRG. Chronicle and Durka have an open B site, a plant to be found, and a snake in the grass in the form of Chronicle. He's about to go running into Vukashu. The 1v1 won by Chronicle, and a 1-0 start for Vitality as a result.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, that made me very nervous. They're splitting up and looking for clues in the 1v2, but it seems like there's definitely some competitiveness between these two players. I think Vukashu with a point to prove on the international stage. And one thing that's always quite funny is there's been a joke made, especially a lot by Profek, that after playing this agent in EMEA, he didn't want to do it anymore. He didn't like the Harbor because he wasn't able to get the stats. So that is one hell of a way to start. 3-1 for him, and 1-0 for Vitality. But as you can see, the stage has gone red, and that normally means technical pause.
Pausa Technica, yes indeed. Well, for Vitality, I love what you heard from Profek in that replay as well. I'm going to stand up soon. You know, the 3K wasn't enough for him just yet. Quite a successful solo fake, though, I have to say.
I'm surprised, though, because I feel like if you only stand up when you're far enough in the lead, a bit of a chicken. And I never really saw Profek to be like the cowardly type. You know?
I always respected teams like BBL, for example. They could be 10-0 down. I remember 6-0 down. They went around straight to their feet. LaRock screaming. And that's what you love to see. That energy from the get-go. Maybe we'll get that from Profek one day, but
he's
more
quite
the
chill.
silent type.
Yeah, of course. This map in general has been one of the better.
Yes, he came prepared. I like that.
Yeah, it's been one of the better for Vitality as well. Especially when they play versus both Heretics and Fnatic. Incredibly good starts, especially in that Fnatic series. And I think it's definitely a scary prospect that them getting that pistol. We talk a lot about like Durka and still having very good statistics on the Neon, but it seems like his favor has always been elsewhere. Sure, we've got into the 2 maps initially that he didn't play anyway, but I wouldn't be surprised with everything we've seen from Neon at the early games as well, that this might be a change which he's going to be very excited for. And on the other side of things, sure, he's been matched by Spirit Z1 picking up that jet, moving a little bit away from the Waylay, but I am really curious about this Chamber, because if that's just like a hot fix, like them coming in and just going, we're just going to take Neon out and put Chamber in on every single map, I'm very worried for this team, because I think they're completely different in the way that they have to be played. And again, especially when you know on this map in particular, you're coming up against a KO, it can deny him being able to escape in the moments where he can be cheeky, he can be aggressive, he can be in your face. Well, if that's denied, that's terrifying.
Yeah, when you talk about DRG, looking at last map, again, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me to a certain extent why they make that change. I think they're trying to combat the issue that they were facing, where Vukashu's utility gets hit, rotates come in, they don't have that anchor on the other side. A lot of the time, map control was left open, teams were walking into it and taking uncomfortable fights. DRG try to adjust, they bring in that Chamber last map, and on the defense, we certainly saw the ideas, but what we saw on the other side was Vitality adapting to those ideas perfectly. Life tries to push up and get space around Rubble, Viper wall goes up, players fill the space, wall goes down, and now he's got a shooting gallery where he's outnumbered, and as we saw, out-aimed as well. For Vitality, they've had the counters, they've had the reads against it, and DRG then come into this map with the same sort of solution, and it does make me worried. But starting on the defensive side, we'll get to see that full half. We'll get to see the full playbook of ideas around it, and hopefully a bit more success for Life, because he has been a very exciting player to watch regionally. The one thing I wanted to see them deal with coming into this event was get him on a bit more of a leash on that attack side. Sometimes he ran away with the round a little bit, ran away with it and gave it to the other team. And sometimes, when it came to the defensive side, he'd have a lot of benefits from those rotations on Neon, as you'd expect. Go back to the Euro meta, same sort of thing. And then, how do they get that same value out of something else? And I haven't seen it from the Chamber so far.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, again, he's been highlighted all the way through. I think Bukashu on that Viper is something excited to see, but also flexing. Like, okay, he had an incredibly quiet last map, already getting a couple of kills in the pistol, even though it slipped away from them. I think we talk a lot about these controllers, especially on the defensive side, and how much sort of time you can buy. And even in the MEA, we saw Heretic swap over to having a Sage in the mix, just so you could have that delay. You can have those rotations, because it is so far to get from that B back to the A site. And I think we even saw it in the pistol. Like, once you have that early pick onto Spirit Z1, Vitality are just going to run it in. They're going to continue that sort of ball of energy in towards the site. And having that level of delay is going to be incredibly important.
Look, I get how easy it is to look at the last map and say, you know, Flexen obviously does need to step up. He was 3-16, closing out the previous good pistol from him here. But the reality is, when I think back on the last map, there were a lot of moments where the utility was landing. We had some good paranoias, but agreed that when it comes down to the 1v1s in the end, when he was in his fights, you want to see that little bit of a step up. Those are fine, though. As long as the player's still working his role, everybody has a bad map. Even thinking back to stage 1, Tom, we got to see what I believe was Durka's tied worst map ever. Yeah, that's not something, I think he'd reached even close to those stats one other time. So it's rare to see, but...
Yeah, I think that the worry for both DRG and for other teams in this tournament is what we saw in that last map. So you had Sayonara, the youngster, coming onto the stage and going, okay, is he going to crumble under the size of the crowd? It's slightly bigger than what we see over in Berlin. No, he didn't. Ace within 4 rounds. Are we going to see maybe the same sort of pressure put onto someone like Yumpy as an IGL? No, he also had an ace later in the game. And then Durka was just consistently frying. And it's like, for DRG, that's a worry because, okay, can you even just match them man for man, pound for pound? If everybody's online, I think the answer is no. But for other teams as well, if they get what it could be seen as a warm-up game, just to feel out the stage, and, well, the last map looked comfortable other than a few blips on the radar, that's a scary Vitality to see. And the Vitality we've kind of expected. Like, with the players that they picked up, even you look at like a Yumpy and a Prophet from last year and how they managed to do quite a lot on BBL. And then the rest, you don't even really need to talk too much about. Sayonara, a youngster that was signed before, like way before he's even old enough to play. And then, you know, Dirk and Chronicle. Those guys are fairly well known.
Yeah, I would say they have made a bit of a name for themselves. Yeah. It's good to see some ex-teammates even in the audience. I just caught a glimpse of Mel and Solkas taking a seat. For God's sake. The chat's going to love you for that one, man. But yeah, for Vitality, look, a 1-0 start and a dominant last map. It is somewhere that in the back of our heads, we're very keen to see if DRG can bounce back, and no doubt everyone else in that crowd is willing to get it underway. But unfortunately, we do have a bit of a tech pause. So while we wait for this to be resolved, we're not going to keep us yapping here all day. Instead, we're going to go and get to know the DRG boys a little bit better. I believe we tested their reaction times. Let's take a look how they did.
Hello everyone, I am joined here with the DRG roster and we're going to do a quick reaction time little test. I've got a ruler here and I want each player to try and grab it whilst I drop it. We're going to see how far up the ruler or how low down they are on the ruler to test those reaction times. Ready to go straight away?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm ready.
Let's go. Not a great start. Okay, let's go next.
He's right here, right?
Okay. Thank you.
Oh.
That was good.
I'm sorry.
Really?
I'm sorry.
Okay, next one. Okay.
Oh.
That was pretty good, yeah.
Okay, I will troll for
You're gonna troll.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay, I can.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm sure, bro. I'm sure.
Yeah, it was dangerous. That
I like
was
it, bro.
good.
Very good.
Nice.
I'm so old.
Thank you guys for joining me. You did great.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go, Spirit.
Yeah, well, I somehow, I don't believe Vukashu there at the end. I think he might have said that he was trolling in advance, just to cushion the results somewhat, but fair enough. He certainly does seem to have some good reactions regionally, and not a bad first map either, but definitely a lot more to be desired from DRG and from their camp as well. 1-0 start for Vitality when we left you. We're still there now. We didn't play without you. Don't you worry. But Tom, as we've said, when it comes to this defensive side for DRG, we have a lot of thoughts about what we could be seeing, what they could be bringing in terms of their game plan. Well, there's no better way to find out than to let the rounds play out. Let's get back into the game, folks. DRG looking to fight back, but this might not be their round. Last time I said that, they had a sensational one. But it is much weaker in terms of the buy. This time, you've got the Headhunter, you got some Sheriffs, and some Classics kicking around.
Only 2 bullets in the Headhunter, so hey, never mind. Not a bad start for Flexin. And I don't believe they've spotted too much more on the Vitality side. Obviously, going to start to question how aggressive their opponents are going to be, but an immediate rotation back from DRG to the other side of the map. Of course, that double initiator will help them out with being that little bit more careful. The drone utilized to clear any of those close and dangerous angles. It allows Durka to take the space relatively for free, but that rotation has just got here in time.
Pistols up close with numbers. It gets dangerous, and already one found, but again, bailing them out versus the Pistols. Something just clicks in Sayonara. Oh my. Any danger seems to be averted, and a 1 versus 3 clutch needed. Only 2 shots in the Headhunter. He's got himself a bandit as well. Let's see if he can steal this round away.
You call him an Eco Cobra. That sounded like a little bit toxic, I'm not gonna lie.
He's picked up a lot of kills on him.
Oh, okay, be a little bit careful here, guys. That's a lot of damage done. Not a bad round from the side of DRG, considering what was invested into this one.
2 Sheriffs and a couple Headhunter shots. That's a great round. I mean, if Sayonara doesn't hit this,
yeah,
your round is probably going your way. So I think DRG can be very happy with that as a second. And also Flexin, he's got 3 kills now. He had 3 kills last map. Not just saying that to rub it in, but it genuinely is something that picks you up. You believe that performance is behind me. And let's hope it is. DRG's first full buy. And a lot of weight sitting in this round, at least in my mind.
Yeah. Pieces missing for Vitality, but still multiple rifles to play with a fast uptick into middle. They're going to get caught out by the trap, and because of that, Life is able to catch the stalled out Durka. Good start to the round. Tapping the orb, and it even seemed like there was a potential attempt to try and sneak through. Instead, Yumpy's also been caught. 2 of the rifles in the dirt. Profek has taken space, but he's got to be careful. He doesn't get caught while utilizing his smoke. Nick is just around the corner, but Profek wins the fight.
That was a complete jump scare. You never expect someone to be hiding behind that box. Life inside the cove. Good work done. Trading out those numbers, leaving his teammates with a chance, but Vukashu needs to dig deep, and he won't land the shots. Vitality now with a plant. This round started so well for DRG. Life's control of the site was perfect, but Spirit C1, oh, he might be about to nail that shot. What? Sayonara! How has he gotten that? He was planting when that player peaked, and sure, he'll go down, but it's Flexin on 45 HP. No idea where Profek is. A 3-0 blowout start for Vitality. That one's got a sting.
It's looking like it's happening again. Mimicking the first map. And again, it started out strong. It's Sayonara that is saving them in so many occasions. Just let's go, and instant.
What the hell?
Headshot. There might not be anybody quicker to get that connection. Sure, he goes down, but as you said, Profek's positioning it would have to go hunting. The worry as well as that Hunter's Fury that's been online for a few kills. But alongside it will be that Reckoning. But of course, this round, expectation once again is not to need to use too much up against those pistols.
Looks like DRG want a bit of aggression in A main. Stepping in to take that control. This is the round for risks. When you've got that low buy, when you've got the pistols, there's still a good chance for life with this Headhunter in that fight, but a clean pickup for Vitality and the patience on display here on the defense. Sitting back, waiting for the pushes. Even as Sayonara goes down, it's difficult to get that weapon. It's a risk to step forward, but Spirit Z1 takes that risk and it's going to get him on the flank very early on, or at least with the rifle. Yeah, he just backs out. I like this choice from him.
The problem, though, is that now Vikash needs to do an awful lot. Shots not connecting, bullets dwindling, and immediately removed. Nick in position, but sectioned off by the harbor wall, and they even used the knife just to make sure that back corner is already clear. Diligent stuff from Vitality. And okay, the rifle is now just making its way onto the scene, but how much damage can it realistically do? There's a first, but an immediate trade out once again. 3 players standing for Vitality, 4-0 up. And it feels like either a pause from the defensive side, or maybe they're gonna see if this one can go their way now that they have the operator in hand.
Yeah, it very much feels like deja vu going back to that previous map. A 4-0 start for Vitality with a big play by Sayonara in the anti-eco to keep that win streak going. And then a pause from DRG. These are the same maps, essentially. And last time, DRG called this pause, and their Coinbase win condition was evidently communicated there. They had 3 rounds in a row, but they did finish 13-5. Let's hope for a streak here to get them back into this map.
Yeah, they've already had opportunities. Like, I think that Spirit Z1 flank, like the push all the way through the spawn, that was the best chance they had if he could get that kill onto Sayonara. But we've talked a lot of ifs and buts and maybes so far in this matchup, and well, you saw the last map go 13-5. And that's the terrifying thing. Like, this is a much better map for Vitality from what we've seen them play recently, and a much worse map for DRG regionally, losing 6-13 to XLG and 7-13 to EDG. So they are coming in to a weakness and having to try and turn this around. Otherwise, we will be in a similar case to what we've seen from them so far at international events, where winning a map has still managed to evade them. Obviously, tough opposition. G2 and T1 incredibly close versus T1 at Champs. It's not like they were dominated in that matchup, but it's safe to say Vitality have been doing that so far. That was almost an immediate kill onto Spirit Z1. In fact, they are just running it down.
They've taken so much space already. It's so pacey on the Vitality attack side. Push to the back side, see Spirit Z1 and Nick fall, and Durka immediately follows up with a second. With Flexen out of the round, this is looking like they were against an eco. They just ran over, washed away the A site. Spike is still in A main. There's a player in spawn. I mean, this was far too easy. And for DRG, this is devastating. Right after a pause into a full buy, big commitment. And you're, 10 seconds into the round, you're probably thinking about a save.
You want to know the worst thing? I think the player that did the most damage to Vitality players was Sayonara with his Hunter's Fury. I don't think anybody else even really landed anything. He was just trying to make sure he cleared the back side, but just a quick split. Yeah, we've seen the same aggression from Spirit Z1 again, which hasn't really had too much to follow up off the back of it. And even when you've got Vukashu just trying to take an exit kill, which, I'll be honest, it's a bleak reality when you are trying to challenge players as they leave the site. It's not like it was going to do any damage to the economy of Vitality, who've just been sweeping through these rounds. The silver lining here is, can they hold the operator? It is absolutely not. A flawless round coming through from Vitality. That looked way too easy.
It's round 5 and Chronicle has 4 orbs. I found myself wondering, did he just use his Viper's Pit recently? It's rare to see that. The slack has been picked up across the board for Vitality. They're stepping up individually in moments like that where they're challenged deep into the round. The pushes look good. The pace is catching DRG way off guard. And with a 5-0 start and the timeout coming out of round 4 into their full buy, there's almost no contest in this round. DRG, They have to save up their credits for the next. It should be a 6-0 start on Vitality's map. And this is the side DRG wanted to start on.
Well, the good thing is, tour de force. Oh no! One of the rifles got, I guess, why not? Spirit Z1 has been playing that same angle in most rounds.
It was 2 bullets, Tom! It was 2 bullets!
It's pre-firing the same spot. Like, it's a nice shot, but if you stand in the same place, I think they're going to start shooting that.
Well, now walking in, KO, they've revealed both the players at the backside as well. They know where everybody is. One player blinded as well. And it really is just way too easy for Vitality. This is a stroll, a walk in the park, and an absolute nightmare for DRG. Lukashu has at least managed to find one, but just even look at the rotation coming in from Chronicle. He's just making it into mid, and there's still 2 players there in case they manage that cross. It still feels like it would need to be a massive blunder, and with Vukashu already low, he does manage to get one back, but that time has been ticking so long. They would need a very quick couple of kills. The Tour de Force has been removed as well, so he's just sat in a corner with the classic trying to survive. 6-0. And well, when do we see a second pause?
Maybe soon. Honestly, I mean, last time DRG on Lotus, they were keen to use those pauses super early when they saw those issues. Nah, it's disgusting, honestly. I get why he spams it, sure, but 2 shots. The first spam of the whole round, it's straight onto the head of Spirit Z1. You know, I would say that it feels like in these rounds, DRG's look is running out, but I haven't seen them get lucky once so far. This has felt like fate had already chosen its champion before the series began. And Tom, you asked, when do we see the second timeout?
Now.
It's here and now.
Yeah. Well, they say life comes at you fast, but it seems not as fast as Durka. Like, the entries into that site are just brutal. And I think Spirit Z1 needs to change up his game. Like, they're trying to challenge for that A main control consistently, and he is getting killed consistently. So do something else. Try something different, because it seems like Vitality are just very, very comfortable at this point. And as you saw mentioned, for the likes of Chronicle and Yumpy, they haven't even really had to do much so far. They're getting up to a point where they have enough credits to potentially even buy till the end of the half. So it really just comes down to, do you have something that can upset the rhythm of Vitality? And sure, you're coming in with 4 ults. Bladestorm will pad the gap of the economy. You still have an Operator, you still have Viper's Pit. You have everything you could possibly need other than maybe a few shields here and there.
Don't worry.
If this round doesn't go their way, you almost feel like you have to chalk this map up.
It is still early days, but day turning to night for DRG as things start to look bleak. Viper's Pit put into play. If Durka killed him there, I think we just call it. But the one shot from the Sheriff won't land. And Vitality, without finding their free pick, they flee the A site. The thing is, this is exactly what DRG want to see. The drone just went out on elbow, though, and saw no one. Despite that, they're sticking with the numbers here. Durka's walked into Life's Operator, and he's walked right out.
He's just looking unbeatable. There goes the Bladestorm, though. Yumpy eliminated. That's the flashes. Durka has got a lot of space in middle. It's completely open. It's not being watched at all. There are no eyes on that position of the map. He can just walk in after getting a kill already in middle. And now the player at the back of the site in trouble, hit by the Reckoning. Nick holding his ground. A first round seeming somewhat plausible, but they've still got to be careful of middle. Still players around that position. In fact, Chronicle has gone walking all the way up. It is seemingly being watched to a degree, but bear in mind, no, they're going to walk backwards into the position. A spot they know was abandoned. A spot they knew a player was in. And now for Vukashu, well, a 1v3
Spike planted
on the other side of the map. And an Operator. Something tells me he might be saving.
That's a very good read you have there, Tom.
I'm very observant.
Yes, I like that. I'm not sure I'm 100% with you yet, but I'm starting to be convinced.
99.8?
I'll say 92. It is climbing slowly as he sits in position. But for Vitality, it looked great work as well by Durka and Sayonara, masking that flank around, just causing the distraction and letting Chronicle stab them in the back. But again, this wouldn't always work. It's DRG. They have this gap in their knowledge at that point that they just lose sight of the, of the gap that they indeed left open. And 7-0, as you said, Tom, that round not going their way makes us more and more nervous by the second. We are both pauses down for DRG with no results.
No, and I can't imagine whatever was said in the coaching booth has anything like this in mind. Like, that's an oversight of crazy proportion. The fact that a player gets killed from mid after Durka got an opener in mid, and then the fact that Chronicle is able to clear, and sure, Durka went back around, maybe you thought that, oh, they've just given that up, but it's such a huge gap to walk backwards into. This is looking like a nightmare for DRG and for Vitality. But this squad, as a whole, debuting together, I don't think they could have hoped for anything more.
Especially a young player like Sayonara. Confidence being something we talked about on the regional stage. We had to see him deal with that in the first couple of weeks and warm up, really heat up as the weeks went on. Getting a start like this on the international stage, I mean, it is impossible to overstate how important that can be for your run. For DRG, a start like this, it's impossible to overstate how devastating it is. An 8th round is what they're looking for, a full buy, and the A site is the target from Vitality. They take deep mid space, feigning that B hit that they went for before, but now walking into Flex and judging, and then he gets nothing! The AWP sees one life in there with the pick, and he survived as well, still breathing deep into the take. It's possibly the best DRG have looked so far after the first blow is dealt. 30 seconds as the spike is tapped. Vitality want that deep site control. It means challenging life. It means giving him a chance. He's been quiet so far. This is his opportunity, but Chronicle puts an end to that. And with Brawl back, the round goes with him. 8-0. Vitality are giving no quarter.
You said it. That was looking like the best chance they had thus far. But it just feels like there's levels on levels on levels to the depth of talent. I said it before, this man has stated many a time he doesn't like playing the Harbor, but the space he was able to get up close and then just obliterating them individually. 8-0. The streak continues. Again, the pockets of DRG have run dry. Well, they definitely know where Spirit Z1 is. A hero rifle in the form of Vukashu, but being brutally honest, we haven't seen that hero level flare from him just yet. Whereas we've seen that in droves on the other side.
Oh, they're being played as well. The eco round from DRG, the idea to group up, leave life for mid control, and play this B side after they see that pressure. They think they've made the right read, and Vitality fake it out. It's nasty. Disguising their hand this time when it's not needed that so far. They've shown their cards and taken the dub anyways. Now Flexen stands in their way on this A site. A Sheriff in hand and teammates nowhere nearby that. They're starting to make it to the outskirts. But he's the one that's gonna have to deal with it if push comes to shove. Life's looking the wrong way. Profek with a nasty hold on the door, and Flexen, oh, he's surrounded. It's looking so clean for Vitality. Vukashu could be that spark of hope that they need.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
The swing's just too good though. Chronicle was waiting for the contact. And now Nick, like realistically. Maybe he gets Durka because he's low. No, never mind. No, even that's not going to happen. 9-0. All smiles, of course, on the Vitality side. I imagine they came into this game. Well, I know they came in very confident. We had the sort of tier list thrown together by Profek and Pau, and Profek immediately said they have no chance. But I'm not sure I thought that it was to this degree. I don't think I would be sat here after a 13-5 on their opponent's map choice and then a 9-0 on their own. At this point, like we saw earlier in the day, that the teaser, all we can really cling to at this point is curses. Can they get back to 9-3 and then maybe that will save them? I've got nothing else at this point.
You're going to have to start doing rituals, Tom. At this point, it's looking like...
Clinton was always good at those, you know, put the shot on the floor. He made some rituals in his time.
Perhaps.
He normally only did it for Pacific, though.
Yeah, but perhaps he won't be as keen to help other regions. Himself and Achilleos seem a little bit biased when we saw that prediction chart go up earlier on. They were quite pleased with themselves. I think 70% of people said this will be Pacific's event. And here, EMEA's #2 certainly making some waves. DRG, once again, on that full buy. It's been a very, very slow round, and now they start to hear some noise. The KO flash thrown into A main, gets the rotation from one. Vukashu, I don't think he's going to leave, but he's covering in that mid space now, leaving only Spirit Z1 holding up close in B main. Vitality have thinned the herd. Right, and now for the reward.
Yeah, a tag here might even be a death sentence. There you go, Hunter's Fury thrown out, just trying to be disruptive. Dirk has managed to deal with one, but Spirit Z1 holding on the site, and the rotation has come in because of it. They might be able to deny the 13-0 at least, but Chronicles caught one. The problem, though, is the time. 15 seconds. Surely this one has to be theirs. The swing out from Spirit Z1 may be a little risky, but he makes sure that that spike hasn't dissipated. He makes sure that they're at least not going home with 0 on the board for this one. It will be the first round coming up for DRG. They're on the board.
Well, the 9-3 curse still possible here, Tom. Don't give up hope just yet.
It's on.
Great round from Spirit Z1. Takes the first fight up close. Doesn't give them the opportunity to get any further space. Fights Durka right off rip and closes it out on Sayonara, the man who has been bailing Vitality out of some of the worst situations they've been in. It's a round win, but we need to see it repeated again and again. 9-3, the best score DRG can walk out of this half in the half that they decided to start on the defensive side. Maybe if we could go back in time, some things would change, be it the side, be it the comp.
Maybe they banned this map.
maybe the map, but we'll see if they can still pull this back.
Oh, this is so aggressive from Life, but a nice shot up top. Able to get another bite of the cherry, and the reveal is sublime. They know there's 2 players stuck in that corner. Flash over the top, and that's another shot for Life. Finally, starting to see some of the players. And that DRG side step up. Okay, the Viper's Pit thrown in a 2 versus 5. And never mind. It'll be a flawless round coming through for DRG. All it took was one, a small spark. That 9-3 is still on.
Fanning it into a flame slowly. The Viper's Pit commitment, I think, really a sign of the times now. There's no such thing as a 1 round until they're all dead or the timer is gone. Excellent work by Life. Both of those shots, the first a little more ridiculous than the second. And that will be the round locked in. A second for DRG. It's not over yet, but they need this third. They need that pistol. They are going to climb their way all the way back into this. Pressure onto Life right away. We've seen this fast hit from Vitality before, but this time Life has given the advantage to the defense.
There's a walkout of main they have to be careful of. Decent position, but they're kind of stuck in the same angle. Nick has come in from behind though, looking like those last 3 rounds will be going their way unless Sayonara can add another incredible round. But look how many players are rounding in on him. The first goes his way, but the trade is immediate. The last 3 all go the way of DRG. The curse is on. Maybe the comeback.
It's a commanding lead for Vitality, 9-3. We'll see if they can keep up this pressure in the next half.
Defeated.
Have a British player in the house. What's it like to have Valorant Masters in London at long last?
Amazing, honestly. I think it's deserved for it to be here. There's a lot of British fans, and the energy is always amazing. So, yeah, I'm glad to be here.
We've got some British representation on the stage as well. We've got a few British players. Obviously, we're not seeing Benji Fishy for another week or so. Who do you think is going to be the strongest British player to step on that stage this week?
I mean, it's definitely going to be either Kiko or Benji. But, I mean, after we've seen what Kiko do, I don't know, it's going to be hard to top that. He's definitely going to be up there.
Were you surprised how hard he went in his first game here?
Yeah, he had to chill a bit because he'll save it for the finals or something, but yeah.
I was going to say, maybe he's going to drop a 50 bomb in the finals. Who knows, Solkaz? So tell me, when you look at the different regions represented here, who do you think is going to be taking it at the end of these 3 weeks?
Ooh, I mean, it's definitely, like, every Masters is always very competitive. It's like, towards like the semis, it's like every region has at least one team in the semis. So I'm gonna go with my boy Yampy. I'm gonna root for Vitality, my ex-teammate. So I want him to go all the way up to the top.
How do you think Yampy has developed as a player since we first saw him? Stepping to that IGL role, he's sometimes having to tell his team to shut up and listen to him. But when they do, they're flying.
It's nice to see him a bit more authoritative. Yeah, when he first joined like Valorant many years ago, he was a bit more like reserved, but you could kind of see like some kind of like hints of him being a caller. He always had like good ideas and he played a lot better when he was talking, so it's nice to see him on a team like this and really shine.
It's fantastic to also see you here. Solkaz, free agent, by the way.
Hey, pick him up. I'll tell you, you might not regret it. For Vitality, though, I don't think they'll be looking to make any replacements anytime soon, so you might want to find another club rooting for your boy Yampy. That's what I love to see. There's always something special with an ex-teammate.
For sure. And, you know, it's been a great game for them so far. Of course, a creep back, 13-0 denied. But the question is there anything more that can come out of DRG? Of course, as said, it has always been a struggle for them to find themselves, even getting a map. For Vitality, it definitely seemed like towards the end maybe they got a little bit overconfident. Viper's Pit in a 2v5 was one of the boldest choices I think I've ever seen, but you can understand why. It was so dominant for them for those first 9 rounds. But a pistol here at least gives DRG a chance to turn this back.
Chance indeed, as slim as it may be. Up close, Life's the one to open it up. A good start with Vukashu trading out. The B site seems to have fallen. Sayonara slips in behind the wall. The Flexens lurk on the other side of the map. I don't know what they want to do with this. Spirit C1 going down sends the spike fleeing towards this A site. A confusing round for Vitality. And will they put the pieces together in time as Flexen? Here's the rotations in the spawn. He's got a free. Oh, he's been spotted! He's been taken down! That was the whole idea of this round. The spike could be on B right now. Instead, it's miles away, and in fact, there's going to be someone waiting on the other side. Sayonara, he's got to challenge it. Well, he doesn't know the Nick is there. As I said, a confusing round from the Vitality side.
Oh,
they're left in the 2v2.
There's definitely no way that Sayonara thought that anybody would be there. Goes for the orb, ends up with 2, but not quite in the way that he would have hoped for. Perfect still hot on their heels, though.
Spike planted.
The defenders completely split. They're watching for that angle. And now Chronicle is all that stands in their way from a pistol round, a much-needed pistol round.
One shot.
But this man can be enough on almost any occasion. Nick is not going to be able to take this one home. It is the clutch coming through for the side of Vitality. And another pistol under their belt.
That feels like the death blow, Tom. This had to be where DRG found the round. You know the last time they won an attack side half when it comes to this map? It was over 2 months ago, or just under 2 months ago, actually. It was the 9th. It's been a while. It's been a couple games. That said, I think they like 13-1 that game up against Wolves. It's a strong showing, but since then, nothing but.
Well, yeah, and the last thing you need right now is a Rebel clutch. The last thing you need is Chronicle going, okay, you finally had yourself an advantage, and I'm going to steal that away from you. Vukashu's going to go for this purchase once again into the Outlaw. And I'm almost surprised we don't just see them gamble all in. Like, I understand you want to make sure that you at least get a purchase, but they are so far behind at this point. Outlaw in for Durka as well. On this defensive side, he's only going to become more of a problem because he's no longer having to dive in first. And well, the lurker Flexen this time has been caught.
Flexen has to hate Chronicle at this point. Every time he tries to lurk, this guy just catches him. The second he's vulnerable, rounds the corner, top mid, immediately put in his place. For DRG, no space in that direction, but they still decide to rotate around. Problem that we can see, Sayonara's holding that space, and it's an off angle. They'll have to be careful, or he could get one and get out of here for free as well. First to challenge seems to even be the spike. It could be huge information, but it looks like they might even be ready for it. Yes, they peek together. Nicely done. And that connection opens up B a little bit. Chronicle still stands in their way, but they've spotted him now.
Yeah, I think he realizes that doesn't want to overextend in this moment. Doesn't want to be open to too many angles, but a post-plant, that Outlaw still into the hands of Vukashu. This is going to get more and more dangerous as the seconds tick on. Spirit Z1 trying to get aggressive. Vukashu, however, has been dropping his life instead. 2 quick kills. Profek a little labored, but still turning it into a 2v2. The close corner of Nick might not be expected, but now it comes down to just life. One man to maybe give them that tiny little bit of hope, but instead they're just defusing. And yeah, he needs to try and run into this. They're now just waiting with it already halved. In the end, it comes down to nothing. Sure, they'll be able to go in with a decent purchase for the next one. But again, look how many rounds in a row they need to get off the back of this buy.
The odds are stacked against them. As we said, losing that pistol already puts you in a bad spot, and some great signs there of what can be in play for DRG on a good day, but this is anything but. Vitality with a huge lead, and as said, DRG need to make a recovery on a side that is very rarely kind to them. And up against a team like Vitality, we're going to be more than comfortable when it comes to this map, when it comes to the defense and individuals off the charts, certainly in the first map. We've got team aces here as well. It's a more well-rounded pack. It does start to feel like series end is close at hand.
I think it's going to take a lot of rounds in a row for me to even start to believe, and that is not going to go any better. Of course, Vukashu was the player with the pistol, but even still, losing the man that has been talked about so much coming into this tournament, being put in a fair few top 15 player lists, some even putting him at the top, which I wonder if it might be corrected after this game.
Look at the position Sayonara's in right now. DRG are feeling that presence on A, even after that pick. I think that's going to spur them to go to the B site. They think the rotations have come in. They think they've left B. They have left B because they've taken your spawn instead! Sayonara! Hammering nail after nail into the coffin of DRG. And all that seems left now is to bury them deep beneath the dirt. This has been a sensational series for Vitality, and even on this buy, 12 looks locked in.
Oh, it definitely is. Look where the spike is. Unless they all run at him, there is no chance. It was Yumpy just basically throwing away what was only a pistol to see if he could get an extra ore, but he does. Left. And now for Nick, it really just is, can I hold on to a rifle? Can I at least bring something into the next round? And he has been hunted by that young superstar, Sayonara. But honestly, he just doesn't miss a beat. A 3 kill in the round, perfect positioning, all the information, and then 9 series points. For Vitality, I think for many it was a question of how much do they win by coming into today? Maybe hoping that we'd see the best of DRG. I definitely don't think that we have. But this is so incredibly dominant. Great signs for them coming into the group stage, and I'm sure a very, very big momentum boost.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that's rough.
You hold your breath, you wait to see what happens, and it's devastation every time.
HP.
The Outlaw ripping them to shreds, and Durka, he's going back for more. He's hungry, and he liked the last dish. Why not take another bite? Spirit C1 down and out, and Flexen's waiting his turn. Another for Durka, and you bet your ass they're gonna give him the chance to take them all. For Vitality, a team who we questioned if they could even make it here. But who amongst you doubts them now? Durka closes with an ace. 13-3, 13-5. Vitality, they have come here not to play, not to compete, but to win, to decimate, and mission success.
Oh, that was just so clean to end it. 3 players in a single series coming out with an ace. If there isn't a confidence boost for Vitality, I don't know what is. It's such a comfortable looking squad. The issues that we saw earlier in the year seemingly being ironed out, and well, I am a little bit worried for maybe some of the other teams they'll have to face against them. For DRG on the other side, that is a brutal defeat to take. Your own map choice going badly, and that one, well, they barely got started at all.
When we talk about debuts, we've had plenty at a regional level, but when it comes to the international stage, that first map from Sayonara is hard to forget. But this entire Vitality team showing us a clean game plan from start to finish. This is not just another team at the event. This is a top contender. And on home soil in EMEA, they look exactly like that. They look at home. They look comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to see how it will go in their next matchup, because it does feel like a Titan facing off against well, maybe someone not quite in contention at all. I think DRG were completely outclassed in that matchup, and they're going to have to very quickly reset before Vitality. That is about as good as a day in the office as you're ever going to have. A walk in the park, an easy victory. And now putting themselves, well, a singular game away from making it to the playoffs. Nonetheless, let's send it down to Frankie on the stage with Sayonara.
Sayonara is just taking his first pictures, signing his first international autographs behind me. We're going to let this photo happen. Hopefully I didn't put my finger in that one. Sayonara, can you multitask? Can you sign that while doing your first international interview? How are you feeling?
Really good. It was really fun to play. Really good entertainment. The crowd is insane. We hear them every round, and just fun. Very great experience.
I mean, it must be a fun experience when you get an ace in an incredible early round. Round 4 it was into this series. What was that like?
For me, it was calm. I was very confident. It was a nice boosting for confidence, and I loved it. It was just insane.
Everyone loved it. In the green room, we all loved it. Everyone loved it here. And the thing about you, Sayonara, is sometimes people say the pressure can get too much for you. It didn't get too much for you today. Why do you think that was?
I don't think the pressure gets to me. Every playoff game in VCT EMEA I played good. The grand final a little bit unlucky, but I play better under pressure. I don't think I play worse.
So what did you learn from the grand final in the EMEA?
Trust myself more. It is just another game like the other games in playoffs. It is not much more important, and you just get a prize after a trophy. So keep enjoying, keep playing your game.
One more question very quickly. Did you shut up and listen to Yampi?
Yeah.
Yes, and now they've won. Thank you so much. Go meet some more of your fans.
That was the Verizon post-match interview with Sayonara. Welcome back to the desk. And of course, with us, we got Chronicle. Congratulations. Before anything else, I gotta ask about the hair. Like, can you tell us, what's up with the haircut? Minnie, I mean...
Yeah, what products are you using? Because I got kind of curly hair. Like, how are you doing this?
You know, it was exclusive to VCT EMEA for the first half of the year, but thankfully now I can show it to everyone else. And yeah, it's looking good, you know? Like,
yeah.
I actually really like it.
I feel like it's a whole vibe. And speaking of vibe, you got 2 new rookies coming onto the international stage for the first time. I mean, how did you guys prepare for that? Did they seem nervous coming in, or what was the energy like?
I think we had an energy of just expecting everything and nothing at the same time. Like, we didn't put too much expectations on ourselves that like we should 100% perform at any chance, but at the same time, we were expecting that we might fail in some ways. We will do some rookie mistakes at this tournament because anyway, Masters is something new for us as a team. But thankfully, this match went quite good for us, I would say.
There was a lot being said about how you improved a lot going into playoffs during stage 1. What did you guys do with your time off between stage 1 and this game?
we try to polish our stuff only. Like basically we were focusing on the stuff that we failed throughout some of the playoffs games, especially on the grand finals, and simply that's it. Like honestly, we didn't have too much time for the preparation. Like just a little bit of polishment, that's it.
What clicked today exactly? You said you had no expectations coming in, but was there something in particular that kind of clicked before going in? Was it a inspirational speech by your coach pal, or is it something else?
He talks too much, no?
I mean, honestly, no. I'm not gonna lie. We were just keeping it the same way as we did in stage 1. We didn't change a single thing from it, and it felt good. Like. And also the team we played against DRG was also like, not like I would say comfortable, but like they were a nice opponents for us. Yeah. Like also like I know Vukasho, like we are kind of good friends as well. Like it's kind of like a nice vibe coming to this game. Like it's kind of stress relieving, maybe, if I can put it this way.
I think it must have been extremely stress relieving because all of you guys had incredible and insane highlight clips happening in both maps. In fact, let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment of the day. And there were so many, including some of your own.
Oh, it's mine. I'm body shot monster on Bandit.
What are your thoughts on the Bandit right now? I remember we had a conversation in the EMEA about it. What do you think?
It's crazy that they're gonna buff it.
Why is that?
It's already too strong.
Do you think it's even stronger now with like the shotgun nerfs? Do you think people might use that as maybe like a low buy gun sometimes? Like what's
100%, 100%. I mean, on many maps right now, it's like one of the most preferred picks for eco rounds. Like it's just such a strong gun, and I just sometimes I can believe that it's gonna get buffed because now it's gonna be bandit meta at some point. I mean, no matter what they're gonna change. If it's a buff, it's a buff. Like, it's already a strong pistol, so why you're making stronger?
Can I ask you, you talked about Vukasho a little bit. Obviously today it was a little bit of a tough game for them. What do you think of him as a player, and like, what do you think his ceiling is?
I think he is, first of all, an insanely skilled player, and also like a guy who has insanely good vibes. And aura.
But yeah, I mean, like every time I'm speaking with him, he's one of the funniest guys, like in the hotel. It's very enjoyable to spend time with him. Like, I'm not gonna lie, all the tech checks and stuff we had, like media, when we were together, we were just always like speaking with each other. And I'm not gonna lie, I hope he will do super well on this tournament as well. Like obviously this match wasn't a great start for their team, but I think they can do well.
I feel like it was a great start for your team though, Chronicle, because 3 of you managed to get aces throughout this series. So how much confidence is that giving you kind of going into these next games?
A lot.
Yeah?
I mean, do you expect me to say? No, nothing. Like, we are full tilted right now because of G3. Why not me then? Like, why I didn't do an ace? Now I'm tilted.
Why wasn't a 13-0 either? We thought that it was going to end up being a 13-0, but then, you know, kind of let them creep back into it.
I mean, they did just interesting stack on us, like on one of those rounds. We were surprised really with that, but it's okay.
Let's check out Durka's ace that happened actually just now on that map. Did you have a favorite moment by one of your teammates, or do you think that was you? If you had to pick a brilliant moment by one of you guys, Sayonara, Durka, Profect, yourself.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like when I saw it, I 100% knew like he's gonna do an ace for some reason, but I don't know why. Like nothing else to say. Like I did my job. I hold the window for him. Like did some damage to the people also by one random spam, and that's it. Like my job is done. That's it.
Going forward as well into the Swiss stage, who do you think are threats to you qualifying to playoffs?
I think potentially every NA team right now, like 100%. Also from Pacific, I will definitely put out maybe Global Esports. Like for me, like the way how they play is interesting. Like I want to look how they play, and that's it.
Okay.
And that's it. You just want to see it.
I mean, full sense. I'm just not sure what to expect from them. Like and like I can say about Global Esports, of course, but it's just like kind of they're just like hitting the blind spot. I don't know. Like I just don't know.
What is it about Global you find interesting?
I don't know, Crystal.
Crystal.
Yeah. Just want to play against him as well.
Okay.
Seeing a lot of countryman biases happening here. And honestly, I would love to see it too. In fact, let's pull up the brackets and see how things are shaking out after day 1 of Masters London. Of course, NRG and Vitality absolutely dominating on their day 1 showing here. Tomorrow, we are going to be seeing Full Sense versus Foot. I think that's going to be a really spicy one, actually.
Yeah, I think that's a banger game. I think that, honestly, both games tomorrow are kind of banger games when we look at it, and I can't wait to get to that point.
What are your predictions there, Chronicle, for tomorrow? Full Sense, Foot, Lev, GE.
I will put Foot 2-1, and
Honestly, Leviathan G. Actually, like I'm thinking about my prediction about like meeting up with GE then, like because they're against Leviathan. I will put 2-0 Leviathan, but like it's also like they're both like rookie teams. Like it's such a hard team, hard match to predict as well. But I'll put 2-0 Leviathan.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really hard one to call for tomorrow. And at some point, of course, you're going to be facing against NRG. Any thoughts on that? Did you manage to catch the first match?
I'm not gonna lie. Might be a funny rematch to play against them since that last moment we played against each other. But like right now, you know, like it's less stressful, maybe more enjoyable. It just like will be a great funny match to play against them as well. So yeah.
Yeah, well, you guys, again, had an excellent showing today. Really exciting for the fans of Vitality. A lot of hope, a lot of changes since the beginning of Stage 1 until now. So excellent, excellent game today. And yeah, tomorrow we got some banger matches. Like we were saying, it's going to be a little bit hard to predict, but we'll just have to wait and see. And that's all we got here from VCT Masters London. Everyone have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.